Did everybody get quiet in here?
Yeah, it's kind of quiet. Do you guys have a recommendation to play? I'm going to pass out here. Should happen here. You know, it'd be interesting if anybody had anything to say about flat Earth.
Well, if nobody wants to talk and you're taking musical requests, I wouldn't mind hearing some Drace and Karma.
Do you have a link that you can share? I can play it.
No, I don't right now. Sorry about that. I just like listening to them.
Who is it? You said it.
Drace and Karma?
Oh, Jason Carver. Yeah, let me check. Check myself before I wreck myself. If it'll actually pop up on my YouTube. No, coming up. Oh, here we go. Racing Promise. Oh, this is on Lulu's channel. Lulu.
ሰላም እንዴት ናችሁ? እንደምን ከረማችሁ? እንኳን አደር
What was that second?
Drace and Karma, Call Up 2020, 24/7 Flat Earth Disco. Here we go. We're talking about experimental science, the precursor to all of your appliance, the father of natural science, its son a method of reliance, in defiance of the current pseudoscience, consensus-based non-compliance, to the actual method of science. Robert Tower on the beat. Naturally, the public is subject to lawful banditry, lacking in philosophical faculty, shuffling around happily. It's a travesty, a tragedy. They believe in a galaxy created by gravity. It's insanity, where's the convexity? It's a fantasy lacking substantially. Although understandably with lost morality, divorced from reality and total depravity, lacking in humanity without spirituality. You have to think rationally, think critically, and drop the fallacy. You can't prove causality with vanity. That's the wrong mentality. Open your eyes and you might just be surprised. Look at these lies, just don't get hypnotized. Actors and guys who should not be idolized. Meet all the guys, come to Discord and be biased. You know it inside, it's a psychological divide.
Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me. Make the truth into facts, into science and naturally. Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me. Make the truth into facts, into science and naturally.
Let go of your pride, the truth cannot be denied. There's pie in your face, do you know what that implies? Get your perspective revised, it's the globe model's demise. The world is all centralized and disguised, the population all mesmerized and paralyzed. So is it so wrong to criticize? Do you get a Nobel Prize when you go against the enterprise? When you work, they demonize, and those who stole it, they glamorize. The work they sanitize, compartmentalize and monopolize. They propagandize, we memorize, we rationalize, we visualize and theorize and romanticize. To get us to internalize, they televise, to terrorize, to traumatize. I don't overemphasize. They want to destabilize, to sterilize and neutralize. It's time to vocalize, to organize and mobilize, to revolutionize. Join us in Disco.
Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me. Make the truth into facts, into science and naturally. Open your eyes and your mind and take a journey with me. Make the truth into facts, into science and naturally.
If that didn't satisfy your thirst for some consistency.
I'm still thirsty. Play some more.
I know, I'm trying to find it. I'm looking at the wrong freaking page. So many tabs open here. I can't remember which one. Oh, hmm.
ሰላም
St. Jason Karma Boss. I heard this song played earlier, and I see any reason not to play it. Crypto.
Well, if you do, I don't think you have to worry about them giving you a copyright strike.
No, I won't play anything that there's a risk of that.
Entering the fray, the best white rapper since Eric Debay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraform on Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, will do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations and still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them invoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more.
I don't think I've heard this one before from Drace.
Thank you. I appreciated that. Hey, one thing, Helio, if you wouldn't mind, if you could do me a favor, send me a link and a message that has a link to their site so I can come in there and check out some of the music.
Yeah, I just
on YouTube.
found Drace's YouTube page. I'll send you a link to that.
Yeah, if you send it to me in a message, because I'm not at my main computer right now, and if it's fast, as
Yeah, I'll
always-
DM Drace's page to you.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna play something from his page. I'm not sure if I've heard this one before.
Joined school, the teachers told me it's round. They gazed in white wonder at the truth I had found. The principal spoke up. He said, leave this one alone. He said, everyone knows the earth is a globe. The earth is a globe. The earth is a globe. The globe. The globe. The globe. I broke 1,000 proofs before I met you. I'll break 1,000 more, baby, before I am through. I wanna feel mine, baby, make it yours alone. I'm here to tell you, honey, the earth ain't a globe. It ain't a globe. It is a globe. It is a globe. It is a globe. It ain't a globe. I make a globe a bag, I make a globe a deal, I make an old globe a blush and a young globe a squeal. I wanna feel mine, baby, make it yours alone. I'm here to tell you, honey, the earth ain't a globe. It ain't a globe. It is a globe. It is a globe. It is a globe. It ain't a globe. The streets, kings and queens step aside. Every normie I meet, they all stay satisfied. I wanna tell you, pretty baby, well, you see, I make my own. I'm here to tell you, honey, that I'm bad for the globe. Bad for the globe. Bad, bad for the globe. Bad, bad for the globe.
actually do.
There's that.
Yeah, I think I've got a copy of that one that I got off of Mark Sargent's site.
I've never heard that one before. Drace, he's such a trip, bro.
So I wonder if makes all of his own music, or he just gets the backing tracks and sings over them.
Well, I think that one was a backing track, and then he sung over that. But he does make his own, like the one with him and Karma. I think he made those beats and shit. That was him.
Does he play any musical instruments?
Probably. I don't know.
Come on, Helio, you don't have all the answers?
I mean, you're gonna have to ask that. Yeah, Drake. I think he probably does know how to play piano or guitar, as far as I know, and I think Karma does too. I think they know how to.
Yeah, I think when I first joined this server, both Drace and Karma were on here, and people were introducing me to their music.
Pretty sure they know how to play guitar. It's not. You've heard my stuff before, right?
I don't believe so. Go ahead and play some.
Want to hear one of my parodies? And this was with backing tracks. You know, it's just like a karaoke track.
I'd love to.
See, sure. This is me saying over a karaoke track that I downloaded. I think it sounds pretty cool. I must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax view of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn,
So face your fears, believe your ears. No emotion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world. Promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be at, lost in the illusion, using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
Wow, nice job, Helio. I'm impressed.
Not so bad, huh?
So if you've got a YouTube channel, if you want to shoot me that link too, that'd be cool.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, I've a couple of them. One of them is the one that people listen to live, but my original channel is Helio Skeptic. It's not hard to find, but I'll go ahead and post that.
I'm sitting here in my bedroom with my phone and talking on that. I've got a laptop here that I'm doing a scan on right now and working on that. My main computer, like I said, is on the other side. So, like this Discord channel, the stuff goes by so fast in the chat here that you got to scroll for days just to find a link.
That's cool. Yeah, I'll send it on. Did you get my other message? Did you get my DM on for Trace's channel?
That's the whole deal. I'm not at that computer right now. I can't do that. I've got one computer tied up. I've got on my phone, which I can barely even figure out how to turn the mic on and off. I'm
Well,
kind
I'm
of
just wondering. I mean, if you're on a phone, I mean, you should be able to access your messages through your phone too. So,
Well, right now I've got the little squares up that has everybody's little icons, and if I roll it up, then I can see the microphone to go ahead and turn it on and off.
okay.
And it's hard as hell to get out of the screen just on this little phone. I'm not very computer literate when it comes to phones. Give me a keyboard anytime.
Yeah, no. That's why it's just like I never jump in here with my phone, not because I don't know how to use it, just because I have this decent microphone and I have the PC right in front of me, and I can do that. It's just so much easier.
Well, you do have good sounding audio. Nice microphone.
Yeah, I bought this microphone. It's a Blue Yeti, but it's an old school Blue Yeti microphone. I bought it from a friend for $75. Like shit, like I think it was like 8 years ago. He's like, "You want to buy this mic?" I'm like, "Hell yeah!" And all you have to do is just freaking plug the USB in and plug it into your computer, or it works on my cell phone. It also works on the PC and it works on my Chromebook too. So it's just like as soon as you plug it in, that's your fucking microphone.
Right on.
You have to
So,
have an adapter, to plug it into your cell phone, but it definitely I've tried it on all three platforms and it works.
so how's the audio sound on this speakerphone? Like crap? Or on the cell phone? On
Uh
mine?
no, your microphone sounds good.
Oh,
I
good.
don't. Yeah, my Bluetooth headphone microphone sounds like shit, especially when people get used to hearing me on this microphone. People are like, "What are you doing?" When I come in, if I try to join with my Bluetooth headphones, people are like, "Shut up, idiot." It's like this sounds like shit. And so I'd rather, if I was going to join on my phone, I'd rather just use the microphone on my phone than the Bluetooth headphones because that sounds better. But people are used to hearing me on this microphone, so I just don't even bother unless I'm sitting in front of my computer.
Well, you got a good sounding voice over the, not the radio, over the
Yeah,
server,
a
I
lot
guess.
of people. I mean, sometimes people are like new people join. It's like you sound like a radio guy. Is this a performance? No, it's just the way I talk. But it's really just the microphone. It's not me. So anyway,
When I
so
first heard you reminded me of that actor. He's got the gray hair and the big mustache. He was in, oh crap, he's been in all kinds of stuff. He was in Roadhouse, if you remember that one. The bouncer guys that were going around with Patrick Swayze, his buddy. Also, there's that one, that guy from that 70s show. He's got a newer show on right now, and Danny Masterson was his co-star on there. He got kicked off the show after that Me Too movement, but the one that plays the father. I can't think of his name.
yeah, I'm not picturing the guy that you're talking about.
Well, one of these days I'm going to have a chance to look it up, and I'll get back to you and I'll let you know. And you say, "Oh, that
Sure.
guy. He's got a good deep voice, though."
Well, I mean, hey man, I sent you a couple DMs when you get a chance to look them up, and I sent you Drace's channel and my channel.
Cool.
So yeah, so you'll be able to get back with me. Send me a picture of who I remind you of, in that way. But
Then I can see his face, but I can't think of his name right off the top of my head. Elliot, maybe Sam Elliott.
oh, Sam Elliott, yeah, no, dude. I love Sam Elliott. He's one of my favorite actors.
Well, now I can definitely tell the difference on your voice, but I think when I first joined this channel, that's who you reminded me of.
I wish I could have grow a mustache like that. Fucking A, man. I'd be friggin' bomb. Sam Elliott is the shit. Is that who you're talking about, Sam Elliott?
Yeah, he's got the big mustache. That's the one.
Yeah, I love that dude. Awesome. But since it's just me and you, and I really have to go. But I want to play like a talk, like a decent talk, because
Put it on.
Second. Yeah, let me try to find something here. I'm trying to find something decent to play.
Miggy's always fun to listen to.
Yeah, it's just like I think I have something. Oh, I do actually. Actually, this one was recorded a few weeks ago with Miggy. I uploaded it to my channel. It's called Miggy 3 Points Deep Dive with Alishness. So really, it's a decent video. So. And it is. It's like 3 hours long, but people know how to stop it. Once it starts. If they want, if there's real live talk going on.
Fire away, Mr. DJ.
Fire it up. Hey, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, and we're gonna play a former video, a pre-recorded event that we had here on this channel. It's Miggy talking to some newbies, and it's a really good recording. See if I did this right.
He just said that if it doesn't stop or whatever, it just magically keeps going. I just want to point out to him, it actually does have a motor attached to it that does keep it going. It actually does stop relatively quickly if they only move with their hands.
Okay,
so no, it's for a little while if you only move with your hand. It does have a motor attached to it.
Hey, just to confirm,
guys, I'm listening to the conversation right now, and the reason I'm coming in here is there's a lot of stuff happening. Welcome everybody to the chat. There's a lot of new people. There's a lot of people listening. It's good stuff. I'm listening. But what type of fallacy have people committed when they talk about the Foucault's pendulum? Anybody know?
Begging the question.
It's called affirming the consequent. You guys know what that means? Anybody?
No, could you guys
I do.
No, please.
It means you're already making an assumption that the Earth's curved and spinning, and then you've got another thing which is trying to prove your assumption with an assumption.
Correct. So there's a lot to deal with here and to unpackage, but most of the things that you're doing with Foucault's pendulum and any kind of apparatus or device, depending on what it is, it's going to make the assertion of something of what the Earth is doing. But we're dealing with fallacy here, which means that it's begging the question of what supposedly that device is supporting, right? And we can point to because the pendulum precesses, right? You can put it in a logical statement. Because the pendulum precesses, the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning, therefore the pendulum precesses. But when in all reality, it could be something else.
What do you mean precesses?
So when the pendulum is moving back and forward and all around, like whichever direction it's moving towards, then it's precessing. That's what the pendulum does. That's what it's doing when you see it moving around. Processing. Did I lose everybody?
What does processing mean, bro? Just wait.
All right, so we seem to be off on the wrong foot. We're talking about things that we don't know, especially if you're advocating for the globe. And I'm coming in here just to make sure that everybody's on track, right? So all three of you guys right now, Alishness, Ganso, and Fauda, you have the idea that the Earth is a globe, right? Currently.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to have all three of you keep your mics open, and in a team effort, you can help each other out. but we're going to do this together, right? To make sure that you know what you know. So we can start. We can take it from the top, and by this knowledge, I'm going to know, and so is the rest of the listening audience, if you know the Earth is actually a globe or if it's not a globe, right? Because you're going to be able to tell us pretty simple things. 3 tenets that support the Earth being a globe. And the first one is, like I said, you can help each other out. It doesn't matter to me. But I would like you to say, I don't know, when you really, really don't know, because this is considered a pretty tough method when it concerns to you bringing up the information for what I'm going to ask for. 3 things that you can write these down if you want to, so you can make sure that you answer this sufficiently. I'm going to need primary source, number 1. Number 2, I'm going to need a citation where it was said. And number 3, I'm going to need a demonstration. Okay, this is what I'm going to ask you guys. I'm going to require this from the question that I'm going to ask you, all 3 of you. And so long as you support them correctly, we'll be doing great. Once again, if you don't know, just say, I don't know. And we'll move forward, because that's intellectual honesty. I will find out, however, if you don't know. If you start to fumble around with the answer and you start to give me vague answers or things that are not precise, I will be able to hone in on that, because I'm very good at that. All right, so I'm gonna hand this to you guys. The first question, all 3 of you, is simply this. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Because it's said to be a globe for at least about 2,500 years. So we need to know all the way back to primary source who's actually discovered that they've measured the drop over distance, right? Because according from the globe perspective, we have some metrics. So if you type in, how big is the radius of the Earth, it's going to spit out a number on Google. So it's public information. Everybody knows this. So what we're going to do now is get to the facts. We're going to figure out how you guys know, everybody here who's advocating for the globe, how the Earth has this drop over distance measured, from where it begun. So we're going to get some information from you. So curvature is the first question. How do we know in any time in history that someone's measured the curvature of the Earth? And take turns if you'd like, but I want to know from you guys how that answer is going to be sufficient with primary source, citation, and then demonstration. Go ahead. The floor is your guys.
Are you talking about
Coach.
Eratosthenes? Who measured the curvature?
I will give no help. The only thing that I'll tell you is that if you don't know, I'm going to tell you you don't know, because there is correct information to guide you. So go ahead. Ganso, I think Fauda, I think is your name, and Owlishness. Go ahead. Take turns, please.
Right. The radius of the Earth that you have described is 3,959 miles, right? That's radius
correct.
of the Earth? Yes.
The question, once again, remember the question. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Go ahead.
Eratosthenes. Okay.
Do you guys agree, Ganso and Fauda? Or do you have a different answer?
No, I agree with my queen.
Fauda?
Yeah, bro, couldn't agree more.
I don't know if I'm saying his name correctly, but...
The name is, I know what you're implying, so go ahead and tell me why that is your answer. Because remember, primary source, citation, where it said that, so I need the primary source. So you said that's your primary source. Now what is the citation for that? Please post it in the live stream voice text.
And demonstration, please.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute, Kim. Yeah, we're working our way there. So citation. I know.
This is clever misdirection away from what we were previously talking about.
No, this isn't clever misdirection. What it is, Owlishness is exposing. It's exposing. Listen, guys, it's exposing your knowledge as to how much you know correctly if the Earth is a globe or not. So we're all going to find out currently. If you don't want to answer the question, that's fine. We will understand that you have no knowledge on this.
Okay.
So this is what it's doing. It's showing. It's giving you.
This is
Giving you, Alice.
this is
It's giving you a
failable in
mirror.
every single way. However, because you're going to say, "Well, how can you demonstrate the curvature of the Earth?"
No,
Show
no,
me a
no, no, no.
photo.
Listen,
I know
listen.
where this is going. No, I know where this is going.
I know. That's the point of it. But
Yeah,
see, here's
I know.
the issue. Here's the issue, though, our listeners. Everybody who comes in here thinking that the Earth is a globe is full of pride and ego. They don't understand that they don't know what they don't know. And so if you avoid the question, you're locked in right now. If you drop out, if you say, "Oh, I'm not doing this," that's fine. You can go if you want. But everyone who's listening will understand that you have no knowledge of the very first question. So if you rage quit, you're going to show everybody that you're really ignorant about this topic, and especially the very first question. I didn't even gotten to the second or the third. So it behooves you to stay in here and actually stay in the fight, and if it's really something you're advocating for, to give what I'm asking for, and it's very simple. So go ahead if you do have that, because seems like you're the champion. Ganso and Fauda have just kind of leaned back and let you take lead. So what we're listening to is you actually are the one that has the spotlight on right now, not unless Ganzo and Fauda want to chime in. It's up to them. But okay, so that was your primary source. Now we need a citation, please.
Which one would you like?
MLA or AP?
Well, if I give you Wikipedia, are you going to tell me it's not a good source?
I'm not going to say anything. I just want you to demonstrate your knowledge on the fact that you're showing me the primary source, citation, and now demonstration. You can help each other out.
All right, gang, what link do we put in the chat?
I can give
So
you.
this is your guys' knowledge. I can't help you on this.
There you go.
The team has got to find out what your guys' knowledge is.
Sure. Source.
Collabed YouTube.
Yeah, you just wikied it. Okay, so now the primary source is Aristophanes, and then we got the citation. Now,
There's
what is the
another
Go ahead.
Egghead. Cool.
Imagine the universe. Okay, so site is intended for students ages 14 and up. Okay, so now we're going to get to what did he provide evidence of. So the demonstration follows after that. So go ahead and what has been done to demonstrate that?
I just posted what the guy with the very complicated name did.
Yeah, that's fine. But so now we're looking into the demonstration. So we're going to demonstrate how he provided evidence of the curvature of the Earth being demonstrated from drop over distance, and also
My fault.
no worries. How he supported the radius, diameter, and circumference. Because the geometric shape of the Earth is most important, right? Because obviously somebody figured it out. So we're saying this guy has. Well, then we're going to find out if he has or not. So the demonstration now is going to proceed. So, Owlishness, did you want to continue with showing us how he provided the evidence for that, the metrics? Or does Powder and Gansel want to chime in? It's up to you guys.
Yes, he found the curvature or the circumference of the Earth by observing stars in the sky and their relative distance and how they move across the sky during a single night or over a year, actually, because they are in different places during any particular year. The North Star.
No, go ahead. Keep on.
So, obviously, during different parts of the year, you can see different constellations. They're in different locations in the sky. Right? North Star is always in the same place because it's directly above us.
Yeah, what we're doing right now is just listening to you guys tell us. Gansel and Fauda, do you guys agree with what she's saying, or do you disagree? Okay. Continue, Owlishness.
So you can determine the circumference of the Earth by, I guess, a mathematical equation of the location of the star at one point and then measuring it at a different point and a different point. I'm guessing there's some sort of mathematical equation for that. I don't know what it is. I'm not an astronomer or a mathematician.
So there it is. Thank you for the concession, but now I'm going to ask you to be honest with the chat and everybody listening. So the answer to this question is you don't know. Is this correct?
No, I gave you my understanding of what it is, but I don't know the math associated with it.
I know. So it's okay. It's a bit of what it does. It tumbles the pride. So I'm going to make you see if you're going to be honest with the chat. So you don't know.
No, I don't know.
I'll reiterate. Okay, so you don't know. Ganso, do you know?
No.
How about Fauda?
Fauda knows.
Okay, so
I'm fine with saying I don't know.
yeah, I know. That's the point of this exercise. What it's doing is exposing the information, whether you know that Earth is a globe or you don't. Whether it's something you know or it's a belief, rather, I should say. So the first question, who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, was supported by the primary source you said is Eratosthenes, and then you got the second one, which is the citation. You showed me the wiki. The third one, the demonstration. It feels like we're falling short because you don't know. So I would just put it in the realm of that you guys don't know. If not, I'll continue to press, and you'll find it gets more difficult. So
that actually would be the third source that I posted.
Right, but what
I posted.
It needs to
the explanation.
Sure, but the information to stand up for whatever we're talking about needs to be supported by all three. So if we don't have a demonstration to provide, because
Can I read you what it says?
You can read. Go ahead.
Okay, in 200 BC, the size of the Earth was actually calculated to within 1% accuracy. Eratosthenes used Aristotle's idea that if the Earth was round, distant stars in the night sky would appear at different positions to observers at different latitudes. Eratosthenes knew that on the first day of summer, the sun passed directly overhead at Sinai's Egypt. Angular displacement of the sun from overhead of the Earth of the city of Alexandria, 5,000 stadias away from Syene. He found that the angular displacement was 7.2 degrees. There are 360 degrees in a circle, making 7.2 degrees equivalent to 1/50th of a circle. Geometry tells us that the ratio of 1/50th is the same as the ratio of the distance between Syene and Alexandria to the total circumference of the Earth. Thus, circumference can be estimated by multiplying distance between two cities, 5,000 stadia, by 50, equaling 250,000 stadia.
Sure.
So that's the explanation.
Yeah, that's mainstream, and that's what it is. But it differs from what you were saying, beginning to tell me of what it.
Yeah, I only read a little bit of it, so.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying though, Alishness, is that because of the fact that you had this understanding of what he did, you started to tell me like it was a measurement of like the angles to the stars, and it wasn't that. What did it say here in contrary to what you just told me? Do you know? Or can I point it out? It's up to you. We'll go over this.
This has to do with latitudes instead of angles.
But what did he use? Did he use the stars?
Yes.
No.
Was it a stick, bro?
No. What I'm saying, what he used in the sky.
Distant stars in the night sky would appear at different positions to observers at different latitudes.
No, it was the sun.
The sun is a star.
No, I know, but I know what you guys are going to insert here, but like the fact that he's using the sun is different from the stars.
No, it's the same thing.
The sun is a star.
Okay, so I'll ask you a simple question. What star looks like exactly like the sun does?
All of them.
Every star.
All of them.
Okay, so when you look at the sun during the day, does it look like any of the stars? Be honest.
No.
Because it's closer.
Okay. No, that's not the point, though. The point is we're talking about what they look like.
Right.
And this is the information they've given you, me, and everybody else. They've told us this. If the sun is a star, the stars are the sun. Yeah, that's fine. But do they look like each other? No. That's the honest answer.
It's not actually the same thing, is it?
But no, we're not going to get into the minutia. It's going to derail where I'm going right now. So, but basically, what we're doing is just getting everybody to be honest with what we're saying. And if the observation matches, then we'll say it does. If not, then we'll be honest, it doesn't match. But they're telling us a story, is what I'm saying. That the stars are the sun, and you're basically just advocating for it. So, in the realm of observation, we don't see them looking like the same. The sun doesn't look like a star, and the stars don't look like the sun. So but that's that for now. I want to table that because it's not the importance. So we're getting to the idea that the curvature of the Earth has been measured by this guy, and then we're going to say that supposedly you started to explain that it was dealt with the angles to the stars and constellations. This is not what he was doing with what he was actually trying to do with Alexander and Cyrene. So he's using the sun and also the thing that he's looking at, right? His observation was of shadows, okay? And the angles to those shadows in the different locations. So it varied from the answer you were giving me. So once again, you didn't know this until you started maybe reading the mainstream rhetoric, and now it makes it a little bit more apparent that you were saying something different. And so what I'm pointing out here is that you didn't know this information, not even just the information, but how it was done. So the demonstration is kind of the bit where you're starting to fumble around, and that's fine. You don't know, nobody does, I would say. But if you want to continue down this path, it's gonna get a little bit more difficult for everyone. So I would just rather take the concession that you don't know, because I'll ask more leading questions, and it's gonna get, like I said, a bit more harder to answer. And it's just basically your information. So I'd rather hear you say you don't know versus me actually expose all the reasons why you don't know. It's easier that way for everybody. So would you want to continue and use him as an example? Because I can continue to show you why it's not the correct way. Up to you.
Yeah, what's the next question?
Okay, so the concession from Alice Ness saying that she doesn't know in the first one, who has measured the curvature of the Earth in any time in history? I'll take that. Gonzo, how about you? Do you concede or do you want to continue?
No, I'll continue. We march on.
Okay. Fauda, how about you? Do you want to concede or do you want to continue?
No, but I'm with the gang. We keep going.
Well, yeah, so concede means that you're going to give up the position that you know. That's what it means. Okay, Ganzo, do you... No, Kenzo doesn't concede, so he's in opposition to Owlishness and Fauda.
Wait, I concede.
Okay, so he concedes too. All right, that's fine. Well, we'll save for the first question. That's fine. The second question is pretty simple, right? The spin of the Earth, or axial rotation. So we're going to get to the bit where how we understand that the Earth is spinning on its axis. Now, in any time in history, I'll ask the same requirements. Let me just go through the spiel. So any time in history, who has measured the axial rotation happening on the Earth? Anyone. Just remember, primary source, citation, and the demonstration of how we understand that the Earth is spinning on its axis, because the Earth is said to be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So people know this information. So there's a bit of more information that you could probably look into. But as I'm saying this, you can look it up. You phone a friend, talk to each other in the DMs. But see who's figured it out, right? Who has measured the spin of the Earth, or axial rotation, any time in history? And then let's go through how it's been done that we figured that out. The spin of the Earth. Go ahead.
That would be what I mentioned earlier, the Foucault pendulum.
Okay. Ganso, would you agree?
Yeah.
Or would you have a different answer?
No, it's the pendulum, yeah.
Fauda.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody agrees a pendulum is what's the apparatus or the device that's used.
Mm-hmm.
So how does a pendulum provide evidence? So I need primary source, citation, and then demonstration.
Hey.
Very first person. Where did it originate from?
Oh, the very first person? Okay, well, I'll get the demonstration.
Well, the first person would be Foucault, of course, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I didn't want to say anything, Helio. Thank you for ruining the...
Well, I mean, I said Foucault's pendulum. Who did you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm asking you the question. You got to respond to me. But if you're not the Glover, please put yourself on mute, because I know
name for it.
I'm asking you the questions. You have to provide the answer. People don't know this, Alishness. So Helio just gave you a free one. That's fine.
There you go.
Okay, sure. I didn't just go on a huge...
I'm telling you.
It for like the past 20 minutes.
I'm telling you, people don't understand. Well, okay, that's fine. Okay, so I need the citation also. Go ahead, put the citation. Please resist the temptation, flat earthers, for jumping in. Like, I know feels like you guys are chomping at the bit. Like, you want to, I know. Just let me go walk these guys through this.
They wouldn't let me do it earlier, but
All right. Don't see a citation. Ganso and Fauda?
Somebody else posted a citation yet? Okay.
No, they're waiting for you to do it, Alishness. So I guess you're doing the heavy lifting tonight. Yeah, guys, come on.
I'll
Can't let one person
post
take it.
another. I'll post
Fauda and Ganso, we're not getting much from you, are we?
Isn't this how group projects go in college? One
I
person
want this to be a group project. to be honest.
Yeah. There you go. Sites, sources.
Yeah. There you go. Citations are popping up. Okay, so primary source, citation. Let's see what we got. Fauda, you got a Britannica. Alishness, do you agree with their citations? I need to know if you're agreeing. If you guys are in agreement, we're going to use something that you guys are putting up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so citation and now the demonstration part.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the demonstration? What are we looking at here?
There's a video. It's a time lapse. There's a time lapse video.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you watching the video?
No, I meant go ahead and explain. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's a video here, but what I'd like you to do, because you've seen it, right, and it supports what you're saying, go ahead and tell us why. Go into detail, please, as much as you can, as to why this apparatus is going to tell us about the Earth's rotation.
So, as you can see in the video, if you're watching it, the pendulum is slowly swinging back and forth, but it's moving in accordance to how the Earth would rotate. So you can see behind it that there is a globe that is rotating, similarly to how the pendulum is swinging. It's knocking over, looks like, I don't know what those are. They're like little pieces of metal, showing that it is changing its direction as it's swinging. So the explanation for that would be that it's rotating. That the Earth is rotating and changing the direction of the pendulum.
Okay, so that's the explanation. You guys agree? Cancel, Fauda?
Yeah.
Alright. Now, my question to you guys. Is Earth spin the only thing that could be influencing the Foucault pendulum? I need your answers, all three of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're asking if anything else could cause that to happen?
Yeah, the influencing that apparatus. Is anything else influencing that apparatus to move?
No.
I have to say...
You have to be sure.
Yes.
I'm gonna hold you to your answer.
Yes.
Okay, are you 100% sure that nothing is influencing?
I said yes. I said
Yeah,
yes.
you said yes, Alishness.
Okay.
No, I meant like no. Other than this.
Yeah, I agree with Owl, bro.
Yeah, bro, I'm out.
So nothing else other than the Earth spin is influencing that pendulum.
No, I said
You all
Yes, we agree. Yes, we agree. There is something.
There is something else other than Earth spin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what else could be influencing the Foucault pendulum other than Earth spin?
Gravity.
Alishness, do you agree? You guys don't. You gotta stay lockstep because I'm gonna hold you guys to what you're saying.
So the pendulum is, as I was discussing earlier, it is not going to swing perpetually. So there is a motor that is attached to it in the ceiling that allows it to continue swinging for I guess, I'm not sure if it's a predetermined time or what could happen to make it, or how the motor actually affects the way it swings, but it does have to be started by somebody pushing it, and then it continues to swing. I can't say it swings under its own power, because that would be completely false.
Did Foucault, when he originated the design, did he have an electronic motor that swung the pendulum?
Yes,
I don't know.
Yes, it did, but it was in the exact direction of its natural swing, so it did not sway it to any other direction except where it's
guys, let me take them because I have to keep it kind of concise. I don't want to like waffle on too long with this.
Yeah,
sorry. All right, so then what we're understanding is that it's something else other than Earth spin is influencing the Foucault pendulum. Do you guys all agree?
Yeah.
It's not just Earth spin. We got other influences, and
Yeah,
I think
you have,
Alice.
earthquakes could affect it. Also, that would definitely affect whether or not it starts or stops swinging. It could affect. It can throw it off kilter. Like I mentioned, the motor does assist in the swinging of it, since obviously the energy it can't swing under its own power. So.
Okay, so we don't see something in nature actually showing us the precession of a pendulum, like the actual motion of something that's. Is the pendulum attached to the Earth, or is it detached from the Earth? As in, does it have a separate reference frame?
It is attached to the Earth.
Okay, so it's like pretty much like combined to, like, connected to the Earth. Okay.
It is connected to the ceiling of the building, which is attached to the Earth. It is not free floating.
Okay, so if we had something free floating, because the pendulum is precessing, right? It's moving around. If something was free floating that was not attached to the Earth, would that show precession too? Would that be moving around? Do you think? Because we're using a pendulum as the example. So obviously the Earth's motion is influencing the pendulum's direction. Correct? All right. So if this is true, then anything else that's separate from the Earth would be experiencing this particular movement. Like it would be influenced because the Earth is moving. Would that also logically follow, because the pendulum's affected by it, right?
So you're saying it's just kind of floating in free space?
No. What I'm saying is the pendulum is affected by the Earth's spin.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. We're all in agreement with that. You guys are showing me. Okay, so anything else that can lift off from the Earth is also going to be influenced by the Earth's spin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah. Because it's on Earth.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So what else can we do? Can we fly a drone? Can we fly a helicopter? Can we get in a balloon? Can we anything that leaves the detached from the Earth? Let's say a football, soccer ball, flies in the air. Anything that goes that way, can it be influenced by the spin of the Earth?
No, because it's still on Earth.
Yeah, you'd have to go like very, very high up.
You would have to leave Earth.
Okay.
Everything that is on Earth is still affected by Earth. It doesn't matter if it's attached to
like
Earth.
If you throw a ball, it's still within the same frame of reference as Earth, so it doesn't.
Is the pendulum attached to Earth?
Hang on, Helio. Are you guys sure of this?
Am I sure that anything on Earth is affected by the spin of Earth? Yes.
Yes. What else? Yeah.
Yes, I am sure that
nothing else is affected. Only the pendulum.
No, everything is affected by the spin of the Earth.
Okay, so before you said that the pendulum is the only thing, and your friends were chiming in saying that nothing else is affected because they're all attached to the Earth.
Everything is affected by the spin of the Earth because it's within the same frame of reference as the Earth.
Okay, so what else is affected other than the pendulum? Because the pendulum was
everything on Earth, bro.
Okay, so everything on Earth is affected by the Earth spin. Take another example, because obviously the pendulum is one example of something being affected by the spin of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So what else is affected by the spin of the Earth?
Everything. Everything.
I know. That's a vague answer. Now I need the specifics. Specifically what? Give me another specific.
I don't know anything else that's demonstratable at this time.
I don't know. Wait a minute.
That would show the curve. I'm sorry. That would show the spin of the Earth.
Okay, so a couple of things, right? As I'm going through this, I asked a question. I asked the question. What else could be influencing the Foucault's pendulum? Is it only the spin of the Earth? The answer is no. We have a motor. You could push it. I could throw in other earthquakes. There's other things that could influence it. So now we have other answers, right? Other answers could then support the fact that something else is making the pendulum do what it does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not just the Earth spin that could influence the pendulum. There's other things that could influence it, giving you the vision of when you're making an observation that it's Earth spin, when it could be something else.
That's why I posted a time lapse. You can see.
Okay. Right, but what I'm saying is it's not 100% locked down that it's only the Earth spin and that's it. There is nothing else that can influence this. It's only Earth spin.
Could I interrupt quickly?
Are you getting the emphasis now of what I'm trying to do? Go ahead,
Yeah. So if you put the pendulum on the equator where would be the axis of rotation, the pendulum does not rotate like it does in other axis, like other like lines or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what you're asserting. Yes, your
so it's like you're removing the variable.
Yeah, that's your assumption.
No, like it's been done.
Yes, yes, I know it's been done, but it's an assumption. The assumption is that because we're moving in a different location and we see the pendulum do something else, it's still the Earth spin. What I'm telling you guys,
an assumption if it's
it's an assumption, right? You're observing a device, you're observing a man-made contraption, and that observation is saying, well, I see this pendulum moving. This is called affirming the consequent. I see the pendulum moving, therefore the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning, therefore the pendulum is moving. That's when it could be something else. And I'm giving you the example of other things that it can be. And you've adequately supported that it can be other influencing things that are making the pendulum do something. So with your own admission, you're finding out that something else could influence the pendulum to make it process the way it does. So now we understand.
No, I don't.
Not just the Earth's rotation idea. It could be something else. So we cannot say with
we're not saying
that it's the Earth's spin. You understand?
No, but she's saying it doesn't. It assists it in moving because it can't move on its own for too long. So they have motors that assist it to move.
Yeah, but what we're getting to, Fauda, is that it's not just only the Earth spin. So if it's something else, then it throws off the idea that it's only the Earth spin. I'm putting an emphasis on only, as you might hear. So this is what you guys are being sold. You're told that it's only the Earth spin. There is nothing else that's influencing that. And as you correctly stated, there's other things that could influence the pendulum.
You have
influence it in what form? Like influence it in a way that like it changes its direction or like its motion, or influence it that it assists it to keep going.
Anything. It doesn't matter if it starts up, if it moves in a different direction. There's other influencing things that could cause it to do such a thing. You've just named a few.
Right.
You've just named a few. I don't have to say. You stated it already.
When you observe the flatness of Earth, right?
Yeah, but we're not getting to ask me questions. We're finding out if
I'm not asking questions. I'm making a statement.
But still, even if it's rhetorical, what we're getting to
Earth, you use your eyes. You also use a laser. So you are also using.
Let's not detract. Let's not detract because we're not gonna go. Well, I will suffice answer any questions, but like this has to be correctly stated. So we're understanding this from all three of you guys. And you all stated that other things could influence the pendulum other than the Earth spin. So now we don't know if it's only the Earth spin.
Yes, we
do. There's other influences. No.
Yes, we do. As I said before. So it says here. Look.
I know what it says, but go ahead and read.
No,
it's
okay,
fine. We'll just give him the dub on this one.
No.
Don't give up if you don't want to.
No. The precession or whatever you say, I don't know, like the fancy word you use, of the pendulum depends on the angle between the rotational axis and the horizontal for the Earth, right? So this was like our theory, you could say, whatever. You can't prove it, whatever. So then the way that they proved that it was the rotations, because if you put it at the equator, it'll be zero at the equator. So therefore, the pendulum would just move straight forward, straight backwards, straight forward, straight backward. And if you move it anywhere else, it'll start spinning in circles. So the force that is causing it is one force, that is the rotational of the rotational spin of the Earth.
Could it be another force?
No, because you removed the one variable. You removed one variable.
Yeah, but you're okay. So what you're doing here is you're saying the only thing that it can be is this one thing that I'm saying.
Yes, because it's the only variable that changed.
Yeah, but you don't know that. Did you create the Earth?
No.
Okay, so do you know? Listen, hang on a second, Bang. If you can't pinpoint what exactly is the cause of the effect, then you're going to make an assumption as to what you think it is. And we don't want to hear assumptions. We need to know the exact cause of the effect.
But does that not prove the exact cause since you removed the cause and it changed the effect? Does that not?
No, it doesn't. Because you're making an assumption as what you think it is, giving the cause to the effect. When the cause could be something else, another force or another influence. And I'm telling you, there could be variables that you're not thinking of. And so what you're doing is you're making a logical fallacy. It's called affirming the consequent. Once again, I go over this. So now I could say it in a logical statement. I moved the pendulum to the equator.
Mm-hmm.
The pendulum is showing a different precession. Therefore, the different precession will show that the Earth is spinning, when it could be something else influencing the pendulum.
Did you really move it to the equator?
Did you understand what I just said in the logical statement? This is called affirming the consequent. It's a logical fallacy. And the reason why you guys don't know this is because when I asked you the question, is it something else influencing the pendulum? And you correctly stated, yes. There's a motor, there's somebody pushing it, there's an earthquake, these are your answers, not mine.
Okay, they're just minute changes or like effects to the.
I know, but it's still an influence. It's still an influence on the pendulum. And so if something else can influence it, what we're understanding from this is that you're not correctly stating that it's only the Earth spin.
Has anyone done it though? I mean, demonstration.
I need their concession. Either you're going to concede that you don't know what the cause to the effect is, or we're going to continue to spiral into a place where you're going to continue to give me your assumptions as what you think is the cause of the effect. I can keep going. Trust me.
Okay, but
there's a lot of gas in this tank.
But these assumptions are what we believe in.
By moving through like the different parts of the Earth, it'll change. It'll be the same.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. But is the cause of the effect the Earth spinning or another influence? Do you actually know that to be 100% sure?
Because I can talk about it because it won't be the same. It's been demonstrated many times. But anyway,
yeah, listen, guys. Listen, I know, but I need them to be there. Listen, if you're going to be honest, then you're going to tell me the cause of the effect, and we're going to investigate the cause of that effect. So continue if you think you know. So now we went to a different location, as you said, the equator. And
we see removed the one variable that you said was supposed to, like that's the one variable that we removed. That would be
No, it wasn't one variable. It wasn't.
Yes,
yes. No, Gonzo. Didn't you hear what Alisna said?
That other things affected or whatever?
Yes.
Okay,
no, but like they take those things into consideration when they're building it. They're not stupid. They're not just gonna build it.
They're still okay.
They're not gonna like watch it as an earthquake is taking place and be like, look at the motion.
Well, I don't know why you made them to be Jamaicans, but like, listen, like the thing about this is the information that we're getting from what they're telling us is an assumption. So you're believing a story of what they're telling you that the cause of the effect is.
No, because every other variable is still in place.
What variable?
Like these other forces that are affecting it is still in place. It's people are pushing it. There's this the electromagnetic thing, whatever, the magnet pushing it. There's this. It's the same thing as there, right?
Yeah,
so it shouldn't change.
Other things.
So if it wasn't the spin of the Earth, it shouldn't change, right?
No,
you're only stating. Yeah, you're only stating that it's only the spin of the Earth influencing it, Ganzo. And this information, you don't know this. You don't know the cause of the effect. The assumption has been made. When the contraption is moving, they say, the Earth is spinning, therefore the contraption is moving. The contraption is moving, therefore the Earth is spinning. That's a logical fallacy. I've been telling you this. Now, you're saying that because you move it to a different location and it spins differently or it processes differently, then we start to see that the cause of the effect is actually the Earth spin, and it's not something else. But I'm telling you, even when you move it to a different location, is anything else a possible influence on that device?
No, but he's saying those possible influences
are the same thing
carried on to the different locations.
I know that.
That means
it should act the exact same way.
The same.
No. No, it doesn't mean that.
If the conditions are the same, bro. Like it's gonna.
No. I'm not talking about the conditions of being the same. I'm saying like if you're saying that other things can still influence it, this is what you're not getting. If other stuff can still influence the contraption, then you still have the same variables that could influence a contraption. It's going to be other
except
things.
the one that we removed, and that changed everything.
What did you remove?
We removed the rotational axis and the horizontal from the Earth because that's what made the difference.
You didn't remove that. You didn't
yes, we did. We moved it by moving to the equator.
How did you remove? How did you remove the axial rotation? You didn't remove anything.
It's not the it's the rotation axis and the horizontal that makes the
but you didn't remove it.
Yes, we did by going to the equator.
Okay, put it into because you think you're thinking
No,
I'm not
you need to listen. You need to listen.
No. You guys are getting this incorrect. So the part of this is that you're trying to say that this is something scientific, and it's not. You can't say that the variables that you're removing are not variables that are controlled. You cannot
they
are controlled.
Can you control the spin of the Earth if it's actually a globe and it's spinning? Can you control that?
You can.
By moving other places.
No, dude. That's
falsifiable.
You're not. It's not an independent variable. How did you manipulate Earth spin? How did you manipulate it?
No, it's not Earth spin. It's not the Earth spin.
Spin of the Earth. He made it spin backwards.
Hang on. I'm trying to figure out. So you guys are trying to say that you moved to a different location, therefore you manipulated the variable. You did not do such a thing. If indeed the Earth was a globe and it was spinning, then you'd have to manipulate the independent variable to understand, slow it down, speed it up. That's what I'm saying. You didn't do any of that. The idea is that it's processing differently, so then you're asserting that it's your assumed cause of the effect. This is your fallacy. You're thinking that because it's doing something else, then therefore it's the Earth spinning. It's like you didn't manipulate the Earth spin. And in a controlled scientific experiment, you'd have to manipulate the independent variable, which would be the thing that you're trying to figure out if it's causing the effect that you're seeing. Do you guys understand? Because the natural phenomena that you're seeing the Earth spinning has not been done. You're looking at a contraption man-made that's built.
Was he saying, hold on, Miggy, was he saying that you can put, hold on, please, can I say something? Please, Miggy?
Yeah, go ahead, man. I just don't want them to detract from what we're saying because we're going to fall off the rails here.
What I was hearing is that he was saying that you could put these contraptions on different parts of the Earth and experience the same phenomenon.
No, different phenomena is what he's saying.
Different phenomena.
Yes, different. They're saying different phenomena
because of the latitude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
so where is this observed? You guys have been talking about it. Where do we observe
it? At the equator. They're saying the equator, Helio. That's what they're talking about.
No.
That's what they're saying. I'm not saying.
Where did Foucault do it?
What?
Where did Foucault create?
No, Foucault started it, bro, and then other people experimented.
Okay, where?
They're using the word experiment wrong. Yeah, I'm getting to it, Helio. That's the reason why I didn't want to detract.
Go for it. I'm listening.
It doesn't matter where he started.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
All right, Helio, guys, please, let me continue down the path. So what we're figuring out is the independent variable is the Earth spinning. We can't slow it, speed it up, or stop it. There's nothing that we can do.
The dependent variable is the angle between the rotational axis and the horizontal. It's an angle that you can change by moving locations. It has nothing to do with the rotational axis of the Earth. You do not change it.
It has everything to do with the rotational axis of the Earth.
Yeah, but that is constant. We're not changing it. You guys are acting
we're trying to find. Listen, no, you're trying to find out what the cause of the effect is. The cause is the Earth is spinning. The effect is we are processing within the Earth. Things on the Earth are we're seeing contraptions move and all kinds of stuff. So the independent variable would be that the Earth is actually spinning on its axis. Now you need to manipulate that to slow it down, to stop it, to actually know if it's the Earth spin influencing the device or not. You're not doing that. You're just going to a different location.
The device.
So you don't understand
the device. Okay, yes. The device is not only the rotational axis is not the only thing that affects it. It says that.
I know that.
Yeah, it's the
angle. The idea behind it.
It's the angle between the rotational axis and the horizontal lines.
You're missing it, right? So when I asked you the question, how many things can influence this device, and you stated correctly how many other things are possible because of the motor, and you didn't answer this, but I'm going to insert it because it's another part of it. The air turbulence. There's other things that could possibly be an influence to the thing that you're seeing.
Yeah,
But
but in an
you're saying
enclosed room, there's not really much
There's
of
no
that.
turbulence in a room.
yeah,
It's not
I'm
enough to
I'm
sway.
giving you.
Close the doors, you're good.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's no wind happening with a
No.
pendulum.
No, have you been in a
there's
room
not
before?
wind.
Is there
Is there wind in your room right now?
Are you being blown
Do you
away right
feel,
now?
do you feel anything? Do you feel anything to be able to move a pendulum?
Okay,
That's
so the
massive?
air. No, listen. The air is not moving around in anywhere you're at. You're that. Don't be a straight up liar, dude. Like air turbulence is everywhere. It's breathing air.
Yeah, it's not strong enough.
Yeah?
It's not strong enough to move.
That's the point.
Air.
That's not the point. The point is what we're doing is showing all the variables that could influence it. If it were possible that there was a nice little current or the air condition turned on or something else happened where the air changes its current, it could influence it. So what we're saying here, a lot of things that you don't understand.
But you don't think they're going to think of turning the AC off so it doesn't influence
That's not the point, Fauda. The point is that
that is the point.
That's the point that you brought up.
Other things can influence the pendulum. Other things, I'll say it again. How many times do you want me to say this? Other things can influence a pendulum. Other things can influence a pendulum. And you've already stated that other things can influence it. So the cause of the effect is not just only the Earth's spin. It is other variables.
Only.
Because
Sir,
you guys don't seem to get this.
No. Listen, you just keep repeating yourself and harping upon these singular things. So you're just nitpicking. You're picking things out of the argument.
You told me that.
No, I know what I told you. You don't have to tell me again. Listen, you don't have to tell me again. I know what I told you. You've listed it.
So why is it difficult for you guys to understand this? So why is it difficult for you to understand that there's other things influencing the pendulum?
Okay, hear me out.
Because you're nitpicking.
Okay, wait. Okay. So let's say we have the pendulum up north, and it's in a room. It's the same air. It's a room. It's a closed room. It feels the same everywhere, right? Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm. You can keep the variables the same within a room.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. All right. So all these external variables you're talking about are the same up north and the equator. If you're in a room, the same thing.
So,
the exact same.
All right. So let's go over. You're going to a different location. Let's go over the other things that could influence the pendulum.
Okay, perfect.
What other things other than
he's saying that same chamber that you had.
I know what he's saying, Fauda. Okay, but what I'm telling you is I need you to state what other things can influence a pendulum, and I need you guys to hear yourselves when you say it.
Okay,
what other things can influence? Other things can influence the pendulum's movement?
Okay, for right now we have air friction. And the magnets, the thing is on, right? Because it's not.
That wasn't it. There was more.
My goodness, dude.
What was it?
I have heard myself say many times.
Okay, wait. Let's hear. Miggy, what are they?
Guys,
no. I don't want him to list it because he wants to hear me say it, right?
Okay, say it.
Yeah.
So he wants me to say the motor. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That is assisting in the swinging of it because there is no such thing as perpetual motion.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
what else?
Somebody has to get it going, right? So
there you go.
We have to give it a little push to get her going.
Okay, but you can give it a push, then you could wait maybe 2 hours and wait for it to see the motion because it's gonna go in the motion that it's gonna go in the motion that it like.
She's just finished telling you there's no perpetual motion, so there's going to have to be an assistance from a motor.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It pushes it in its natural path, anyways. Like the straight up and straight back. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. No, right? You could push it. You could push it
anyway. It still starts fucking spinning in circles.
Also, interesting.
You could push it, and then it'll take its natural path eventually. Right?
Yes.
I don't know. You guys are telling me.
He said,
you push on a device.
Yeah,
I know what it is. Listen, but what you're doing is you're influencing the pendulum straight away.
Beginning,
Okay, yeah. But then you give it some time to take its natural path, and
it'll give you the results. Yeah.
Okay, so your influence on the pendulum is not just watching a natural phenomena. You're actually making something happen by influencing it.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yeah, but it's going to take its natural path. Like I was saying, if you
how is that like not influencing? Because when you push on it, you automatically start to say, I pushed on the device, therefore the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, but if it was taking a natural path,
You know what you call that?
I'm never going to get
the apparatus.
interrupted.
Fallacy.
Okay, no, but if you push
the apparatus and it's 90 degrees plumb, if the Earth is spinning, then it will start moving by itself. You don't have to push it.
Yeah.
No. What?
No, what?
Because it's in the same frame of reference.
No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. The point is you're influencing the device. The device isn't a natural phenomenon. So you're not watching Earth spin. You're not doing that. That would be the observation of a natural phenomenon. And in the scientific method, that's what you'd have to do. The observation of a natural phenomenon to see what the cause of the effect is. And then manipulate the variable and then see if the cause isn't what your hypothesis is. So you're doing a hypothesis test. You're not doing that when you're looking at a contraption because it's a man-made contraption that you're influencing at the very beginning, and then it starts to process. And does it continue perpetually, like Owlishness says correctly? You'd have to put a motor to make it continuously do something. So that's another influence.
Okay,
so you are influencing the pendulum all the time, even to get it going, and then also to keep it going. So you're not isolating the cause of the effect. You're just making an assumption that it's doing something, therefore the Earth is spinning. Okay. Your assumption and everybody else's is that it's the Earth spinning. And I've already told you it doesn't matter where you go because this type of device will have to be started by
everything starts with a hypothesis or theory. Like the computer you're sitting on was hypothesized to be possible, and then it was made.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the pendulum.
Okay, but listen. If you were to push a swing, it would go back and forth, right? But the pendulum that you're seeing is not going back and forth. It's going back and forth, but it's also spinning. If you were to push the pendulum, say north, it's going to swing north, south.
Who cares?
South, right?
Listen, you are the one. You're the one that influenced the pendulum. Yes or no, Fauda?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
the Earth didn't influence it. You did.
Okay, but if you push it straight, it's going to come straight back at you, and then it's going to go straight forward, and then right back at you.
Did you influence the pendulum?
And then right back at you.
Did you influence the pendulum?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but then you give it 2 hours, and then the Earth is going to start influencing the pendulum.
So you're asserting that there's no other influence, only the Earth spin. Only. And I just finished saying, you correctly stated, you started the influence on that pendulum, and you also added that since it doesn't keep perpetual motion, you have to put a motor to make it keep going. So there's another influence. And on top of that, there's other influences that could keep it going. So, but you guys don't realize that.
So how come the same influences happen at two different places with different results?
Hey, you tell me. You're the one asserting things. I'm not. I'm not making a positive.
Yes, because we removed.
That's what we're getting at.
We removed the one thing that we thought would make a difference. Yes, we changed. We changed the angle.
You didn't remove it.
We changed the angle between. We changed the angle between the rotational axis and the latitude line that we are on.
Okay, you know what? Like, let me take you back to the reason why I asked the first question, and the very first question was, who measures the curvature of the Earth? So now you've all conceded that you don't know. Let me put you on the spotlight here. So you didn't know if the Earth is curving or not. Right now, at this current moment, you don't know if the Earth is a globe or no. And now the second question, the reason why I have layered it this way is because of the fact that the Earth, being a globe, has to be doing something, right, in the vacuum of space. We haven't even got to the third question yet, but the second one is that it's doing something. The Earth is a globe. Now it's doing something with this second question. But we don't even know if it's a globe or not. Concession by you guys, happily. So now we're in the second question, asserting and assuming that it's processing because the Earth is spinning on its axis. And you guys don't realize that you didn't prove the Earth to be a globe in the first place. Now you're asserting that it's doing something, and it's an assumption even. And so what we're getting to is that you want to stand by your assertions because that's the only thing that it can be. And then I went ahead and said, what else is influencing it? And you correctly stated, well, I pushed it to get it going, and also the motor keeps it going. So there is influence on it all the time. It is not just only the Earth spin, guys. This is what's happening here.
No, but listen. They had smart engineers build it so that
I
the
don't give a shit
machine
who
that
built
it's
it.
on, so that the engine that it's on doesn't affect the way it rotates. It just assists it in the motion. It doesn't,
Hold up,
it doesn't
man.
change its motion.
I know you're not watching the chat. I know
You're divining. You're divining somebody's thoughts. Like, you don't know that's what they thought when they made this thing up. You're just assuming. You're going off. You're making up a story right now. How do you know what they thought? You don't know what they thought.
Well, then no one would be building the pendulum, right? Why would they waste so much money on building the pendulum?
I don't know. Like, but listen, I don't know, but you're the one divining their thoughts. Like, as if you knew what they were thinking at the time they were thinking it. Like, wow, that's pretty, like, psychic of you to know that. Like, how do you know that's what they said and what they thought? You don't know that. You're just asserting this because you want this to be the key to give you the answer that the Earth is actually doing something.
It's consistent.
It's not.
Every experiment they do. Everyone, yes, like different people make different pendulums and it had the same result happen.
Who cares? The thing that we're trying to look, the reason why I say who cares is because I am only trying to figure out if the Earth is moving or no. And what we haven't figured out is, for number one, that the Earth has any curvature. Number two, that we're assuming the cause of the effect is the Earth spinning on its axis due to the fact that we see a contraption moving. When, right? Let me tell it to you this way. When you pushed it to get it going, and the motor is keeping it going. So there's so much influence on the device that it's not just isolated that the Earth is spinning on its axis due to the fact that that's what we're watching. Like, we can't take a step back from the Earth and say, oh, look, I see the Earth spinning on its axis. No, we're looking at a device that we have to man-make and also influence on every angle and direction.
Okay, but if we're influencing it so much, if we're pushing the pendulum straight, why is it rotating?
But you're telling me a question that should be sufficiently answered by this contraption. Why are you doing that? Mm-hmm.
What? No, I'm telling you, like, I'm asking you, why is it that
I know. Why are you asking me? Because it should be self-evident, shouldn't it? You shouldn't be able to ask me that, because you should say, look, this covers the information for you to sufficiently know that this is the only thing you need to know, that the Earth is spinning on its axis. And it's not sufficient, and I'm telling you that. And you're asking me the question, what else can it be? And having me try to explain to you, I don't have to, because I can sufficiently tell you that there isn't enough information here to give us the understanding that the Earth is actually spinning on its axis. When what we're doing is watching a man-made contraption that we pushed, and now that we have to keep moving with the motor. So now we're saying, eureka, it is the Earth spinning. And no, because we're influencing the device all the time. So now we're giving our assumptions. We haven't isolated the cause of the effect. We're only telling people that because the pendulum is doing something, now we're saying that the Earth is spinning. Voila. Well done. You just affirmed the consequence.
No, well, it would show the same. What's it called? It would show the same, like, motion if you moved it from.
You don't understand, Prado, what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what you do to the device. It doesn't matter where you go. The only thing that matters is that the influence put on it is you, sir. That's it.
Okay, well, if the same influence is the same... Like,
I know, that's what I've been trying to tell you. That's exactly what I've been trying to tell you.
So what would be enough evidence for you, like a picture from outer space, or like maybe a live stream that NASA does on YouTube?
No, okay, so what I would need is an observation of the natural phenomena of Earth spin.
Yeah, we have satellites, we have images.
That's not what I'm talking about, man.
So
I'm talking about when has, in any time in history, a person ever seen the Earth spinning on its axis?
Now. Go ahead. Now, we have videos of it.
No? Yes.
Okay, wait. If you were to take a flight,
that's the third question. We'll get to that. But so the Foucault pendulum didn't sufficiently answer, because now there's a whole bunch of questions, right? Asking me, well, what is the cause of the effect? And don't ask me. This thing should sufficiently answer the question if the Earth is spinning on its axis or not. And it doesn't do such a thing because of all the influence that it gets on other ways that people can actually have this thing moving around. And so we can't use this to isolate the fact that the cause is actually Earth spinning on its axis all by itself. We have to make a contraption, put influence on it, and then say, oh, yeah, that's great. Now the Earth's spinning. Voila. No, you just made a contraption up and then did something to it and then made your assertion and assumption. That's all you did. That's it.
Okay, question three.
All right, so I need a concession from all three of you. If not, we're gonna keep going.
Yeah, we give up. We give up.
Bauda?
What happened?
We give up. We give up.
Do you concede or do you want to continue? Because we can. Because trust me, this gets juicier as the questions keep rolling.
Nah, bro. I tap out, bro. I can't go to bed, man.
What say you, Allison?
Go ahead,
No, I need a concession.
Just tap out.
Yeah, sure. You can have your concession. Yeah.
Okay, but don't give it to me just because I want to hear that. You have to do it because you actually don't know what the cause of the effect of the pendulum is. If you actually know, then we have to stay here until we figure this out. We don't leave. That's what we don't do. We have to stick with this.
Listen.
Mhm.
We've given you the cause of the effect. You just...
No, you didn't. You're assuming.
Okay. No, I have no idea.
Okay,
no, bro, no, you stumped us, bro. You stumped us. Way to go.
No, you got
I didn't stump you. I didn't stump you. What happens is
I was able to answer your question.
I'm presenting the information that is not sufficient to give us the information that the Earth is spinning on its axis. It's a man-made assumption, contraption, and influence on this thing that we're saying that, we're just going to say that it's the Earth spinning. Because there's other variables. Anyway.
Okay, I'm really excited to hear question 3.
Yeah, we give up.
All right, question 3. Question 3 is that the Earth is said to reside in a medium called a vacuum of space. Now, let me just finish with my spiel so you guys can get the gist of this. So the vacuum of space, the vacuum of space is the thing that's surrounding the Earth, right? According to the heliocentric notion, the Earth is said to reside in this vacuum of space. So now we have a differential pressure. So what we have is a very super low pressure, right? We can put it in a mathematical term, 10 to the negative 17 or whatever, if you like. But it just means that it's really close to zero. Not all the way at zero, but it's really close when you get to the furthest parts of the atmosphere. So what is happening here is that we have gas pressure here on Earth. You and I, and everyone in this room are breathing at like 14 psi here on the Earth, like at ground level. So as you go up in elevation, you can see a differential in pressure. It gets thinner, it gets harder to breathe, and so on. So what we get, though, is a gradient air pressure. Now, we still have pressure in the first instance. So gas pressure is here on Earth. So the question is, the Earth is said to be an open system where rockets and satellites and other things can leave the Earth, right? Matter and energy can transfer back and forward from the Earth to, space and whatnot. So we have matter and energy transfer in this open system. So what we have to understand is that if it's an open system like they say it is, how does gas pressure here on Earth stay here without a container?
Gravity.
Okay, Ganso?
Gravity.
Oh, Fauda?
Gravity.
Aloysius?
Gravity.
Okay. Now, primary source, citation, demonstration.
They just could drop an apple on the floor.
No, I mean, you got to actually give me the...
second.
Yeah, we got to walk through this.
Don't look at that.
What the heck?
Oh, look at that.
That looks like your homework.
No, it was a HTML code instead of an image.
Are you a hacker?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway. All right, gravity. Go on. Primary source. You guys need to help Alice. I mean, she's doing the heavy lifting tonight, bro.
Right, so
seriously, step it up.
Here's the periodic table of elements, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the periodic table of elements, this one actually, no, it does. Every element has a weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means compounds, they also have weight. So when you combine the elements together, they have a weight. The gravitational pull in each element... Oh, these are some nice reactions. We got a clown and a little nail care one. That's cool.
I will continue. Don't get distracted. I want to hear your answer to this.
So when the compounds also have their own weight, they're pulled down by the gravitational pull of the Earth. So as you go up higher, obviously it's thinner because, the air gets thinner. The gravity is not pulling as hard. So once you keep going up,
yeah,
it can't go up any higher. The end.
The end. Damn. All right. So Ganso.
Yeah, what was the question? How gas stays on the Earth?
The question is, how does gas contain gas?
Yeah.
That's the
You said it
question.
correctly.
It's a very common question. How does gas contain gas?
Well, gas
has to
pressure. Gas pressure
Right.
without a container. That's the
Right.
question.
Gas-
How do we have gas pressure without a container?
Gravity, bro. It holds everything in.
I know that, but you can't say one word answers and then get away with it, because I got to hold you guys to the same standard I'm holding. Now, without owlishness holding your guys' hands, go ahead and give me the primary source, citation, and demonstration. I'm going to see if you can do better without owlishness. You guys just can't be followers. You can have your own critical thinking to this, too.
I'll follow her to the ends of the earth.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have an answer to this?
No, it's just there's a force pulling everything towards the earth.
Okay.
Therefore, nothing
That's
escapes.
basically what you just told me earlier. You drop something and it falls. Like, that's not what she's saying. Okay, she went a little in depth
That is
with it.
what I'm saying.
No, that is what she's saying.
That is what I'm saying, because the
Did you talk about elements, Ganso?
It doesn't matter what
Everything is elements. Just
everything is
I know.
I can say
elements and atoms and
All right, so Fauda, let me go to Fauda now.
compounds.
Fauda,
Yeah.
go ahead. Like, do you want to just say exactly what they said verbatim, or do you have something else to explain?
Yeah, bro. Whatever Alice said, bro. Word for word, I take it.
Seriously, dude. Like, nobody. You guys don't share a community brain, man. You have your own critical thinking mind. You could say however you want. Like, this is your own. This is your time to shine.
on a speaker mind. Inshallah, speaker mind.
No, maybe so.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, because bro, you know how as you go up, there's less pressure. That means gravity, because there's less gravity acting on wherever you are, right? So if you're close to the Earth, there's higher pressure, correct? Because there's more gravity, correct?
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
all
gonna-
there is
I
to
can't
say,
help.
bro.
I'm only listening to your guys tell me. All right, so
that is all there is to say, bro. There's, I don't know.
So there's the idea. There's the idea that gravity is holding everything down.
Yeah.
All right. So remember, the demonstration of gas pressure without a container is due to the fact of gravity, and that was Alishness's answer. So now we're going to need to see the citation. Okay, we got the primary source. What was the primary source to that? Who first discovered this?
See, that's a tough
Who
question.
first discovered
Not really.
Newton.
Yeah, Newton. Like,
I don't know. You guys need to tell me.
Yeah,
you
Newton,
guys have.
Newton, bro.
Okay, so Newton, bro. Alishness, what do you say?
Well, yeah, that's who it, bro.
Newton, bro. Okay, so we're going with Newton, bro. All right, so Newton is the primary source. Now, citation, please. I said this wasn't going to be easy, and I meant it.
No,
So
somebody
citation.
already posted it for
Who
us.
did?
Proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915. Actually, no. Gravity is most
No.
accurately described by the general theory of relativity, proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915, which describes gravity not as a force. That's that one.
I know, but you guys said Newton, bro. So
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the first to find it, and then Einstein made the theory.
yeah, but what did Newton do? Tell me how he discovered gravity.
an apple fell on his head, bro.
Oh God, dude! I hope you don't say that. Yes.
All I gotta do is let an apple fall on my head.
Yeah, we're.
Yeah. That's all you have to do. If you go to the Apple store, in fact, they'll
Yeah,
throw a lot
that's
on your
how
head.
that's how you found out. Okay.
You went to the Apple store.
He just beat you to it, bro.
No, that's not how
At
he
least it
found
wasn't a
out.
coconut. At least it wasn't a coconut.
How did he find out?
I don't know. You guys tell me.
I told
know
you
the
an
answer.
apple. An apple. Okay, move on. Confirmed. Everyone confirmed.
No, it's not
Yep.
confirmed. No. All right, so
Wait,
you're saying apple?
how gravity was discovered?
Yes. How was it discovered?
Yeah.
Primary source. So Newton had an apple fall on his head. Okay, now the citation where it says Newton had an apple fall on his head, and that's how he figured out gravity was a force.
I just posted it.
Okay, so Alex just posted it. All right. Primary source citation. Now let's go to the demonstration. This is the fun part.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The fun part is how are we gonna get gravity to hold anything? Let's figure this out. Gravity's holding the gas down, the air that you and I are breathing.
Yeah.
Okay, so demonstration. How are we going to figure that out? Go ahead. Demonstrate gravity. Demonstrate gravity being a container.
The mere fact that we are alive and I'm speaking to you and we have
mere fact. I don't know. It's not a mere fact. Don't ever start. The mere fact that you just got to be alive. That's the way. No, you're not going to get away with that. So how can I control the variable of gravity to then contain the air anywhere? Go ahead.
You go up in elevation.
I'm not containing air. So like if I'm able to contain a gas, right? Just like I can do in any.
Well, the gas is contained in the atmosphere.
Let me give you an example, right? When I have a high pressure next to a low pressure, what happens to the gas that's inside of a container when I open up the container?
It reaches equilibrium.
Why?
Because that's just what they do. That's just their nature.
Right. It's a natural law. So you correctly said what would happen. It reaches a state of equilibrium. And so if, let's say, we can do a little controlled experiment here. If I blow air into a balloon, what happens to the balloon? It expands, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now I create a high pressure inside of that balloon. Outside of it, however, is a lower pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a container. The container is the balloon. What happens when I open up the nozzle? What happens when I open up the nozzle of that balloon?
Let's open up gravity, though. And how can we open up gravity?
Yeah. So listen, guys. What happens when I open up the nozzle of that balloon?
It reaches equilibrium again.
I know, but what happens to the air inside of the balloon?
The air escapes.
Where does it go to?
Atmosphere.
With the other air.
Well, I know that, but I mean, like, what direction does it go?
Which direction does the air go?
It sounds like a silly question, but like, if I open up the nozzle of that balloon, where does the air rush out to? Up, down, sideways? Where does it go?
It depends on what direction.
Please don't answer, guys. If you're not these guys, please don't answer. I don't want any help from them. They have to give us the. Put yourself on mute. Like, please resist the temptation to help them. Like, they have to tell me what direction does the air go.
It depends on what direction you have the balloon pointed.
Okay, let's say I have it pointed down. Which direction does the air go?
Up.
What happens if I have it pointed up?
It goes down.
The air goes down. Okay, so the air only goes down?
No.
Is that the only direction? No,
it depends on what direction you have the balloon. So
no, I'm saying the air coming out.
No. Listen. If you are holding the balloon by the stem, right? You have it blown up. You're holding the stem of the balloon, right? If you're holding it with the stem parallel to you and you release it, the balloon is going to go in the direction.
No, not the balloon. No, I'm not talking about the balloon.
Yes, the air is. Yes, the air is pushing against the air, which pushes the balloon parallel to you, parallel to the ground. Okay. So it'll fly off in that direction. Yes, it'll fly off in that direction, parallel to you. The air will be pushed in the opposite direction. You hold the stem of the balloon.
Yes, you're telling me the most obvious thing. I know.
Right. So you asked me, so I'm telling you the obvious thing you asked.
The air that's leaving the balloon.
Right.
In what direction is it going?
I just answered you. Did you not listen?
Okay, you can just tell me right now. What direction is the air rushing out of the balloon going?
I asked you, what direction are you holding the balloon? Because it matters.
No, it don't.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
it really doesn't.
Okay,
because the air is under pressure.
Do you want to know why it doesn't matter? I can tell you.
Sure,
now I will. Trust me, I will. I have done this many times. So the direction isn't like up, down, sideways, or any direction. It goes into any and all directions.
Okay.
Okay, what? That's the answer.
Okay, Mickey.
It wasn't just the direction you're talking about because you have it sideways or up and down. You're trying to insert like a position like where the air is going to rush out into. What I'm saying is that when the air rushes out, it goes everywhere.
Yeah.
In all directions.
However,
that is the correct answer.
Okay.
And you either understand this or you don't.
The correct answer, but
no, it's okay,
sure.
It's okay. Okay, Miggy, can I ask you a question? So
not really, because
no, it's
your
just
information.
No, just to clarify what you said.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
if you're gonna clarify, go ahead.
So you're talking like you said like the air pressure difference between whatever is outside the Earth would
inside of the balloon and outside of the balloon, or were you using a different?
About the Earth. I'm talking about the Earth because that's what you start with, right?
No, you don't start with the Earth because you're making an assumption of what gravity is, and also an assumption of what the Earth is. So we don't start with an assumption.
The reason the air moves out of the balloon is because of air pressure.
Yeah, but why is there air pressure?
Because there's different pressures of air in the atmosphere.
No, we're talking about the balloon example, Gonzo. Don't leave the example.
Because there's a lot of pressure in the balloon, and it comes out to low pressure.
But why is there pressure in the first place?
Because you move a lot of air into a confined space.
All right, so now we have air in a confined space.
Mm-hmm.
So air in a confined space is going to be more pressure than air outside of that confined space, right?
Agreed, 100%.
Okay, so when we see entropy happening, entropy meaning that high pressure will move to low, and cold or hot will move to cold.
Mm-hmm.
This is the natural law that happens always.
Yeah.
But here's the issue, right? We're having an issue. The issue is gravity is being a container. When is gravity a container? I'm sounding a bit facetious when I'm saying this, but because of the fact that we're making a statement here that gravity is holding the elements in some place.
Okay, not necessarily. Gravity.
Do you want me to help you out here?
Okay, not necessarily only gravity is holding the air in the Earth. Okay, listen. So, in space, is there air pressure in space?
We don't know. We haven't even examined that yet.
But you said it was. You told me specifically it was a vacuum. So, is there air in space?
That's what they're telling us.
Okay. You told me it was a vacuum. No, you told me it was a vacuum.
No,
so
this is the main.
No, you told me. No, you told me it was a vacuum.
You're not that thick, are you?
Bro,
you're not.
What? You told me.
I'm telling you that this is the mainstream rhetoric. This is what they're telling you, me, and everybody, Gonzo. I'm not saying I'm telling you what it is. I'm telling you this is what they're claiming, Gonzo. Listen when I'm telling you. The very first thing is that the rhetoric is that it's called the vacuum of space for a reason. And so they're telling us that the medium that the Earth resides in is a vacuum. Yes. I didn't make that up. That is what they're telling us.
Okay, you're right. Okay, so they're telling us it's a vacuum, right?
Yes.
Is there air pressure in vacuum? No.
They say it's super low. Low pressure.
No, there's no pressure in the vacuum.
Yes, they are.
What?
Yes, they are. Yeah, dude, trust me. You don't know the rhetoric. I've been doing this for years, bro. I know the thing inside and out. You don't realize this, but you're actually coming up against somebody who actually knows all the ins and outs of this. So if you don't know, I'm going to have you go look it up. It doesn't say that there is no gas pressure. It says that it's super, super, super low. It has a number to it, but it doesn't mean that there isn't any gas pressure. It just means it's super low. You didn't know this, and I'm informing you. Go look it up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so.
Okay, wait. Go on. I'll switch it up.
Go ahead.
Can I interject something really quick?
Go ahead.
So you know dry ice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you have dry ice, here I'll post an image.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Dry ice, as you know, will stay along the ground. You can see it pouring out of the bowl along the ground, right?
Oh, yeah, sure.
That is air containing air. That is gas containing gas.
No,
why is it going along the ground?
Okay, so what I would ask you here in this instance, what direction is the gas going in?
Down.
Huh?
Down.
Is it going down only?
Yes. You can tell in the picture that it's going down, and
it's not just going down. It's not just going down.
So you're going to use some sort of
magic trick? No, I'm not.
No, not magic trick. You're taking my speech and you're manipulating it.
No, I'm actually exposing what your ignorance is on the subject.
But what is my ignorance on this subject?
When I asked you where is the gas going to?
It is going down, and it is moving across the floor, like I said when I mentioned it.
What direction? What direction is it moving?
I just said that it's yes, like Sheepdog Legend said, it is along the floor.
Directions.
Like I said, When
No, you didn't say that.
Yes, I did.
You said it's going down.
I posted an image that obviously showed it going along the floor, down out of the bowl.
I know that.
What I said. I said
Okay, down out of the bowl.
Okay.
So once
right.
it reaches its state of down out of the bowl, do you think it remains there?
On the ground, yeah, you can see it.
But does it remain there?
Does it remain where? On the ground?
On the ground, yeah, on the ground.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, it does not. It does
Where's
not
it
remain
going?
on the ground. It dissipates
Why is it on
back
the ground?
Listen,
Why
it
is it on the
dissipates.
ground?
It dissipates
Why?
back. I'm trying to answer your question. If you're listening, it dissipates into the air. It actually loses its structure, and it actually starts to dissipate within the air that it's in. So it starts to just
breaks
What do you
down.
mean, right? Yeah, and so it goes everywhere into like the air itself, up, down,
Your
sideways.
Your point,
Mhm.
right, was that air cannot contain air. Gas cannot contain gas.
The air that you and I breathe,
This is right. This is an example of gas containing gas. Of
No, that's not.
Yes,
It's not. It's not containing.
Can you not talk over me?
Go ahead, but it's not gas containing gas.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
How is a gas contained if it's going everywhere?
You would fail physics. If you answered that in a test, you'd fail. Okay? It
Okay,
doesn't.
I didn't.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why. Look it up. It's very scientific.
It's very scientific.
Yeah, it is. Like you gotta have to look.
It's very scientific. The reason why gravity is affecting.
No, not gravity. Not gravity. Not gravity.
Search out. Why does dry ice or why does cold air go down dry ice? Look that up. You'll find the answer.
Why does cold air go down dry ice?
Yeah, search that up. Yeah, you'll find the answer.
That would be your answer.
Yeah.
Heat rises.
Yeah, but we can't help you here. You have to like the reason why we're telling you that's incorrect is because we have already like looked into this. I'll
give you another example. So if you were to inhale carbon dioxide into your lungs, instead of exhaling it, if you were to inhale it, you would eventually die. Why would you die?
Okay, we're not answering the question though.
It would replace or displace the oxygen.
Why are we going to this
lungs.
example? Why are we going to this example? We're trying to figure out how gravity.
I'm telling you that carbon dioxide displaces oxygen because it's heavier than it, right?
Denser.
It's denser.
It's denser. That is the definition of what heavier is. Denser.
It's not.
It's not.
Okay. You. Okay. That's why I posted.
It just isn't. Yeah.
This is why I posted. Why I started off conversation with posting the periodic table of elements. Demonstrate that each element has its own weight. So when they're compounds, they are more dense. They are heavier. So therefore, sorry, I was reading the chat. So therefore, when it displaces oxygen, that oxygen is containing, in other words, that carbon dioxide because it is on the ground.
Yeah, but your example was dry ice, though.
Listen,
right?
That's carbon dioxide.
Yeah, but I'm saying that was your example for showing that gravity is containing the gas. So yeah, I know, but what we're showing you also is that gravity isn't containing it because it's going in all directions.
Okay.
Gravity's not holding it back.
Okay. Yeah, once it breaks down.
You either agree or disagree, and if you disagree, then you have to support the disagreement with a way that gas is having a directional of down only.
But I think
that means
I think what she's talking about, Yuki, I think what she's talking about is how the gases layer themselves by density. Yes. I think that's what she's confusing as like gas
gravity
containing gas.
That's what the Earth
it's the layers of gases.
Right. So that's what's happening with the Earth.
Right, but it's not, right? This is called equilibrium.
It's right.
Yeah, it's the same reason why
how is that equilibrium
in the water? It's the same reason why a rock sinks in the water and a piece of wood or an apple floats. It's the density of things. It's seeking equilibrium.
The example that you use, right? And the example that you like to put for the equilibrium, sorry, is that picture of bromine, right? You like to use that to demonstrate the equilibrium of gas pressure equalizing.
I don't know what you're talking about now. What?
I know exactly. Yeah, there's a GIF. I don't know what the meme is, but it's a beaker of bromine that shows the equalization of the two chambers. I think it's
Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I think it's like two beakers that are put together. Yeah. Okay.
That's bromine.
So you know how two hydrogen is a gas, oxygen is a gas. What happens when two hydrogens meet one oxygen? Remember, gas is mixing all the time and trying to find equilibrium. They run into other gases and mix, and then water forms. So when Miggy says that it goes everywhere, it's getting pushed and influenced by all these other gases and the forces that. The wind, you know what I mean? That's what it means. So it goes everywhere, and they're trying to go to where they belong. Like helium shuttle up runs into. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Okay. Yeah. So to further demonstrate gravity having an effect on Earth is to continue to go deeper into the ocean where the pressure increases. So the closer you get to the bottom of the Earth.
Alice, we're not breathing ocean water, though. We're talking about the air that you and I breathe.
Right, I'm demonstrating gravity. I'm not demonstrating air.
Gravity needs to be demonstrated by the way air is not floating off into the vacuum of space.
It needs to be. I'm demonstrating.
It's a bad analogy, though. Alice.
How is it a bad analogy?
Because we're not breathing ocean water. We're breathing air.
That. I'm not saying we're breathing ocean water. I'm demonstrating.
Well, you're using ocean water. You're using ocean water, and it's not.
You're not listening again.
It's a bad demonstration. It's a bad demonstration.
No, you're just not listening. Listen. I'm trying to show that there is such a thing as gravity.
Yeah, holding the gas. How is it holding the gas?
No, you don't cut me off, because if you continue to go down
in water,
listen, this demonstrates that when pressure increases.
It's not gas.
My man.
It's not gas, Alishness. It's not gas. You have to use it. If you know, then why are you using it as an example?
Spiraling, my dude. You have to listen.
No, I'm not spiraling. I'm actually correcting you. You're using water when we're talking about gas.
I understand that. I'm not talking about gas right now.
We need to be talking about gas.
No. Listen, you like to you want demonstratable things.
Of
you
gas.
Want demonstration
of gas. Of gas.
Gravity.
Of gas. Holding gas.
Okay, I already did that.
Gravity holding gas. No, you didn't.
I did that.
No, you didn't. You're using ocean water. You're using ocean water. You're not using gas.
You obviously don't want to
stick to gas. I obviously want to stick to gas. Obviously.
Okay.
So let's stick to gas.
Okay. Well, you don't want to hear. Okay.
Ocean water? No, I don't, because that's ocean water. It's gonna get difficult because you're not using gas, and so gravity influencing gas needs to be what we're talking about.
You're not listening to me.
I am.
When I tell you about pressure being more.
No, it's not pressure. It's gas pressure, my good lady.
What kind of pressure?
Gas pressure.
About? Gas pressure.
Yes, ma'am. Gas pressure.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So, as I have already shown.
What have you shown?
I have shown that the dry ice.
Yeah, went everywhere. Yeah.
It went everywhere. However, it is not going up.
Yeah, because it's denser than the air that it surrounds it. But it's
that's the point.
Also,
yeah. So
the point is
showed that the density of certain object, density of certain elements, of certain compounds, are contained within themselves.
No, they have a direction.
This brings it back to gravity, and this brings it back. Brings it back to gravity, right?
No, it doesn't bring it back to gravity. It brings it back to the assumption that you think gravity is influencing this, and it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an assumption because here's the thing, right? So no, one second. So what you're saying is the dry ice is going down, right? But we're telling you that it's going in any and all directions, even after some time goes by. So you're thinking that the dry ice will just remain on the floor, and it does not, owlishness.
Yeah.
So it actually goes everywhere, even up, owlishness, even up. So
Once
gravity
it breaks
does not.
down, right?
Right. So
Once
then
it breaks
gravity
down,
loses
however, that's
the
with
idea.
everything.
The idea that gravity is holding a vector of down is incorrect in this instance.
Okay.
Okay. So now that you agree, so what else can we have to provide evidence of gravity? Because I've just shown you, even dry ice, it still has a vector of all directions. It doesn't only have a vector of down, which is your claim that gravity is influencing the gas.
Does the sun also affect or influence the gas? I think it would warm up. It might warm up the air, the cold air, and then up it goes, right? Running into stuff again.
Changes
You mean
direction.
Does the sun affect the air?
The dry ice. We're sticking to the dry ice for just a moment, because that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
What do you mean the sun affecting the dry ice?
Like it would warm up it would warm the
other elements.
No, I mean what I'm saying is the cold air that's on the ground is going to warm up, whether it's by the sun or whatever. The room temperature is going to warm it, and then it's going to rise because warm air rises, cold air. Yep, it's denser, so it's being
adding additional influences to that. You're adding UV rays,
and that's how we get hurricanes. This is how we get hurricanes.
Gas pressure changes.
Anything.
Yeah.
Gas pressure, it's a dynamic. So the Earth has a dynamic gas pressure. It's always moving around. It's very dynamic. High and to low pressure is always being swirled around on this Earth. So we have different difference in pressures, differential pressure, I should say. That's a better way to say it. Differential pressure you're going to have on the different weather patterns that we have. So we're always going to have a differential in pressure. It's always continuously in fluctuation. This is always going to be the case. There isn't a vector of down influencing the gases that are containing the gases. That in that instance, you're proven incorrect to say that that's the way the element charts are working. So everything's going to go to its equilibrium and be held down by gravity. That is your idea. But the influence on gravity, on the elements from gravity, doesn't have any effect in the instance of gas. Because when we show you gas is moving in every and all directions, that is true. That's a true statement. You can look it up. We're not making this up to win an argument. This is just a natural law of things. We make our observations. We see gas do what it does. And it doesn't matter if it's CO2 or helium. What is it? Superfluoride? Helium. It doesn't matter what man-made gas you invoke. It's still going to dissipate.
Superchlorofluoride?
That could be the one.
Hexachlorofluoride.
Hexafluoride. Yeah, that's the one.
Hexachlorofluoride.
But what I'm saying, these are man-made gases. And even if we invoke those, they're still going to be in a state of more.
My bad. Hexafluoride. Sulfur hexafluoride.
Sulfur hexafluoride. Yeah, that's correct. But they're going to be in a more dense state than the air that you and I are breathing. So therefore, you can put them in a in a fish tank, or things can float on them and whatnot. And you can, it's just you can do different things with them. But the same way that the CO2, right, is going to dissipate, the sulfur hexafluoride will dissipate also. So it doesn't matter. Over time, the idea that gravity is going to continuously layer these things and hold them into a place is incorrect. Because gases move into any and all directions dependent on the ambient air temperature and also the direction in which they are influenced by other gases, like Bong was saying. So we are looking at the natural observation of this. So what your idea of gravity holding gases down would be incorrect. It's an assumption being drawn out by these globalist agenda that are you now trying to repackage and taught to us or told to us in a way that makes sense to you, but it does not suffice or is not sufficient for the answer if gravity is actually containing the gas, because it doesn't do such a thing. It doesn't contain gases. So the demonstration of gravity containing the gas has not been given to anyone.
Okay.
That's just an assertion that you're making.
Okay.
But if it was, then everything would be held down completely. Nothing would go up. It would be a vector of down with everything. And that's just not the case.
Why does the helium balloon go up and an apple goes down? Would fall off a tree.
It's an object and medium relationship, owlishness. That's what we have here.
Sorry, are you asking me a question?
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
You're asking me why. You're asking me why helium goes up and an apple falls down.
Yeah, like if gravity isn't isn't a thing, like we're told, like what would describe help us understand, like why then? You know what I mean? Like how are we going to replace this? Yeah. What's the cause? What do you think?
Helium is lighter than air. If you look back at the elemental table, we can see that.
Why isn't gravity holding the balloon down when you drop it? You drop a helium balloon, it goes up every time. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but where's
lighter
gravity?
Than air.
Yeah, but what happened to gravity?
Still there.
Where?
It's lighter
Doesn't
than
appear
air.
to be there.
Okay.
Gravity loses its influence on helium.
Yeah. It does.
Okay then. All right then. So there's not a vector of down. Well, I know that. So do you. But gravity loses its effect on things that seem to be going in opposition to it.
Well, I wanted to just remove gravity and understand the real thing. Like what is taught in school. You know what I mean? Like Archimedes' principle. That we are displacing, right, water, the medium, right, with our mass. Yeah, and heavy things sink down, right, and light things go up because the density differences. You know what I mean? Difference in densities. That's why the cold air from the dry ice went down, because it's super dense, and then as the heat and hot air goes up, right? Because that's the way things have been configured. You know what I mean?
So the law of nature is what he's talking about, owlishness.
You mean configured?
The law of nature. I'm stating it again. He's talking about the law of nature. So the things, the way that things find their equilibrium, that's just the way it is with nature. Things are gonna find its rest at its at their equilibrium state. Like whatever gases you're using, within the medium of air, let's say, or whatever control variable you have, but they're gonna find their equilibrium state.
Yeah, but what I really wanted to get us to is that there are 4 fundamental forces that are taught in school, right? And gravity is one, the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force, that's 3, and then the last one, electromagnetism. So out of these 4, only electromagnetism is what we really work with on this scale. Everything, all the other 3, those are all theoretical. You know what I mean? But strong and weak nuclear force, that's something else. But they're theoretical. So we know that the real force is electromagnetic.
All right. So let me just get to the end of the 3 points. These are our 3 questions, right? We still haven't figured out what's holding the gas pressure. Gravity wasn't sufficient because gases go in all directions. So going into this, the idea or the answer between you, Ganso, and Faudo was gravity. And so what we're learning right now is that these gases go into any and all directions. They're very dynamic, so they operate within the air that you and I breathe, and so they're going to have a representation of equilibrium due to the fact that they're more dense in the air, and also after some time they dissipate within the air, so they're going to have a direction or a vector of up. Not just down, and sideways in all kinds of directions. They're going to go in all directions. So gravity doesn't have the influence, as previously thought, to contain anything. So gases cannot be contained by the notion that gravity is containing them. So gravity is insufficient to contain the gases of Earth, holding itself within the vacuum of space, according to the mainstream rhetoric. However, that's going to be restated once again as what gravity is. You might have a thought process behind what gravity is, but even the mainstream science communicators don't have that information. When they're asked the question, what is gravity? They respond with, gravity, what it is? I don't know. That is their answer. When your answer is, well, this is gravity, and you have no knowledge on the subject, And it sounds like, because you're holding on to this story, I'm going to go ahead and conclude towards the end, but I have to hear the conclusion from you guys. Do you concede that you understand the vacuum of space being the medium that the Earth resides in cannot be proven by the way that you say with just gravity, because you can't provide evidence that gravity is holding the gases in the Earth, because there is no such demonstration of gravity containing a gas.
Can I add something too about gravity?
So yeah, but real quick, I just want to hear the concession before we move anywhere, Bong. And then once I wrap it up, I'm gonna just give it to everyone else. Ganso, Fauda, did you guys fall asleep on this, or did you give up? One of the two.
Yeah, man, they're dead.
You guys are dead.
No, hello.
Yeah. So
I'm here. Sorry, my bad.
last point. The last.
Oh yeah.
This is Custard's last stand. So either the globe is gonna be propped up with your guys' understanding that gravity's holding everything down, or the gases that we understand can go into any and all directions. That gravity has no influence on them. The idea of it, anyways. If you want to continue, we can. We'll keep going until you finally understand. There is no. Yeah, but we're waiting for the concession right now. If there's no concession, then we'll continue to move forward. Ganzo, Fauda, and Alishness. What say you?
Bro, I agree, bro. Gravity doesn't exist.
I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. What I'm telling you is that the information given to you about what gravity is, the theory of it, anyways, because we have little g and big G, but I won't get into that. I'll just wait for you guys to tell me. Guys, this is your moment. You can continue.
I concede.
Alishness?
Oh, yeah. No, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
All right. So let's go ahead and just put a pin on all of this and just say that the Earth measuring with curvature, right? Who has done it any time in history? The answer was, I don't know. The second one, axial rotation. We hadn't had a sufficient answer for that due to the Foucault's pendulum fallacy. So that would be, I don't know either, because there's many things that could influence that. So we've gotten to that much. So we don't know. What else could it be? And then the third one is the vacuum of pressure. The vacuum next to that resides to the air pressure that you and I breathe. That the gases containing within are held down by gravity is insufficient. So with all of these things, the Earth having curvature, spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that's been propped up by mainstream and given to you. And now you believe it. And so because of it being a strong belief within you, you still think that the Earth will continue to be a globe in your mind. But it does not exist in reality. Because if it did, it would be self-evident. It could be proven to anyone that would be inquisitive about it and not have such a hard time when saying, what else can it be? It would just be. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it at that. Thank you guys for your participation, even though it was a bit difficult. But we reached the end so that you guys know, everybody understands that you guys don't have any knowledge to support the Earth being a globe. Just believe it to be so. And if you continue to believe, that's fine. It's just a belief.
Say only, though, so.
I know, I did. I had to, because like usually people don't get to the
only flat.
It's only.
There is no other way. You only believe it. Only.
Only. Excuse me.
Only.
Be respectful.
All right, so I'm gonna just open it up now. You guys can come in. Like that's all I needed to do. Just get them through that. Bong, did you want to add something to the end of the gravity questions?
Yeah, just gravity. Newtonian gravity is what they use on Earth, and Einsteinian gravity, relativity is in space, space-time, but on Earth it's just an acceleration. But things don't keep accelerating because the less dense something is, it's eventually going to reach something called velocity. I forget. It's a constant speed. Like a feather, it's not going to keep accelerating down at 9.8. Yeah, but this is saying if you do this in the... So anyways, I just wanted to point that out, that even if you go with gravity, you're going to run into problems.
Yeah, thank you, Bong. We're going to open up some mics here. I think Take a Phil Pill is muted. I'm going to unmute him. Was he muted for a reason? Because I'm unmuting him. All right, Take a Phil Pill, you're unmuted. And TWIGU, please come in with your question if you have one. You said you want to use satellites so bad, but we won't believe it. Well, first you got to provide evidence that the medium of the vacuum of space exists, which that hasn't been done right now as demonstrated. There's no way that you can do that.
Do you not believe in satellites, or?
No, I do. I think that technology can exist above our heads, and the idea of how they're being put up there. Oh, thank you, sheepdog. Yeah, so that's one great. There was something. Listen, I've just saw this. It's mainstream news, so everybody can know. You can just look it up. It came out 2 hours ago, but I saw the posting on Twitter. It was posted on Twitter like way before, like yesterday, that this particular Chinese satellite was traveling over America and they shot it down and yada yada, blah blah blah. But so it was on a balloon.
They shot it down.
Yeah. We all saw it.
Yeah.
They shot it down.
Yeah, they shot it down
according
over
to
North Carolina.
Yeah, but it was America, bro.
Military
Like,
did.
go look at. Somebody put up the link for Bong. Just anyway. The thing about it is, there's a lot of denial about this technology floating around our heads with a balloon. But then here's the thing: when you hear about it in the mainstream news, you're like, "Why? Yeah, of course, there's satellites on balloons." I mean, of course. Like, come on. Like, what else is it? Like, yeah, that's what we've been telling you. Technology does exist on balloons, guys, and satellites do exist. There you go. Yeah,
There's also glider. There's also gliders, really big gliders, solar powered. Yes, this has been since 2000, year 2000. Drones and
yeah,
but balloons are much more effective.
Yeah, but think about this though, right? Because you guys are stating that satellites are in LEO, low Earth orbit. Well, we're telling you that they're on these balloons, and you're saying balloon technology. Bah! You guys are silly. And look at this. It came out on mainstream news.
Weather balloons. They still use them to this day.
No, but I'm saying though, like the idea of satellites being on balloons seem ridiculous to you guys. To think that the Earth is a globe.
Not at all.
Well, of course not now.
No, it's always been. That's what weather balloons are.
Well, of course, but
I've always believed in feather balloons. Wow.
Do you think there are no satellites without balloons, or?
No, they think they're all floating around with balloon technology. They have been using since, what is it, guys? Now, you correct me here, because I know
they all use balloons?
Wait, so
yes,
every
sir.
single satellite in
No. Like Bong was saying, there's some that are solar powered. So we got other technology, not just balloons, but solar powered, and perhaps some other. But they're not in the place that you think they are. We can say they're high altitude and pretty far up. And I have I have a citation actually. Where is my citation?
Oh damn.
Wait, what do you mean they're not in the place we think they are?
Okay, you guys think they're in Leo, low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
They're not there. They're in the highest parts of our sky.
Yeah, they're in like the second layer of the atmosphere, like starting from space.
No, that's just what you're thinking. You don't know this. You're saying things.
There's not a lot that we use satellites for. Like we use underwater sea cables, fiber optic. So if you try to think about what kinds of services, like, and who those services would go to, like, these things are slow, man. If they're going through the sky,
dude,
it's not as fast as wireless. I mean, as a mobile, cell phone.
Yeah, you guys have to give me a moment because I have to look through either I saved it in my bookmarks or my history. I know it's somewhere. It is Project Loon. Does anybody have that link? Because I know I saved it somewhere, but I have to show these guys.
What about like the Starlink satellites? You think they're just lying about where they are? Or?
No, bro. I'm telling you, they're on balloons. Like, how many times do I have to? Like, am I
pretty sure the Starlink?
These planes stay in the sky for 4 years, 4 to 8 years. These planes can stay up there for years.
Why do you say they can't be?
No, I'm not saying they can't be on balloons, but not all of them are on balloons.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because we set them up without balloons. All you need a telescope, but it's not that far away.
Telescope? What can you see with a telescope, man? Come on, tell me that.
Saturn with a telescope. You can't see a satellite.
Can you see a satellite?
You can absolutely see a satellite with a telescope.
Show me satellites through telescope. Go ahead.
Well, if I show you a picture, you're gonna say it's space.
I also realize we have cameras on a lot of them, right?
We have that's. You know what? I told you can have technology flying around your head and taking aerial pictures. I'm not saying you can't do that. But what you're
You have to have
claiming
the balloon.
is that you're saying that they're in a place where they're not. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. You believe in your mind, oh, it's the Earth and they're flying around the globe. No, they're not. They're flying around your head, but they're not flying around the globe.
Sorry.
Have you guys ever noticed that planes?
Link here.
Have you guys ever noticed that planes at nighttime, the lights when you look at it in the sky look like stars?
You know what's weird?
Wow.
I'm going to show you the citation. I'm going to show you. Listen, I'm going to show you the citation, and you're going to be like, "Duh, dude, that's what I was saying." I was like, "Bullshit, dude. You are not saying this. You were saying that they're in low Earth orbit and they're in space." And I'm going to show you exactly what goes against what you're saying. That they're not in that place you're saying, and it's going to be by not me, a company. And you're going to be like, "Oh shit, no, I agree with what this is," because like, yeah, it's not me saying it. 1 second. What's it?
Hey man,
This actually
thanks,
comes out a lot.
thanks for talking to me tonight. It's almost 6 a.m. So
No, you're not dipping out, man. You're not leaving till the party's very, very end, till the very end of the party.
it's 6 a.m. I have to go to bed.
Fucking party pooper over here.
I am. Yeah, I have to. It's 6 a.m. I'm sorry, man. I appreciate it. It was fun.
Yeah, same here. I haven't had a good discussion like that in a minute.
Yeah, it was
thanks
fun.
Thanks for being a good sport. No,
No problem.
we'll see you again later.
Yeah. I'm always popping in and out.
Yeah, cool.
She's always watching, Lazowski. Always watching.
Yeah, I've been here a bunch of times, so I'm always popping in and out. Sometimes I say more, sometimes I don't say a lot at all, but I hang out sometimes.
Hey, but you said a lot tonight, Alice. That was pretty awesome.
Hey, can you wait till let me give you this link real quick before you leave.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, drop the link.
All right, here it goes, guys. And please look through this. Don't just dismiss it.
I don't know what you were talking about with the thing, but I'll look at it anyway.
Loon.
I just put it in there right now. Yeah, click the link.
Oh, what is that? Loon?
Yeah, look to. It's discontinued, by the way, but it's still the information is there. It's sufficient to answer all of your questions.
Oh, this is interesting.
Very. And
I was a radio man in the Navy, so that's how I know some stuff.
And it's broken down. It's broken down very easily digestible for everyone. So please go look through that. Scroll down, and there you go. Mic drop for me. That's my mic drop on you guys right there.
Yeah, that was really good, Maggie.
Wait, where does it say that satellites aren't the size we think they are?
Now, would you just look at the information, Ganzo? Jeez Louise.
I didn't say shit. What did I say?
This is just a balloon. This is just a balloon for internet connectivity in areas where they don't have connectivity.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm assuming it communicates with another. I didn't read the whole thing. No, it uses
go
LTE.
through it.
It uses LTE.
There you go. Yeah.
Communicates with towers, with cell towers. That's how it's going to work.
Well, yeah, LTE is cell towers.
Yeah.
It's not. Obviously, it's not used anymore because LTE connection is no longer a thing. Now we've moved on to 5G, or we've moved on to gigabit connections instead of.
Yeah, I mean, 5G's a shorter wave.
Scroll down that page before you go to bed.
I scrolled it.
Scroll down that page. Keep looking because there's a lot of stuff in there, and you're gonna be like, shit, I didn't know this.
Knowing is half the battle, isn't it?
Well, that's what I just learned. I just scrolled through that and learned all those things I just told you.
And by the way, keep looking at this because this is what we've always been saying. So.
Okay. That's cool.
All right. Thanks, Alice. See ya.
Great. I gotta head out. I have to go to bed. Good night.
Good night.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah.
You too.
Bye.
See you next time.
That was a great conversation, Miggy, with Alex and the other guys that were in here.
I have a weird sleep schedule because ever since I'm started to work nights, like my friggin' what do you call it? That like the clock that you have that puts you go to bed and you wake up and stuff like that's all screwed up, man. Like all jacked. No, your body.
Oh, your body clock.
I'm all jacked up, bro. Like,
listen to my body clock.
Body clock, listen to me.
Like, does everything you say have to sound like a radio announcer?
Not everything that it's my
circadian rhythm. That's thank you.
my microphone's fault. It's my microphone's fault. It's not me.
Hey, you guys take a look at that link that I put in there. It's really, really good, and it'll help you like to explain like the balloon technology. And a lot of people will be like, balloons, yeah, isn't that balloons? And you're like, oh.
So I thought you were gonna send a link that like disproves non-balloon satellites, but this is just one technology that uses balloons, right? Or that uses
yeah, the idea that internet connection can be supported by balloon technology has been in play for quite some time. Oh, it can only be Starlink and they can only be in LEO. It's like, no, man. This is showing you that you can have that technology and it supports. I know you're saying yeah because I'm giving you a citation.
I've never looked into this type of stuff. I don't even know about Starlink. So,
but what I'm saying is people would disagree straight away. They would like we had conversations with people about satellites and that this can happen on balloons. They'd be like, "No, it can't. It can't happen on balloons. What are you crazy? They can only happen in low Earth orbit, man. They send them up in rockets and whatnot." I'm like, dude, you're so freaking dumb, dude. Like, do you know how easy it is to put them in balloons? They have.
There's a big difference between dumb and ignorant, isn't there?
Of course.
So I mean, we have often people come in here and start spouting stuff when they're actually the ultimate. They come in here with the fallacy of what is the fallacy where they're just like, I know we did this and we did that and we. When they
argument of ignorant,
argument ad populum, that's the fallacy, and it's just like, bro, dude, I used to believe that too, but now I don't anymore. And then we present information, and it's just like Miggy posted that article. You can skim over it, and you can pretty be like. You can just be like, oh yeah, I've heard that. Boom, boom, boom. You can just kind of skim over the article and it's like, oh.
You know what's funny though? What's funny though is that just like yesterday, I would say, we saw that they shot down that Chinese spy satellite on a balloon, and it's like, okay, so where was the spy satellite in low Earth orbit? I don't think so. It was on a balloon. You guys are something else when you're like, well, it could only be in low Earth orbit. Like, dude, didn't you just hear mainstream rhetoric saying they shot down? Oh, yeah, I heard it, man. It was there in the news. It was like, duh. Of course they're on balloons.
Seen a balloon?
You weren't saying that shit before. You were like, dude, they're all in low Earth orbit, man. And then they're shooting one down on a balloon, and you're like, well, yeah, they're on balloons. That's so dumb, dude. I hate that. Like, and then you guys are like, oh. Yeah, of course they're on balloons.
There's a difference between being dumb and ignorant. I mean, you watch the news and you're like, oh, did you see this? Well, they said it on the news, so it must be real.
Yeah, it must be true now. Yeah. But we've been saying this whole time.
And there's the new telescope, Sophia. It's on the 747. Not a balloon. It's on a plane.
Sophia was
15 years ago, bro.
Sophia was Hubble. Sophia came down when Hubble came down.
Yeah.
Well, supposedly Hubble's still out there doing shit.
No, I used to look at
Hubble came down. Hubble came down. That new telescope that went out there. I can't remember what it's called. Somebody might know.
James Webb.
James Webb.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, James Webb. It was, yeah. But they sent astronauts to repair the Hubble. I had a story about that back in the day.
It's just it's good. Like the mainstream is now showing you Chinese satellites shut down by a balloon. I'm like, dude, this is rich, man. Like, I can't wait to rub this in all the globe earthers that come in here's faces. Then I want to hear them say, well, yeah, of course they're on balloons. What do you think? Spy satellites are on low Earth orbit? No, man, they're on balloons. Like, I want to hear, because the mainstream said it, so now I hear all the globe earthers be like, yeah, of course, I've been saying that all along. Bullshit, dude. You've been in here fighting us tooth and nail saying that it was in low Earth orbit, like these spy satellites. I hate that, bro. That's one thing You know, the moment it comes out on the mainstream news, they're like, duh. I've always been saying that.
And those anti-flat earthers, the thing about them, they're not dumb or ignorant. They're anti-flat earth.
Yeah, they love to hate us, man. They do.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
And so, suck it up, Buttercup.
Buttercup. Pinch Coke, you owe me a Coke.
Irene.
Hey,
Irene.
Come on, Irene. Oh,
you know what I mean? At this moment, you mean everything. Helio, dude. Jeez Louise. Never a dull moment with you, bro. Hey, why is Dylan LXIX muted? You could stir up some trouble or what? He's got on his about me, women are not my equals. Like, well, thank you for that information.
That was not even... Dude, there was some women kicking ass in here right now, tonight.
I wish Kim was, like, laying into these guys.
Yeah, bro. Kim was...
So he must have came out of some...
Even on the Globe side, we had some women kicking ass in here, so... You know,
bro, I was like, Kim, you're beating a dead horse. And then, like 5 seconds later, she's back to beating that shit.
But you came out of a woman, so what the hell?
What the
and
hell?
she had to raise your sorry ass when you were a helpless baby, so what the hell? Right?
EWIGU. What are you posting, bro? Chinese.
That must not have had a mom or something.
Hey, oh, thank you. Yeah, look at this. Look at what they put in here. Look at the link that TWIGU put up. A balloon is spying on the U.S. from, and this is the stupid red. Oh, they even have a video that's connected to it.
This is Time Magazine, right?
Yeah, but look. Let me click off the video. I do want to see the video, but it's like a general with like a bunch of pins on his chest talking about it. Hang on. It's the topic. The topic says a balloon is spying on the U.S. from the sky. Here's why China may be using old-fashioned surveillance technology when satellites exist. What the freaking hell, bro?
Look at the fucking moon.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's just this is cyber. Whatchamacallit, some kind of cyber attack pandemic that's coming. They say it's going to be worse.
This article came out yesterday.
They said it was going to be worse than the last pandemic. And how can that be? That just means more people are going to die. WEF, the Charles Schwartz guy, or the Schwartz guy, right? So this could be like one of those, you know what I mean, predictive programming / false flags / oh no, China's attacking us.
This is even better. I'm looking at it now. Where the article starts. I mean,
it's going to take away more rights.
You just read the title of the article. Check this, the body of the article. Check this out.
Cyber attack is going to take away more rights to use the internet.
The earliest military application of a balloon is often credited to Zhu Lang, a well-known strategist in dynastic China, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah.
That was in the 3rd century when he used kerosene-doused cloth to propel a sky lantern that alerted allies in the neighboring communities of a looming attack. In the almost 2,000 years since, balloon technology advanced and was used increasingly for
reconnaissance
missions.
Oh my god!
Yeah, this is so.
Isn't it pointing it? It's pointing it out. Yeah, it's pointing it out though, guys. Like it's telling you, like, look how old they've been using balloon technology. And I've been saying this shit. Haven't I been saying this shit? I've been saying this shit.
Yeah, you have. On Wednesday, a mysterious white orb was spotted floating above Billings, Montana, and U.S. security officials suspected it almost certainly to be a Chinese military surveillance balloon.
Almost certainly. They're like, and we think it's a Chinese spy balloon, guys. I don't know what it's. Let's go send out a plane, go shoot that shit down.
It's Chinese. So it's just like, who's our enemy?
Yeah, but the thing is, you're going to be asking the question: how the hell did they penetrate U.S. airspace all the way to freaking Montana? You guys,
Montana, yeah. Exactly.
Oh my God, yeah. Someone's not doing their job. Somebody fell asleep at the wheel there.
Yeah. However, even though the balloon was hovering over sensitive sites, including a field housing U.S. nuclear missiles, the Biden administration ultimately decided not to shoot it down, as officials advised that it doesn't pose a threat for now. But it's
debris might.
Yeah.
Look at it.
The debris might pose a threat because if they shut it down, it might hit some farm in Montana or some shit.
And look at the bullshit that they say afterwards, Hilo. We have no intention to violate the territory or airspace of any sovereign country. Mao Ning, a spokesperson for China's foreign ministry, said at a briefing on Friday, "We're gathering and verifying the facts. We hope both sides can handle the matter together in a cool-headed and prudent manner." The ministry later admitted that the balloon was from China, but described as a civilian airship used for research, mainly meteorological purposes.
Steered off course.
Oh shit. It says, how unusual are spy balloons these days? This isn't the first time in recent history that a balloon from China has been spotted by foreign security officials. After the sighting this week, the U.S. Department of Defense said in a statement, instances of this kind of balloon activity have been observed previously over the past several years. Last February, authorities in Taiwan said that they discovered weather balloons deployed by Chinese People's Libertarian Army floating above the self-governing island that China claims as its territory. While some speculated the balloons could be used for surveillance, officials in Taipei accepted that they were meant for meteorological observations only. China has been developing new balloon surveillance technology for years, but it's not the only country to do so. Last May, Politico reported that the Pentagon spent around $3.8 million on balloon projects over the past 2 years and planned to spend more than $27 million on the inflatable tech in a fiscal year in 2023.
This drop in the bucket, 27 million.
Mm-hmm. The balloons, according to the report, will collect data and transmit information to aircraft.
This is fear porn. Fucking fear porn.
I know, but like it says, why use balloons when satellites exist? See, here's a question that the article's asking. China has an extensive satellite network. In November 2022 report, the Defense Department said China's intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capable ISR satellite fleet had more than 260 systems, second only to the U.S. as of the end of 2021. A senior defense official noted on Thursday that for China, the balloon flying over Montana has limited additive value from an intelligence collective perspective. Limited.
Sure, they only said that because China got nothing from it, but guess who got something from it? China and America. They're, whether or not you believe it, China and America are, buddy.
Look at what it says here.
They're not against each other.
Oh, this is a great article. I'm going to save this article, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty good, man.
It's got a lot of meat on this bone.
Well, some people don't see it that way, but that's true, because what they said about this, what they're doing through the media about this stupid balloon in Montana, really is telling about what they're trying to manipulate the populations of China and America into like I said, it's fear porn. They're actually
but the administration was like, well, we don't know if that's a spy satellite or not. Let's shoot it down. Oh, let's not shoot it down.
Yeah.
And then they wind up shooting it down.
Yeah, let's let it go. Let's let it go. It's just like there ain't shit in Montana for the most part. I mean, but whatever. It's like let's not shoot it down because it might hit somebody's cattle farm, or it might hit Butte. Which dude, if it hit Butte. But it's like balloon satellites are a thing, have been for a while.
Or it might fall.
This is the introduction to. It's the slow giant that we've already known about for a while.
Yeah, of course.
There's no fucking satellites.
Or it might fall down to the ground and everybody will run up with their cell phones and find out that it was made in the USA.
Yeah, and that's why you have to keep everybody. Maybe he's putting a spin on this art.
Remember the satellite that went down a couple of years ago, or was it last year or a couple of years ago? It was a Samsung satellite that came down in fucking South America.
The selfie satellite? Is it?
Yeah, something like that. It's like, bro, man.
Look what it says here. Yet even with satellite technology surpassing some abilities of balloons, James Char, a research fellow with the China program at the S. Rajmataram School of International Studies in Singapore, tells Time that spy balloons have some operational advantages. For example, balloons can weather extreme conditions, he says, and are less expensive to deploy and operate compared to satellites. Chinese Academy of Science scholars found in 2020 that despite the harsh environments at more than 68,000 feet above ground, the high-altitude balloon has a long endurance time which can achieve sustained and wider coverage for regional observation and detection. It's harder to be spotted by radar as well, given the fact that they're simpler in terms of technology, Char adds. U.S. officials admitted the balloon flying over North America this week was first spotted by civilians on a plane. See, that's what happened. The dirty little secret got out.
Yeah, it got out. I'm saying the
it's damage control.
And fucking, in China are in it together, and somebody fucked up.
Yeah, it's damage control. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It's damage control.
Mirage, yeah.
So yeah, it's damage control. Is what it is. It says high altitude balloons can also be trucks for any number of platforms, whether it be communication and data link nodes, ISR, tracking, air and missile threats, and without the predictable orbits of satellites. Tom Caracal, Senior Fellow of International Security Program and Director of Missile Defense Project at the Center for Strategic International Studies, geez, that's a mouthful, told Politico. And though the technology is old, says Beck Shrimpton, Director at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, balloons can complement surveillance technology in orbit, while they can be built and deployed at a fraction of the cost. According to 2020 analysis in defense publication Armada International, the development, launch, operation, and insurance of a single satellite can cost up to $300 million. Another potential... Yeah.
Without going through all that, hold on. I just went to the bottom of the article. Here's the last one. It is a threat, no doubt, Char says, but how serious is it? I think it's pretty clear. If it's serious enough, I'm sure something more drastic would have been done by the U.S. establishment.
Maybe like go to war or some shit? Like, what are you talking about?
I don't know. You're going to have to figure that shit out by yourself.
Take it for what it is.
Why didn't they catch it over
the last statement of the article on Time from Time magazine, bro.
Yeah, here's their quotes. This is what they would say. I think it's another demonstration of the Chinese military's adherence to operations below the threshold of war. That's number one, says Char. Clearly, for reasons that are known to everyone, he adds, the U.S. and the Chinese don't want to escalate matters above.
Go ahead and read the same one I just read. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that would be the conclusion of it, to where he's also saying it's a threat, no doubt, Char says. Like, who's fear porn, man? This is stupid. Like, just because they got found out, whatever satellite this was that they were using, it was probably in
it was no threat to anyone. It was just an accident. They're obviously satellites or whatever. I mean, it's really not even. It doesn't really have anything to do with flat Earth or anything. It's just It's their political freaking stupidness, and really has more to do with Hollywood and news and money and shit that we're a part of, but we don't really give a shit about.
But I wonder why it wasn't caught over Alaska or Canada. I mean, right? Like, I mean, what?
Because it had to be put over some sensitive areas where they could give it like the reasoning behind why they would shoot it down.
Sure,
well, it was over some sensitive areas, man. We
pay attention to it. Yeah, sure, because Montana's, it's not densely populated like New York or whatever. Anything happens in New York or LA, that shit's like hot shit, right? So maybe we should pay attention to it.
Canada didn't do anything about it. Like, seriously? Oh, we didn't even know about it. Really? What are you guys doing?
Yeah, just keep it looking.
Really dumb. Anyway, just because it's relevant, it's just bringing the question into everybody's minds about like what people from the Globert side are saying, and they reject that this has anything to do with technology. What do you mean? How do they have internet above us? It has to only be like low Earth orbit satellites. Like, no, doofus. They're telling you here, even in this article, that they've been having like many different types of technologies up there, like on balloons. Like, and if that's the case, then why wouldn't they keep doing that? It's cheaper than the idea of setting something. And so what are the other thing that they're doing is that they are setting something up in a rocket. So what is that if they're not going to the place they are? That's just an expenditure that they're milking the public for. That's not a place, because obviously the technology for balloons is what they're doing. That's a satellite. That is what a satellite is.
But I think these other satellites that you see on TV, they're supposed to be in space, that the government uses. I think those are actually on airplanes because we were taught to use that there were these footprints. It's where the satellite is above. It seems to be kind of, I don't know. It's going at a certain speed, so it's always moving around. So I think those might be on airplanes. These guys that stay up for years, solar powered.
Yeah, they could be on some other technology. We don't know. But that's the thing. It's a speculation. This isn't, however. This is not a speculation. We know they're on balloons. These satellites.
Yeah. And then there's the traffic. There's the air traffic, right? There's routes.
Yeah, but think about it, man. Look how far inland it was already before they spotted it.
I know, man. This is like
somebody's dropping the ball, man. Like trying to figure out. Like that balloon made its way all the way to Montana before somebody.
It was not national news, so it must have been intentional. So,
well, because somebody in the plane said, "Oh shit, what is that?" Like, and they made a big fuss about it. So there was damage control. Then there must have been a report on the plane. Like the pilot must have went back to the tower. The tower then contacted the officials. The officials then were like, "Well, we got to do something about this because like now people know that a balloon satellite is there." So
by now we know how to look into the news behind the news. I mean, I guess of course we're all conspirators, people call us or whatever. But this thing about the Chinese balloon. I mean, it's hot shit on news media and stuff like that. And, of course I'm way past that. As a matter of fact, I heard about it, but this is the first time I've actually talked about it because I just saw it on Facebook or something. But this is the first time I've actually looked at an article about it tonight. Because I'm not fascinated with their freaking crazy news nonsense.
The volume always goes up when I try to put in, right? You know what I'm saying?
Do you think that balloon? Excuse me. Do you think that satellite that's in that the live stream voice X right now, if it was falling from the height that it would be in that condition that it's in, especially looking as frail as it does?
Well,
you don't think it would be smashed to bits?
The one that smashed in, there was a Samsung satellite that crashed in South America.
Yeah, but look, striking the ground at such speeds as it does from the altitude that it was, It wouldn't be in that condition. It would be like in pieces, man. Like it would. Think about it.
The balloon would slow it down. You know the.
No, but I'm saying it was the balloon wasn't. It didn't float down.
It doesn't even look.
It fell down.
It should be more.
Is that a real picture of the satellite?
Well, that one,
or the balloon satellite, whatever it is. Look at it. It's just like looks like a box that would be delivered on your porch from Amazon.
Those are all images from the articles that were written. So if you scroll up, I've been posting satellite crashes, satellite balloon crashes all the way up.
See, it's been happening. So you see it too, right? Yeah, these Samsung balloons. I don't even know what that is. It's like they crash everywhere. It's like, where the fuck are they? And maybe they're from the Elon Musk trick. What is that?
You never know.
Elon Musk satellite launches or whatever, where they have the big string of. What's it called? Oh shit, I can't remember it. Elon Musk, where he's just like. Supposedly everybody's looking up in the sky and they see this string of satellites being launched. What's it called?
Freaking, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. What is Bendy Light doing up at this hour? That guy never sleeps.
No. No, on Bendy Light, I never wanted to defend a Bendy Light, but I haven't seen that motherfucker in the chat for hours, man.
He's in there.
Thank God, but now he's here. That's all right. All right, Bendy Light, keep your shit in check. Anyway, what's the name of that
light bender? Right, light benders.
Where? No, it wasn't light bender.
No, you have water benders. You have light benders.
He just like put this series of satellites. Guy, and it was like, look at Elon Musk. He's the hero of the world.
Elon Musk, yeah.
Why? What did he do?
Damn, I can't believe you guys.
What hasn't he done?
Got on this. Just talking about.
Guy's a jack of all trades, man. He'd be like a Zanuck version of of Zanuck.
Jack of all trades, hero of none.
Yeah.
I guess I can kind of relate to that dude. I guess that's why a lot of people do relate to that mother.
You're a billionaire? You're a billionaire too?
No. I wasn't born. Dude, that motherfucker was a millionaire before, as he was born. He was born into money, you know. So it's not like he's not a naturally born.
Elon Musk.
He
was a naturally born criminal because money is criminal.
I'm Elon Musk. I like money.
Maybe Elon Musk.
Yeah, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Elon Musk.
Actually, money doesn't make you a criminal. I'm a hustler by nature and a criminal by law.
Elon Musk.
Because it looks so fake.
And you can tell it's fake because it looks so real.
You know what? You can turn it around right like that.
Did y'all see the article I just posted?
Yeah. The plywood satellite clear for space launch. It'll burn up in the atmosphere.
Plywood satellite clear for space.
Freaking stupid stuff, man.
Come on, that was good. That was good.
We got Ecological Mystic that's just joined our chat. Ecological Mystic, are you there? And we also got Rion.
Yeah, what's up?
I'll shut up. I'm gonna go smoke.
So Rion, are you there? Rion. Knock knock. Who's there? Rion. All right, Ecological Mystic. Welcome to the chat. It looks like you've been verified already. So, what is your position on the topic of the shape of the Earth question? Where do you sit with that? Do you think the Earth's a globe or?
I'm a globe head.
Why? That's my question to you.
Because I am not as critical of human institutions, maybe, as you folk.
Human institutions? What the hell are you saying?
What?
Like, I generally view humans as incompetent. I don't think they have the ability to, like, pull the wool over our eyes to that degree.
All right. So what are the evidence? What are the evidence that you have for the claim of the shape of the Earth ecologic?
Various things like NASA photos, you know.
One word answer, right? NASA photos, science, that kind of stuff.
Well,
like there's no hard evidence as into the geometric shape of the Earth being the radius, diameter, circumference being measured. Nothing like that. Nothing really good. Just
we just don't make rulers that big.
We don't make rumors that big.
Rulers.
Rulers?
Yeah.
The heck, dude.
What are you going to use to measure Earth?
He's talking about.
I know that, but I'm saying, how did we measure in the first place? What ruler did we use?
But, well, we didn't use a ruler. We inferred. We took smaller measurements, and then we
inferred. What do you mean we inferred? Smaller measurements? What smaller measurements? Please point them out to me. Go ahead.
I'm not going to be able to point them out. I mean, I don't.
Why not? You're saying things. I mean, how's that? You can say smaller measurements. Okay, which ones? I can't point them out because you don't know. Perhaps.
I'm just guessing.
I know you are.
Yeah.
So you are guessing, and that's what I'm pointing out to you. I know, Helio. I'm hearing your inference, but what I'm pointing out to you, ecological, is that you're just implying that you say you know. Well, smaller measurements. Which ones? I don't know. Well, then why did you say that?
Because I believe in like some sort of epistemological authority, right? I don't have.
Now we're talking about beliefs instead of inference, or explanations, or any.
You just believe. You just believe that the Earth is a globe. Let's get right down to brass tacks, shall we? You just believe the Earth is a globe. You don't know it is, right? Let's just be honest with ourselves.
Well,
why beat around the bush?
Because I think the belief is a true, justified belief.
Yeah, but it's not true. That's a fancy way of saying it's not true. So it's like it's a justified, true, honest, and truly belief of a reality of for real. Like you can't just emphatically make it true just by saying that. You have to actually provide the evidence. No evidence, no truth.
Well, what I'm saying is like the definition I use for the word truth is a justified, true belief.
Yeah, but it doesn't make it true.
I've heard that before. So the justified true belief about the globe is the same thing we all used to believe, but we don't anymore. So tell us how we're wrong about it.
Because I don't think it's justified in your case.
I know, but you're using a lot of thought processing. I think I believe like there's nothing involved in the way of providing any evidence ecological. Do you see that's the problem here? That's a serious issue. When you're just saying things but there's no evidence, then how can we know anything if there's no evidence to prove it?
Well, I think there is evidence. A live feed from the space.
No, you don't. No, that's not evidence. That's propaganda. It's propaganda, dude. It's like them. Check out this video, dude. Check out this picture. Yeah, so what? How do I know that the Earth is a globe? Who measured the damn thing? You don't know that.
It's when I provide what I consider evidence. You call it
propaganda. Propaganda. Not
Ecological mystic. Are you in live stream voice text? The text chat.
I can be.
Oh yeah, it's there, man. Yeah, that's where we're gonna be posting things. I also sent you a little thing. Sorry, Miggy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm getting behind the psychology as to why you're believing and not actually bringing some evidence. And the belief that you have strongly that the Earth is a globe is just because of the propaganda, not proper, but proper. Yeah, so you're actually the thing about it is though, like I don't fault you for it. We all grew up in the system, right? So every one of us have been brought up being told that it is a globe, and we got pictures and all that. And why would they lie? We got hundreds of thousands of people on this. It doesn't matter. The evidence doesn't support the fact that the Earth is a globe. No evidence, no globe.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Something like, if we were to measure like things on Earth, like let's say we're shooting a cannonball or like kicking a soccer ball, do you think that those objects obey things like Newton's laws of physics?
I would say natural law. I'd put it that way. But Newton's law is inferring that you were actually trying to get a cause of an effect due to the fact that the Earth is being utilized with the physics of a globe. So every physics that's working on this Earth is due to the fact that it's globular nature, oblate spheroid, let's say. So it's an inference into like why things are happening.
Sure, but all I'm asking really is like, is there any predictive power with these equations like Newton's on Earth that we can use every day? Like we can measure. Of
course. So yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree that like certain things can be utilized in a way that are predictable. Let's say, and you can use some certain math equations to figure things out, like the Magnus effect or.
Okay. Now, why are certain math equations helpful to predict things, but certain ones aren't?
Well, the ones that we're talking about are the laws of nature. The other ones are theories, are the projected cause of the effects. So the effects can be measured, okay? You can see how fast a block of wood falls to the air, and you can measure the time and just different things, right? Use mathematical formulas to support the case. But when we talk about that would be considered the idea of the gravitational effect, right? Which everybody could, colloquially, we could say that gravity would be understood as like an effect. But the cause, however, is considered as big G, and little g is the effect. Big G is the cause, and the cause is the theory, and the theory is the kind of the assumption as to what is the causing the effect, right? So Newtonian gravity is probably the one you're leaning on at the moment, but it's been superseded by the Einsteinian theory of general relativity, as you may or may not know.
I do,
okay.
Yes. But why are certain math equations why do certain ones not work for predicting things?
I don't know which ones you're talking. It sounds very vague. Well, specifically, which one? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, I can't just like write random numbers on a board and have it predict anything.
Well, because the effect has to follow like the natural law of things. So if we see something happening, then we can predict because of these things that they are going to happen the very same way in the very same pattern that we've always seen them to work. So with the predictability of them, it's because they have a post-predictability. So we've already seen things happen, and we can measure the time that it takes, and just different like things that.
Okay. What about things like electromagnetic laws, like through like fiber optics wiring, or in like circuit boards? We utilize all sorts of Maxwell's equations to determine how electromagnetic waves move through a medium, right?
Yeah, like I was saying, like we can explore the different effects and how they take place on this Earth, and the machines that operate on the level that they do, utilizing certain things. But what we're doing is we're working with things that we're applying our understandings to. So what we're saying is happening. It may be the cause of those effects might be something different, but the effects, however, can be measured and you can use them practically, right? So those equations are useful in a practical use form, and so you can work with them, but it's not necessarily stating that the superimposed idea that they're working off of is because of the understanding or the underlying physics of it is to be dealt with of a premise that the Earth is what people are claiming it is. So that's the part where it goes wrong. It can't be because the physics are working on a globe, because you have to prove globe first. So if you prove the globe, then the physics that you're saying would be in a way of like, I would say, in line with more or less what you're saying. But you can't. If you can't provide the evidence that the Earth is a globe in the first instance, then you can't just then assume that the physics are working like the way they are because of a globe. So the effect that you're trying to show you isn't like, you can't tell me what the assumed cause is unless you are able to prove it. You have to prove the cause of the effect. You can't just say that the effect is because of this particular thing, because the Earth is a globe. You have to prove globe first. Does that make sense?
I think I understand what you're saying, but like,
okay.
I just wanted to talk about the effects that we agree on, kind of.
It's like, I don't disagree with things like when it comes to like, the effects. I don't, because we can all observe these things. So what?
But all the things that we observe use a very predictable kind of pattern that we can write down using these equations.
We could use them as a working average, and they're useful. So like the rate of fall on different elements changes. They're variable. You might think that in a controlled way you can actually get a bowling ball and the feather to fall at the same rate. Different elements, however, fall at different rates, even in considered using it in a controlled environment such as a vacuum. And this already has been proven. Like, I don't have to go into too much of that, but I would say as an average, you can more or less hit around the same like fall rate. So the average fall rate would be consistent with the equation that has already been put out. So it's 9.8 meters per second squared, something like this.
Do you think that these like descriptive kind of laws that work on our level that describe these effects that we all see, do you think that they can imply things about things like the moon?
Predictability in the patterns, like the movement and let's say lunar eclipses and things like this, I'm sure. Like predictability, the moon works in a cyclical pattern, so definitely people have been noticing the sky for thousands of years, so why not be able to see if it's cyclical, and like they're able to detect when things are going to happen because of its predictability, because the things are already took place. And so just measuring times and seasons that the moon is in its like course, then you can come up with like a cyclical pattern of like, oh, I know that in every 5 years this will happen. I know that in every 3 years this will happen. I know that every 10 years this will, like, so the moon goes through its cycles and its patterns, and they're predictable because of their predictability. They've already happened. So they've been observed.
If the Earth was flat, would we have the same physics laws?
Yeah. So what I would say is this: we don't have a dichotomy of a globe and a flat Earth. What we have is just Earth, and so our observations of Earth are the same. We don't differ in that. So there's no distinct difference from what we're saying, except for the assumed causes of the effects. And so on the one hand, you'd have Globe Earth proposing that everything's happening due to the fact that the Earth's spinning in the vacuum of space. On the other hand, we're saying that we're seeing the same effects that you are, that there's no difference, right, in the effects. But what we're stating, the underlying causes of are unknown in our specific idea here.
Different theoretical kind of explanations for the same.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that's how you'd find the difference between them two. But like, there is a false dichotomy, which is that there's a globe Earth and a flat Earth kind of debate, and I don't think that's the case. I think that it's just Earth, and it's how we're interpreting the effects. And some people would say they want to give an assumed cause to that effect, and then because of such things, it's our best guess. Then it becomes a realm of like speculation and people coming up with ideas, and then all of a sudden the globe Earth is formed, and without any evidence, it's just a presumed cause of an effect of the physics.
I'm gonna take a slight pivot, maybe, but like psychologically, do you think this affects you day to day? Like, how does this change?
Oh, absolutely. It changes your perspective because of the fact that you think that the paradigm in which you are in at the moment, the cosmological paradigm, is that the Earth is said to reside in a vacuum of space, spinning in the vacuum in a heliocentric solar system. You are now in an ever-expanding cosmos. You're a part of a greater cosmological paradigm, which entails like other planets that you can travel to. possibly this one is being depleted of its resources, and you're going to have to leave this rock. There's impending doom from like asteroids that could strike the Earth, and there's just many different cosmological aspects as to why you might look at this place differently.
Something more down to earth, though. Something I'm thinking like, are you afraid to like eat in restaurants?
Well, it just depends what type of restaurant, man. Like, I wouldn't go to a place that's, I known as to have like certain like roaches or like, I wouldn't eat there. But like,
but why even trust that? Like, maybe all the food they're feeding us is poison, and all the institutions is all part of it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, so the overlying idea, or the impending overarching idea that wearing your tinfoil hat to everything is going to be like the way you're looking at the world. What I would say is that you can be inquisitive to a certain extent, and then there's a place where you understand where we operate as on the level of like just you and me. So you and me, like, okay, so if I have a business like in a restaurant, right? I have to follow certain rules and regulations to keep my business establishment open. And if I don't abide by these rules, it depends on what country you're in, right? But like in the U.S., you have to abide by certain rules of cleanliness and just different things, nutrition facts on the foods and just stuff that I'm putting out. But if I was to start slipping in poison or something, people would start getting sick. Investigations would start to become something done in my restaurant, and they would start finding out what's going on because there's people getting sick. There's certain things that aren't being done right. Standards are not being met. So the same type of like scrutiny that would be applied to that would be things that are happening that aren't consistent with like a healthy place to go, or not healthy, but just like somewhere you could eat without having the fear of like knowing they're giving you something bad. Let's say. Because there's standards.
Our whole conception of what is healthy is kind of determined by these same, what in your view I would consider like evil.
Well, then I use that. Yeah. So you have to excuse me. I used the word healthy in the wrong instance. I didn't mean healthy. I just meant like edible. Let's say. So what is edible? So and if I'm going to because like healthy is a whole nother rabbit hole. But like if we're just to say edible, right? Like. There's certain standards that like a establishment has to meet in order for it to qualify as something that would be operational for a business. And you can't just have you can't be serving slop or like you're gonna the state or the county would be like investigating you like, what are you doing? Like, no, you're not gonna have an establishment offering people this stuff that's hurting them.
If they were in on it, if they're all in on
no. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. This is the part of the distinction of what I'm saying. There's a place to have like the questions asked, and there's a place not to. The place not to is where there's impending regulations that are upon a certain place to keep them from like doing certain things, and then there's others that have like the goal to get you to believe or to think a certain way. So the restaurant isn't getting you to think or believe a certain way. However, the information you're gathering from whatever they're telling you about the cosmological paradigm is steering your mind into a specific way. And that hasn't been challenged at all.
It kind of makes me happy that you believe so much in government regulations.
Well, the thing about it is, like, they can give you some information about certain topics that you won't question. So, however, a restaurant is something you can look at. You can go and take the food and put it under a microscope, or you can show somebody, look, man, this thing has got like some poison in it or something. You could do something about that. However, the cosmological paradigm, you don't have the tools to do that. It's out of your it's kind of in a realm of unobtainium. So you can't obtain a rocket to go in a place. You can't go to space. You can't do some of the things that they're asking you to, like, well, we've been to space and we know, so here it is. And you're like, okay, I believe you. But on this other way, with the restaurant analogy, you can investigate as much as you want because it's somewhere tangible that's available to you. So in the realm of kind of curiosity and inquiring, you can actually investigate closer to the things that are around you that are tangible versus the places they're telling you and to believe, that the planets are made of this specific elements and gases and all kinds of stuff. And you're just, okay, you just believe them because obviously they're experts. And then when you I just say, like, we furthered the argument with these guys, like these cosmological experts, so to speak, that everybody hinges their worldview on. They've come into this chat and we've asked them, so how do you know that the sun is made of whatever? How do you know that the planets are made of? And I'll just ask them questions, and their responses are usually the same. Well, this is our best. I know, but so have they. This is our best guess. That's what they would say. And it's like,
I remember doing that in high school science classes. You can actually you can tell what something is made of by the light that it absorbs and what the light that it reflects.
I know, spectroscopy. Spectroscopy is used in this instance, but that is like still not sufficient if we're talking about something that they don't know the medium that it's in, and also the light that's emitted. They're just exclaiming that what if that's a different element than what because the idea of spectroscopy is used in a different. It's in a controlled situation here on Earth. So we have spectroscopy happening in a controlled environment here on Earth, and then we have what we would consider a different environment as to where those places or the idea of the planets are, where they would be in a different place. So you couldn't use the same controlled environment with the spectroscopy that you would as if you're looking through different mediums, and then seeing different colors, because then you're just inferring that they are what they are due to the fact that you're using things here on Earth. So
let's say something like the moon that you think is embedded in the firmament or whatever.
No one's ever said that. But yeah, that's a straw man. That's a straw man fallacy. That's a straw man fallacy to kind of input into as to like divining the people's thoughts in this room. I don't think that's the correct way to go about it, because I think you should ask before you start inferring what we think.
Ecological. Can I ask a question?
Please.
When you came here, is it your first time here?
No.
Okay. But when you came here, great. You was here more times?
Oh yeah.
Do you know that you're speaking with Miggy?
With what?
With Miggy. God.
Yeah, I see his name lighting up.
Yeah. Okay. Can you tell me, if you know the answer only, why Miggy think that Earth is flat?
I would guess because something like we cannot measure the curve of the Earth, and that water maintains level, something like that.
Oh, okay. And what do you say about that?
I think that. I disagree. I think that water can look level while not being level. And I think what the whole concept of level is level relative to what?
Yeah, it's not but here's the issue, though, ecological. It's not an agree to disagree position. You're going to have to provide some evidence as to why you disagree. And that's the issue. There isn't any evidence to the disagreeable point. It's just somebody saying, nuh-uh, and it's like, okay, I know that you said no, but now you're going to have to provide evidence to the case. So we don't see the Earth curving anywhere, and we don't measure it curving anywhere. And if you do measure it curving anywhere, then that's the claim of the globe Earth. Well, the Earth being its oblate spheroid anyway. So now we're going to have to bring the evidence forward.
What do you think are the three top arguments the globe side says for why the Earth is round?
Why it's curving, or why it's...
Why do people think it's curving? Other than the
ships going over the curvature of the Earth. That's one. I'm just one of them. I could name a few others. Satellites in space.
Yeah.
Pictures from NASA. Just on and on.
Live stream ISS show you every day the curvature.
But even if you believe it's flat and it's propaganda, there at least is some quote unquote scientific explanation for why they think it's round, right?
No, it isn't. No, they don't.
You don't think they have any scientific reason whatsoever?
No. Name one. Right now.
Well,
name one.
Let me just Google.
Go ahead. Yes. Scientific. Remember, scientific. So stick with scientific. What scientific reasonings do they have for the Earth being a globe? Please provide the evidence. Take your time.
No, I'm not saying that it's necessarily true. I'm just saying what are the reasons?
Oh, I know. I'm asking you to look into the question and also type it into Google and try to find out what the answer is. And then once you do, post it in live stream voice text so that everybody can see. Wait, let me give you. I don't think you can do that yet. Just give me a second. I'll give you the role. Hey, I'm like I am never afraid of like facing this question head on because I know I'm correct. And I know that sounds a bit
have something off the top of your head for why they think it's round. You really think they have to give you an answer?
I just mentioned it. They think bolts are going over the curve.
Like if you're to ask like the top quote unquote scientists, they're going to give you more of a reason than that. Even if
no, they won't. No, they won't. No, they won't. No, they won't. They're telling you bolts are going over the curve. Ecological.
The problem is because
do you know this? Wait 1 second, Sasha. Do you know this, or are you? Because you're referring to people who are science communicators saying that they would have a good answer. No, they don't. They tell you bolts are going over the curve. The science communicator
answer, but they would have a answer.
The answer is the bolts are going over the curve. That's why the Earth is curved. Do you know that? That's what they're saying. If you don't, I can play a clip. It's just that easy. I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
I don't know what that have said that, but I'm sure there are also some that go into greater explanation.
No, they don't. Ecological. That's what. Here's the confusion. You guys think that somebody's out there saying some really deep things about the Earth? No, sir. They're not saying anything deep. That's the most important part of this whole thing. You know what's startling to those who actually think that there's something important that they're saying, and it's complicated. They don't say anything to that effect. Ecological. And you know what? And you're gonna be really like your hair is gonna be blown back, bro, because you're gonna be like, really? This is the whole thing that they're rebutting the idea. Like, and this is what I've been believing is that these guys have an answer and their answer is bullshit. Like, wow. Like to you, you're gonna be just completely taken back by it once you hear them say it. But I'm telling you this because we've been in this like discussion for years. We've heard their explanations. They don't have anything much more than what I just told you. And they do little boat demonstrations and over a curved surface, and it's ridiculous and it's redundant and it's a shame, to be honest with you. Like they don't have anything better. I'm being serious. Like you can look it up. Like that's all I gotta say.
Scientists saying that horizon should be on 1.2 miles with 1 foot observer height. And that's scientists saying.
But they're not saying anything more than the boat's going over the curve. Like that's the gist. And you don't know that. You're thinking like there's these scientists. They got big brains. You know, they've got stuff. They got complicated answers I wouldn't even comprehend. No, they don't.
And
it's redundant and it's simple and it'll take you by surprise if you didn't know this. But yeah, go ahead.
Do you know why boat doesn't go over the curvature? Because we are in 2022, we are not in 150 to 73.
Suck my dick.
PT Dodo 38. You're on mute. PT Dodo, why would you be so upset about this? Like this actually hurts you in some way to hear that your Earth is not being what you told it is? If you don't have anything until I'm just looking at like the people that come into this room, it's like you're a critically thinking person. Why would you say something so ridiculous? Would you have your own way of just like, you can talk about it if you want.
Who are you referring to?
PT Dodo 38. He's another character that's in this room here with us. And why are you so triggered, man?
Because water doesn't want to curve.
Yeah, is that what he got him triggered? He just got to come in here and blurt some obscenities?
Yeah, because when you go to the beach, Miggy, you know, and now you want to measure that curve, you know, and water it's level, you know, and then that piss you off, and then you, what the fuck, motherfucker, you fucking motherfucking water, why you don't want to curve? And then you come here, and then you're angry, you know.
We got no time for that, man. Like seriously, go take your stuff to a Minecraft surfer.
I posted there's a whole field of geodesy, right?
Yeah.
There's a whole field of studying the shape and measurements of the Earth.
I know that ecological, but what have we? Like, we have got no closer to the fact that they're not telling you, or they're saying something redundant. You think that there's some complicated answer, sir? There isn't. It doesn't matter how fancy you want to dress this thing up, ecological. It's going to come right back to where their explanation for their top answers are because boats are disappearing over the curvature. I'm telling you this. Like, you think that there's some guy
on this article? There's no mention of boat. There's no boats here.
All right. Go ahead. Talk to me. Speak to me. Tell me why you think that they think the Earth is curving. Go ahead.
My only point was that they're saying more than just boats.
All right. Go ahead and tell me then. Where are they saying that there's more than that?
Well, I posted it in the
There are shadows.
Okay, well, where?
Shadows, Miggy. Shadows.
Geodesy, the science of measuring and representing in temporarily varying 3D geometry, gravity, and spatial orientation of the Earth and other astronomical bodies, such as planets or circumplanetary systems, when it's called planetary geodesy. So we're talking about
compared
things.
to what? Compared to
we're
what?
talking about things
there
that
has
they're
to be
making
a comparison that it's based on.
Talking about things that they're making observations in the night sky about, right? So are they looking at the Earth? The Earth.
The Earth. Exactly, Miggy. Exactly.
I'm sorry.
Earth. Yes, the Earth.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Okay, so you refer to geodesy.
I'm referring to this article.
No, I know that.
The only place that anyone can make an observation from is Earth.
What is that talking about due to the fact that what I was telling you, that they're telling you about the Earth that you're standing on, and you asked me, what are the top things that they talk about? And I said, the boat's going over the curve. That's their explanation as to how the Earth's curving.
That's not in this article, anything about boats.
I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, what article, the article that you brought up, what does it have to deal with the Earth's curving?
Because it's all about the shape of the Earth, the article.
No, it's not.
What?
It's the opposite.
They're looking at bodies that are listen, such as planets, right? There's an assumption here. Planets, circumplanetary systems, when it's called planetary geodesy. Geodynamical phenomena, including crustal motion, tides, and polar motion, can be studied. So,
well, yeah, I see that you're still looking at the link and then I opened it, but if you actually open it, there's a bunch of, different
let's open it. Let's open it.
None of them has to do with boats.
There's a bunch of shit in there that has nothing to do with Earth at all.
Because it's all about
it's all. Where do you want to go? History definition. Where do you want to go? History definition, geoid and reference ellipsoid. Where do you want to go?
Well, the only point I'm trying to make is I was expecting answers like this, not just boats.
Okay, then. Like, let's see what they have to say. And
I haven't read it either yet, but.
Oh, so you're telling me that you don't know what they're saying, but they're saying something interesting other than boats. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, that was my whole point. My whole point was they say more than boats most of the time.
Okay, so let's see what they say concerning the curvature of the Earth. So take me somewhere. Take me somewhere.
I mean, I'm going to read it just like you can. I mean, I have nothing to tell.
Oh, then that means you don't know. That means you don't know ecological. So you just assumed. By shooting an article that somebody's going to have an explanation of the Earth having curvature, and you don't know. You don't know what this article said. You don't know what this article said.
I'm not even arguing about whether or not they're right yet.
I'm not arguing either. I'm pointing out to you the fact that you don't know, and you're pointing to an article that you think supports the idea that it's going to support the Earth's curvature. But you don't know that because you just click the link and you're like, well, I don't know.
Hear me out, man. I'm not saying
I am hearing you out.
Well, no,
but you're incorrect. Yeah, because you're incorrect. You're incorrect ecological.
Well, then there's no harm in just hearing what I have to say.
Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and say it? He's asking you to go ahead and say it.
You're giving us a load of crap. You're giving us a load of crap because you think that this answered the question of just like the top answer for people telling you why the Earth is curving. So you shot a link here thinking, oh, I'm going to just give him this link, and that should suffice as the answer. And I'm telling you, it does not suffice as the answer. Where in this article does it tell us that the Earth is curving? And then your answer was, I just clicked the link myself. I don't know. So you don't know ecological. You're just pointing to something you think you know. So you're randomly just throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks. That's what you're doing. Yeah, that's what you're doing.
You shouldn't feel so threatened to hear me out.
I'm not threatened. You just don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're saying.
And Miggy, to be honest, I heard you ask him to tell us why he thinks the Earth is a globe, and he still refuses to answer the question.
Because I'm trying to ask a very narrow question,
and then he accused you of blackballing him or whatever. Why don't you just go ahead and answer it? Come on, tell us why we should think the Earth is a globe.
With this link.
So originally I asked you if you could give good arguments from the other side why they think it's a globe. You said the only answers they have are things like ships and boats. My only point was that's not the only answer they give.
We're past that. Go ahead.
Then what is the answer then? Because you're taking us to an article. All right, you've taken us to this article. Now, where in this article does it tell us that the Earth is curving at a set rate that it's supposed to be? Go ahead, take us to a place. Because you said you didn't know. You said you didn't know. So now, do you know? Did you read over this article? Do you now know?
No, let's both read it.
Oh, so you don't know. So we're back to square one. You don't know about this article.
You're right. I don't know this article.
Okay, then.
Curvature exactly.
And why did you bring it up?
Because I brought it up because it proves that they claim more than just.
No,
boats.
You don't know what it proves, sir. You don't listen. Stop. You don't know what it proves, ecological. You said you just clicked on this link because you think it proves something about the Earth's curvature, and you don't know anything about this article. So I'm exposing your ignorance to the fact that you think you know what's going on, and you absolutely do not.
I'm not claiming the article proves anything. I'm just saying it doesn't.
Yes, you are.
Why you are then pointing out the article?
Because
what do you understand?
Why are you pointing out then the article if you don't want to prove anything with the article?
Exactly, Sasha. Why are you bringing it up? As your side of whatever evidence. I mean, I wouldn't say proof, but on your side, I mean, you might say, "Hey, well, I posted this article, and here's why I think this is plausible."
But you don't have any information on it. You're throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. That's all you're doing, ecological.
The only thing the article does, as far as I know, is disprove the claim that boats are the only answer.
I bet you a dime to a dollar that I can read the article and make it more sensible than this idiot.
How and where? Stop. How and where? How and where? Show me in the article where.
No, he cannot answer. He cannot answer.
No, he needs to answer. Hang on. I'm gonna press him because now he said that he didn't. Then he needs to tell me, Sasha. He needs to tell me that. Now you, go ahead, ecological. You need to tell me. I'm gonna press you now because you're saying that this somehow proves it. So how? Where?
Because if I do Control F and type in boat, nothing comes up.
No. How does this provide evidence for the Earth's curvature? How? Where?
I never claimed it did. I just claimed it's giving more arguments than just both.
Where? Where, sir? Where? Well,
I'd have to have time to read it.
Oh, so you haven't seen it then? So therefore you don't. So therefore you don't know. You're throwing shit at a wall and see what sticks. So please,
Well, it don't stick here, does it?
Yeah. You guys don't jump in for this ecological mystic person. He doesn't know that he doesn't know right now. But that's what we're exposing right now. We're exposing the fact that you don't know.
What's the name of the guy?
Ecological mystic is the name of the person that's in here right now asking us these questions.
Did I lie now? Did I lie now?
What's the name of the guy that said because it has to be? That made the globe thing?
I don't know, but ecological mystic is pointing us to this geodesy garbage that he has no idea or understanding of. So we're trying to get to why he brought that up.
Yeah,
So we want to know his
an article, and I want to hear what he knows about it.
There you go. What do you know about it, ecological? Because you're saying it says some things, and when we ask you, what does it say? I don't know.
I'm only claiming it doesn't mention boats. That was my only claim.
So what? It doesn't mention boats. What's that got to do with all the tea in China? What's that got to do with all the
happens
tea
when
in
I
China?
post an article? When I post an article, or if I'm trying to make a point, I'm familiar with the article that I post, and then I'll read it out and give a description of why this is true and this is not true, or whatever, against the article. But you just posted something randomly that, geodesy, and you just posted a Wikipedia article, and I've already read through halfway through it, and you haven't mentioned anything about it so far.
Yep. So far.
What I was trying to do is I was trying to disprove his claim that the only arguments they give is that the ships go over the
About what? About what, ecological?
What do you mean about what?
You're saying that it's your only argument was that it disproves that they're not talking about boats going over the curve. What are they talking about, ecological? Do you know?
That's moving the goalpost slightly because you're the
moving the goalpost. How the hell is it moving the goalpost? You're telling me that this article disproves the fact that the top argument was that the Earth or the boats are going over the curve of the Earth. And I told you that's the top argument. That's what they all say. The science communicators are telling us this. And you're saying, no, it's not. It's not the only thing. And you brought up this article about geodesy. Do I have to remind you about what you said? Like, you can't really have that smart of a short attention span.
A simple question. If the top argument has to do with boats, and then I give you the argument,
and you brought up this article. You brought up this article saying that disproves that. And I'm asking you how.
I'll tell you. So
I'm
if
not
the top argument,
this guy that posted that article hasn't even read it.
No, he hasn't. He has not read it. And yet he's posting it.
I summarized it for him in live stream voice text.
Yeah,
he's taking measurements in the real world.
It's taking me like 1 minute to go through the different paragraphs in the article, and
you guys are acting like I said that this.
You understand it? This guy doesn't know shit about anything. He
doesn't know anything. He doesn't.
You guys are acting like I said. Here's an article that proves the Earth is round. I never said that. I only said
that's not what we're saying. We're just saying that you posted something you're ignorant about and saying that, all right, just look at this geodesy article.
Yeah, it has something in there to deal with, like the fact that they're not saying that boats are going over the curve. And I'm telling you, what does that have to do? Fine, it could talk about ducks flying in the air. Who gives a shit? What does it talk about? The top argument. The top arguments for the Earth having curvature is that boats are disappearing bottom up from the curvature of the Earth. And so when you're saying this is something else, and what does it say? I don't know. I just clicked a link and there it is. Like so, it could be a link to any damn thing that you have
that was
no
a
knowledge
really big help. That was a really big help. Thank you so much.
You guys made it a pretty extreme claim that they don't give any other reasons whatsoever.
Then what is the reason then? I'm asking you specifically, what is the reason with this argument, with this article?
Satellite measurement. I mean, they talk about satellites in this.
How did you know that? You didn't know that until you clicked it, right?
Well, that's not even in the article.
You're learning it? Okay, so what are you learning then? Tell me what you've learned.
You should have read it before you.
From the 1 minute, and not only the 1 minute, but like the moment that you clicked on it, all of a sudden your brain lit up with all this new information that you didn't know.
No, it didn't.
You didn't know anything about the article until you clicked on it, man.
That's how it works. I'd never seen the article.
That's how it works. What works, Philippe?
Do you think ducks are flying over a ball or a plane? Just, which one do you think ducks are flying over?
Thanks for that, Bob.
Sure.
Getting to geodesy in the article that you're bringing forward, Ecological Mystic, is that you're misunderstanding the point here. The top argument isn't this idea of geodesy.
Why
not? Because I'm telling you, sir, that's not been used in the. Nobody's bringing up. Well, look, guys, it's geodesy. Nobody's ever come in here saying that that's supportive top argument for the globe being what it is. They use both going over the curve. You asked me what the top argument was. I gave it to you, and now you're coming back with geodesy as in you thought you knew what you were saying, but then it turns around and finds out that you don't even know what the article's about until you. Well, I'm just reading it now, man.
I'm not asking what are the people that come in here most argue. I'm asking what are the top scientists, quote unquote, in the world think.
In the world, dude, you have.
Wait. Hold on. It's just like just like I was saying, if I post an article, I can read, paragraphs or whatever, and say, "Here's what." I don't think you know anything about this.
There's no knowledge, dude, whatsoever.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says you're not going to see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
And to be honest, ecological mystic, you should be embarrassed that you posted the article, and you even.
I'm embarrassed for him.
In all this time, like 5 minutes since you posted the article, or 10 minutes or whatever, you haven't even looked at it. I've looked at it several times. I've been reading the whole fucking thing the whole time,
I'm also arguing with you and talking with you at the same time.
Okay. How do you feel bad?
So what does this have to do with the curvature of the Earth? Anything here? Go ahead and point out to anything in the article then, since you read it. Go ahead. Where's the point out to?
I haven't read it yet.
Oh shit! No, here we go again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we called you out. Yeah, it's just like, what? Why should we even bother with you if you're going to post some shit that you don't even know anything about?
Bro.
Way out of pocket. You're like, somebody out there has the answer. Here it is. It's in the wiki. Okay, where does it say that it has the curvature of the Earth been measured? I don't know. I haven't read it. Well, shit, dude. Why are you bringing it up? That's so retarded.
Because I thought it disproved your claim.
Who told you? Who told you that?
There it is. I thought it would disprove it. That's what the man just said. Somebody write that down. Somebody put it. I thought it would disprove, but guess what? It doesn't.
Even if he did think it was, disproved, I've spent 5 minutes looking at the article, and guess who hasn't? This motherfucker.
I don't give a shit, Smurf. I don't. It's dishonesty, bro. I don't give a shit what anybody. Smurf is like, I respect his direct and honesty. He hasn't been direct and honest. What the hell's the matter with him?
He hasn't even read the article he posted, so,
Don't give me that horse shit coming in here. I'm gonna land base anybody advocating for this gentleman right now. Don't be coming in here advocating for this idiot. Don't do that. It's apropos. It's apropos for the conversation because you're trying to come into a room full of critical thinkers and then show us some shit and then make some shit up and then just it says this and that and we're like, dude, what did it say? I don't know. I haven't read it.
But I'm also
it's apropos for the conversation
and with politeness.
And
those
like what you did.
Come in here, so it'd be polite. You're going to post some bullshit that you haven't even read, and then you're going to ask us to be polite.
Okay, Helio.
It's not polite, man. What you did, like if you didn't read it, right? You can't be really arguing with us. You got to at least read it. What you did, that's impolite. That's not.
Okay, I will accept that criticism if you can tell me what I was trying to disprove with the article. What do you think I was trying to disprove?
What do you mean what you're trying to disprove? You asked what the top arguments were for the Earth having curvature, and I said boats going over the curve. And then you retorted with, no, that's not the only thing. And I said, what else is there? And then you posted, you want me to reiterate? I will. And I will point out to you your mistakes as to why I'm upset right now. Because you said, let me bring, don't interrupt, guys. Let me finish. I know you guys want to come in here, but I'm trying to point out why Ecological Mystic was being a jerk by doing this. And everybody's like, well, he's being honest and clean. No, he's not. Okay, so when I asked him for the information, what he did was he presented this link to Wikipedia about geodesy. And then I asked him, have you read it? What does it say in there that it disproves that the fact that the top argument was that the boats were going over the curve? Well, it says so right here. Where? I don't know. I haven't read it. Oh, no shit. So now you're just throwing shit at a wall, seeing what sticks. No, I'm not doing that. Okay, then what does the article say? I don't know. Do you understand what's happening here, guys? This is the kind of stuff that they all do, and then we're just supposed to sit here and say, well, you can say whatever you want in this chat. No, you cannot. If you have information that supports your case.
Part, Maggie, it's not even a really long article to read. It's very simple to understand if you look over it.
You guys, I apologize if I offended you in any way.
No, it's not. Don't apologize for offending us. Read your fucking article that you posted. Read it.
Okay. But my only point was I was only trying to disprove the claim.
And you didn't. And you didn't because you
don't know what claim I was talking about yet because I haven't finished my sentence.
But you didn't though because you said I don't know anything about the article, which means the thing that you posted was just air. You're just throwing some shit in there. Oh, does this do it for you?
I didn't know one thing about the article. I knew that it didn't contain the word boat because I searched for the word boat.
Oh my god! Is that the only thing you look for?
It takes like 3 minutes. Are you slow reader? Are you like dyslexic? Which I can get if you're dyslexic. You can't.
It's hard to read as I'm engaged and listening to you guys.
Not hard to read, bro. It's really. I've just been like sitting here listening to you talk and reading the article while I'm listening.
The problem is I don't know why people come up with answers like these. Here's the answer. Where's the answer? I don't know. That's what you did, in essence. What you done in this conversation was that you inserted something as an answer, and then I asked you about it, and you're like, well, I have no idea. I haven't read it. Well, how do you know it's the answer then?
Because I thought you and me were coming together to figure out what are the top arguments globe heads give.
You gave this as one of your arguments again. Well, this doesn't say boat. Who gives a shit about what it says about a boat or not? The top argument was that the Earth was being told to us that it was curved because of a boat going over the curvature. That's the top argument.
What criteria or method are you using to come to that? That's the number one argument.
Because everyone everywhere is saying, even your supposed experts, the ones that you're, the experts are everywhere.
Mention it in this article.
Everyone everywhere.
Yeah. What is this article saying that you didn't know it said 5 minutes ago when we first started down the path? You didn't know that it said that. And you're already saying that they're not saying anything to do. The top argument for the Earth having curvature has nothing to do with boats. And now we're like, well, what does it say? I don't know. Do you understand how idiotic that is?
Well, because when you say, well, what does it say? That is actually slightly moving the goalpost.
You don't even know what it said, though. That's not moving the goalpost. It's obvious to everyone here that you didn't know. You admittedly said, I don't know what it says. You admittedly said that.
Because all I needed to know was that it didn't include the word boat.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you're a strange one, man.
Here's a weird dude.
Everyone only uses the word boat to come to the...
I'm asking myself, Miggy, when I was in the school, when I was really, really young, 35 years ago, I was not studying nothing about geodesy and nothing after that. Always was the ships going over the horizon. Always. And not in England, not the USA. It was in fucking Croatia.
Smooth brain. Trust me, you're anything but.
That means that we learn. That means that we learn only that information. The ships and boats going from the Columbus and then afterwards, all the time it's going over the horizon, and you cannot see the Titanic. The Titanic stuff. How you call that? That they had that big smoke towers. You could not see because of the curvature, and then you see first it's coming behind the curvature.
What pisses me off to no end is when people come in here and say this, they have evidence and they have proof, and they've never seen an article. They just type something in and then presume to have like knowledge on it. And when I ask them and they don't have knowledge, you're gonna irritate me to no end.
That's understandable.
So don't do that. Don't post some shit in here that you have no knowledge on and then presume to say, well, this is the answer to your question when you have no freaking clue as to what the article is saying at all.
I understand that frustration, but the only thing I claimed about the article to have knowledge of is that it didn't claim have the word boat in it. I didn't say I knew what the article said.
God, bro.
Yeah, we heard you say that fucking 10 times.
Oh my God, I don't know.
If that's the case that you heard me, then why do you...
Yeah, have you read the article yet? Why don't you fucking shut up and read the article?
Oh, shit.
There is no boat word in the article.
So what? Like, that wasn't even the...
No, I was just going over the second verse or reverse of geodetic problem. They were talking about how the angles, when it comes to the right angle triangle versus, what. I'm reading the article, and this guy hasn't even taken the time to actually do it.
Yep. He has no knowledge, and the reason why I kept going at it is because I didn't want him to read it because he doesn't know what it says in there. I wanted to keep saying it.
Reading it will take some time, and I'm fine if we all want to do that, but I can't.
I know, but you already thought it was a retort to what I was asking.
Well, the only thing I thought it was a retort for was that the only argument Glowhead gives.
Because somebody else told you, that's why.
Well, no, because I searched for it in the article and it wasn't there.
Oh, the boat's going over the horizon.
Yeah. He said that's the only argument they give. Scientists everywhere in the world, the only argument they give is boats in the horizon.
Well, you haven't been listening.
I didn't say only argument. That wasn't the case. Yeah, you said top. You said top. You said top. You said top. You said top argument.
Yeah, top argument. You said.
I asked you. Isn't there more?
Argument.
You said no. That's the only one. That's the only one.
No, you didn't say. You didn't say like that. Ecological only one. You said the top one.
You're moving the goalposts. That's moving the goalposts. What you done?
You're right. I did.
Who is this guy? His voice sounds familiar.
I did ask what are the top ones, but then I asked if there's any more besides the.
No, you did. Don't lie now. You
don't become a liar in my live stream, man. You're not only a liar, but you're becoming somebody who's a sophist. Like, you're saying that you know some information.
Hello, anybody gonna talk? We're done. All right.
I'm listening if that counts.
Listen to silence is hard to know. And it's a paradox.
Yeah, but I've got a really good imagination, and the voices in my head talk to me.
There you go. Is it possible to listen to silence? That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm still working on my computer here.
Well, I can report after nearly 8 years looking into this subject, the globe does not exist. Put it in one sentence. Just giving somebody a chance to talk. I'm not going to go on any rants or anything. Anybody that's listening to this probably knows exactly how I feel about this. So,
I know the globe exists. I saw it in my schoolroom. My school class.
I'm yet
I
to
got to
see.
spin it around. I got to spin it around and point at all the different colored countries and states.
Yeah, it's fun to
Must
play
be real.
with. It's gotta be. Problem is, still have not validated any direct measurements of Earth's curvature. So, without the curvature, you can't have a ball. It's ridiculous. Not to mention setting this ball in several different motions and vectors and zipping around through nothing. That would be kind of absurd. Somebody else wants to chime in, I'll probably be roboting here soon. So, thanks for chiming in there, Grant. How's things in Cali? Give us a full report from California. Or don't.
Well, looking out the window, we got a little bit of blue shining through all of the plane trails. It's kind of chilly this morning, so I think that's a result of the global warming. I'm looking forward to going to a meet that's coming up in Southern California. A guy by the name of Renee is hosting. It's the what is it? The Equinox. It's an Equinox meet coming up in March. I'm going to be there. I'm bringing a family friend there.
I remember
that be there.
Guy. I remember Renee. I don't know him personally, but I've seen him on some hangouts. And what stands out is he's the guy that confronted the director of Behind the Curve.
Oh, you're roboting now.
Shit.
You're roboting now.
Mr. Roboto Chick.
Robot's dead now, and I'm trying to log into Discord on my laptop. It's up and running, so I'm going to switch over from my phone to my computer.
All right, I was just saying, I know of that guy Renee because he's the guy that. Remember that guy Renee, like in 2017 or somewhere in there, whenever Behind the Curve came out. He was at one of the premieres for it, and he confronted the director about Behind the Curve. It was pretty funny. Did you know that story?
He's trying to talk to everybody.
Now you're roboting for me. What the fuck?
Well, let me switch over to my computer. You're roboting, and I'm logged in 2 places, so let me get out of here.
Mr. Roboto Chick. Let's shut out the panel while I'm here alone. See if anybody talks. Adam Unsalted. Flat Earth Batman. Flat Earth Dudes on deck. Flatman Canada. Mike Power Swan. systems on depth. Warrior from Kentucky, if I remember right. I can't say. I think it's a missed you. Evidently, nobody wants to talk. So Grant, I hear Grant doing something.
Oh, look out.
Sounds like more. I don't know more.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Check that out here, I think.
I hear you. You hear me?
Okay, Dave, you still there?
Lost. This is lost one. Are you lost two?
Okay, well, I can hear you on my speakers, but not on my headset here. So let's try that.
Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
All right, I can hear you on the headset, and you're now talking off my regular microphone. So maybe I might even sound a little bit better. Maybe not.
Okay, you sound fine now.
All right, cool.
All I was saying is that guy Renee is the guy that confronted the director for Behind the Curve. Do you know that story?
No, I don't. What's the story?
I wish I had time to find the video. Back in like whenever that movie came out, was it 2017, 2018, somewhere in there? You know the movie I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I've seen Behind the Curve, Level, The Next Level.
Okay, wait, there was a premiere somewhere there in LA, and Renee went up and actually confronted, not physically confronted him, but was asking some tough questions of the director of that movie on a live stream. And I don't know if somebody saved it. It's probably been deleted, but I'll see if I can find it later. I have to get to work now. But anyway, he did a good job of standing up for the truth doing that. Because we all know what that director did with that movie. Right?
No, that's the one Mark Sargent was in it. He showed they went to a convention or something like that.
Right. I mean, I think it's basically a hit piece to, I don't want to go into all the details of it. And I'm not passing any judgments on anybody that was in the movie. It's just the fact of the way he represented flat earthers in the movie.
Oh, okay.
He acted, he left it hanging like Bob proved the rotation, that Jaron proved the curve, which is ridiculous. Because Jaron was doing a 4-mile laser experiment that there was a bunch of Globers there with him. They all walked away from it saying they didn't prove anything. So how did that prove anything? It didn't. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to have to watch that movie Behind the Curve again. I downloaded it a while back and saw it, but I've seen so much stuff over the years. It's it's all getting lost. Not lost, but just jumbled up together.
It's basically a complete hit piece. But, if you want to catch up on it, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I was just complimenting that Renee guy for going up there and standing up for us.
Well, I'll tell you, I've been in contact with Mark Sargent via email for a while. Mark Sargent is the one that I first saw the Flat Earth clues, and that's what really kind of opened my eyes up. So Mark Sargent's kind of got like my entry point there. And then back in June, Mark Sargent posted about a Flat Earth meetup in Huntington Beach, and he let me know about it. And I went, and that was Renee's meet, and that's where I took my P1000. It was newly acquired, and I watched ships that I couldn't see on the other side of the curve, and I could see them. And that's where I first proved to myself, okay, this is it. So Mark Sargent was one of my firsts. Renee holding that meet where I have my P1000 was a first. And next month, Mark Sargent's going to be at Renee's house when we have this meet. So, I don't idolize people. I don't look at them as a hero. But I do look at it as somebody who helped to open up my eyes. So I'm very grateful for both of those people.
That's all good. Anyone, no matter what anybody's motivations for doing this is, if they're helping move truth forward, they're on my team, I'll just say it that way. Anybody that's trying to sincerely, intellectually, honestly help us what we're trying to do here, and it's all good. So, like I said, I wasn't putting anybody down. I was just pointing out that I knew I was giving respect to that Renee guy for doing that.
Yeah, Renee's a pretty cool guy. I like him a lot. Does he ever come in here on the Discord? Or?
I don't think I've heard him in here. I don't know if he's got Discord or not. He might be under another name. I have no idea.
I don't know, but he's got a pretty badass Tesla coil at his house. He was given a demonstration of that when we were over there a few months ago. And I've just recently been becoming informed about the different benefits of the Tesla coil at different frequencies. And my eyes have been opened up to so much. I mean, FE opened up a door to like a whole new world. It's, I was in this little closet and they said, "Oh yeah, this is your whole world." And then all of a sudden, when I found out I could open the door to the closet and go out into the main room and then go out of the main room out to the outside, and it's just like there's so much more and more I'm learning all the time. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's well said. I pretty much echo that. Once you find out, most of us thought that a lot of the answers had already been answered. And once you find out they really haven't been, a lot of them, especially the crucial ones, like, that we actually live on a ball, which is ridiculous. But once you find out that it's wide open now, these things aren't figured out. You start trying to actually figure out what's going on in reality. Is kind of cool. And it does open your eyes, yeah.
Well, I remember back in elementary school, when I first heard about the Earth being a globe, and they said that it was spinning around, and I asked about how come we can't feel the wind, and I said, well, how come the water doesn't fall off the bottom of the globe, and that's gravity, and, all this stuff I took for granted, and I never questioned anything because I was just a kid, and I trusted the teacher.
You're hitting on the key point. That's why that was presented to us when you're too young to actually critically think about what they're saying. And you just figure, well, the teacher wouldn't be telling me this if it wasn't true, so you just accept it as truth, right?
Yep. So now it's, I don't believe anything anybody tells me. Just because somebody says something here on this channel doesn't mean I'm going to believe it. That means I'm going to look into it and prove it for myself.
Exactly. That's the way to do it, man. It could be what this whole thing's about, whatever this life is. It's about being on your own journey and figuring shit out for yourself,
Yep. And I think the reason that I was put here, and I can't prove this, so I only believe, I can only think, but I think I was here to love, to learn to love, to experience love. And that's a hard thing to do in this world.
Exactly. It's a good way to put it. It's all about having the ability to elevate yourself and be on a higher vibration or whatever, however you want to term it. Trying to raise others up instead of putting people down and fighting with each other and arguing about stuff. It's all a waste of time. I know I'm being way too general. I'm probably going to robot soon if somebody else wants to hop in here.
What makes you robot? Just running out of juice, or?
I guess my satellites here in Kentucky, once I start driving around, I hit different dead spots and I start roboting for some reason.
Oh, well, you better find another balloon to communicate with there.
Kentucky's a poor state. We don't have the best balloon satellites or whatever. It's funny.
You know what?
I stay in like a 20-mile radius, and there's like at least 3 cell towers in that 20-mile radius. So I guess it's because of the different terrain that, it's kind of hilly and mountainy here in Kentucky. Go up and down the inclines, and you lose signal. But
so you're driving right now?
No, I'm getting ready to.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, because that Bluetooth, if you're talking on a Bluetooth, sounds pretty good. That's your nice mic again, right?
All I'm using is a mic that came on my Samsung phone.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes it sucks. Sometimes they say it sounds good.
Well, I think it's the voice driving the mic. Don't make your head swell too big now.
Oh, I don't. I'm dead every day, but I don't never get a big head swell. I don't claim to be an expert on anything except that the globe is bullshit. I'm pretty much an expert on that. I've been investigating that for 8 years. So.
Well, I'm not an expert on anything, not even myself, but I do know that I'm constantly learning, and I don't think I can ever learn everything, so I can't claim to be an expert, but I am an enthusiast who's searching for truth.
We are willing to learn, man. Even at 60 years old myself.
Oh, you're young. I'm 65. Hey, question.
We're the tail end late boomers is what they call us. You know, we're kind of close to now.
So, unless it's a top secret, Miggy sounds really young by his voice, but with the information he's coming out, he sounds quite old and experienced. Can we say what the age range is for Mickey or Miggy?
I think I've heard him say on here that he's in his 40s. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's in his 40s. I could be mistaken.
So something really astonished me yesterday. We have a nephew, and he's probably right about 25 or something like that. And my wife was talking to him one day when I wasn't around, and she told him that I was into flat Earth. And so he didn't really say a whole bunch about it. But then he sent her a video. And I forget the name. It's on my other computer out front right now. My wife's on that one. And it was talking about, and I've heard this in some songs that I've downloaded before, but it says something to the effect, he's talking about reality. And if somebody believes that the Earth is flat, then to them the Earth is flat. And, I can find out another conversation that we have. I'll go ahead and look that up. I can't look it up right this second, but it was really interesting that here's a 25-year-old kid, to me 25 is a kid, and he's thinking about this stuff. And it's like, wow, I never had any idea, And from what I hear, TikTok is really starting to get bombarded with youngsters that are talking about flat Earth. And again, when I talk youngsters, I'm 65, so anybody that's 30 or less is a youngster to me.
Yeah, it's spreading, and the younger generations are definitely at least starting to think, even though it sounded like that guy was talking about subjective reality, but at least he's thinking about the subject, I guess. Yeah. At some point, you have to arrive that you share an objective reality with your fellow humans. And if you can't admit that, then what are you really going to figure out? Are you really going to know anything? Because if everybody can have their own reality, then what are we doing here?
That's, that whole subject too, as far as simulation theory and stuff, that's something I have a hard time grasping onto.
Well, it's just nothing empirical to, sink your teeth into and say, yeah, this is what it is.
Well, I'm still researching. I haven't shut anything out. I haven't shut out the fact that the Earth is a globe. If somebody wants to tell me here, I can prove that it's a globe, I'm not going to shut it out and say, no, you can't. I'll listen to them. It doesn't mean I'm going to believe them, but I'll listen to what they have to say.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I don't think anybody's going to come up with the verification of curvature, but to help anybody along on their journey, I'll listen to what they're saying, as long as they're being respectful. As long as they're not coming at me like you stupid flat earth.
So where's everybody at Sunday morning? Are they all at church? Are they all sleeping in? I see a few people logged in here.
I don't know. I did a roll call. Nobody piped up. So.
Okay, who's this Flat Earth Professor? Flat Earth Professor Dude. That's Dude, I think, isn't it? He's got his earphones shut off.
That's your buddy in California. You've met him in person too, haven't you?
I have, twice.
Yeah.
I'm going to meet him again for a third time here in about a month.
He's one of the original OGs. He caught the balloon going across the moon. You know that video, right?
Yeah. He's the one that actually invited me here. He's the one that said, I really need to come check this out. He wrote it down on a piece of paper. And, I was a Discord member during the 2020 pandemic when I was getting paid to stay home. And there's this guy by the name of Davidas. He's a guitar player out in Florida. He's really popular. He doesn't just play guitar. He plays. He'll go ahead. He's like a one-man band. He has a little looping system set up, so he can play something on a keyboard and then play something on a guitar and put in a drum beat, and then he gets this whole song going, and that's his whole gig. He just moved out here to California a month or two ago, but that's what got me on Discord originally. And I chatted on a couple people, but I didn't know you could actually physically talk to somebody on this until I got onto the Flat Earth Discord, and I started looking and found out, there's people actually talking and speaking. I used to be into CB radio and ham radio, so I'm used to talking to people more than typing. I'm a very fast typer. I'm very proficient. I can use an index finger on each hand to type.
I wonder how many people in the audience just heard you say CB radio and said, "What the fuck is CB radio?"
Breaker, good buddy, 10-4, Roger D.
What was that one song? Yeah, Pigpen, this here's Rubber Duck. You want to back off with them hogs? Remember that song?
Yeah, something like that. Convoy.
We got a great big convoy rocking through the night.
I started off 1968 with a CB radio when they were all crystal controlled, and did a modification on my radio. There used to be on the channel selector, there used to be a blank spot between channel 22 and 23 on the rotary dial, and you could put a little jumper in there, and you get what was called channel 22A, and it was an additional frequency in between the two, and so that was like the big thing back then there, getting to hide in between frequencies. And then in the 70s, when they came out with the phase lock loop radios to replace the crystal controlled, then it really opened up my expanses. I was able to go like 200 channels above channel 1, 200 channels below channel 1, upper and lower sideband. I was pumping out 100 watts, which I thought was really cool back in the 70s.
Yeah.
And then back in about 2000, I got into it again, only this time I had a 2kW Heathkit linear amplifier. Started using some other ham equipment, actual ham equipment, 2, 10, 20, 80 meter. House kind of looked like an FCC receptacle on the top of the antennas and stuff. Not a receptacle, but anyway, I played a lot with radio. And one of the things that I used to get it was called skip. Pardon me?
Sorry, I was calling the caddy and I thought I was muted.
Oh.
I'm getting to start driving. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, so one of the things that we used to do, it was called skip. And I could be in California and I could talk to somebody in Tennessee or whatever, and it's as the atmospheric conditions changed. Now, of course, this was back before Flat Earth was real. And there was planets out there, and there's a moon and the sun and all these other kind of neat things. And, man went to the moon. And as the ionosphere would change in altitude, your radio signals would bounce off of it and then come back down to the Earth. And that's how come the frequencies would come in and out, or not the frequencies, but you'd be on a certain frequency, and all of a sudden you could hear real far away, and then you couldn't. So that just depended on how far your signal bounced. And I had a lot of interest in that. So recently, something that's piqued my interest is, if it's not just open space out there and there's a firmament, is a signal bouncing off the firmament? And does the firmament move? And that's how come the signal bounces off? Because I know the signals would fade in and out from real far away. I don't know if that was some kind of interference that would prevent you from hearing it normally, and that interference cleared up. A lot of questions, but when I was at that first meet at Renee's house, he was there was the author of a book called Flat Pilled, and I read that, and that's all about radio frequencies. And before there was so much pollution with all these different RF waves going around, that you could actually get a signal, going across from one continent to another. So that was an interesting book. I was checking that out, and hopefully he's going to be there again at this meet. But yeah, looking at how, and the reason I was bringing that up about the radios is just because how you view reality, okay? And so how I viewed reality was, the ionosphere signal bouncing off. And now if there isn't an ionosphere, if there isn't a biosphere, if there's a dome up there and just different altitudes have different gases that light reacts to as it goes through it. And I'm getting all sidetracked and not even trying to think of something. But the bottom line is that I question everything that I've learned and everything that I've experienced when I was younger, and trying to look at it from a different viewpoint now. So, it's kind of like if you're standing on a hill and you're looking down at a city, okay, this is what the city looks like. But then when you actually go down into the city, it looks different. And then you go on a hill on the other side of the valley and look down, you have a different view. So, and it's all the same city, it just all depends on how you look at it. So I'm trying to take a look at my city, my world that I live on from different viewpoints, and just trying to get as much perspective as I can.
That was a good rant, Grant. My rope rotten yet?
You're okay. You sound a little bit tinny, but
yeah. Now would be a good time for someone else to join in the combo if you want, because I'm going to be sounding like shit. But I hear what you're saying, Grant. Well said.
And I'm my other
new perspective, right? That's another guy who's out in California's new perspective. You met him, haven't you, Dave?
Well, one of the nice things about being a Californian is we got this perspective of being able to look out over the ocean. And there's enough boats and ships and stuff out there that we can take a look and see. I've got video I put up on my site of a oil derrick 10 miles away with a little boat cruising around right in front of it. And technically I shouldn't have even been able to see the oil derrick, let alone the boat at 10 miles.
Well, you understand what you were seeing there was a mirage.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
It was probably due to all the drugs that I took when I was younger.
Because there was some kind of super refraction that made the boat elevate itself somehow in your vision. So,
well,
still
from Renee's backyard, which happens to be the coastline of the Pacific Ocean, 25 miles away, there's a little island there called Catalina Island. And I can sit right there on the beach with my head maybe, 3 feet off the ground as I'm sitting on the water, sitting on the sand next to the water, and I can see Catalina Island. I can see the whole thing.
No, you see a mirage of Catalina Island. You think you see an island. Come on, man.
Well, I don't know, but some of the mirages I've been seeing, I went out with my P1000 last night, and Venus, and I think they said it was Neptune were supposed to be visible, along with that green comet. And I was looking for the green comet. I couldn't get a picture of that, but I got Venus, and I got what they say is Neptune. So I'm adding those.
You couldn't see Uranus? I had to throw that in.
Well, you know what? I used to be a big Star Trek fan, and so that's what I always knew about, Klingons. Or no. What does Star Trek and toilet paper have in common? They both circle around Uranus and wipe out Klingons. That's how it is.
Yeah, if I remember that one. That's good.
And I used to be a real big Star Trek fan, and I've got probably, I don't know, between 25 and 30 years worth of the Star Trek Christmas ornaments. And, I wanted to hang those from my ceiling in my office and plug them in and just have them lit up there, all the time, all year round. But for the past few years, they're sitting in their boxes, packed up in storage, because I lost my fascination with Star Trek.
I used to watch Star Trek a lot when I was younger, but one thing I figured out about Star Trek, you never wanted to be the guy that
the red shirt.
You never wanted to be the red shirt guy that went down to the planet with Spock and Kirk and the Doc, because he wasn't about the monster was going to get you, not one of them. So they were the stars of the show.
Well, I remember my favorite science fiction movie for many, many years was the original 1958 version of The Day the Earth Stood Still. I think Claude Rains was his name. Gort, Barada, Klaatu, Nikto.
Yeah, I saw that.
and The Blob with Steve McQueen. That's kind of stuff I grew up on, and I knew for sure that there was space out there, and that one of these days I was going to be driving around in a Jetsons car, pushing buttons like George Jetson at work. And the only thing that's happened, I don't have a flying car. I don't live up in a big spaceship looking on a post house, but I do push buttons for a living on a computer. So I kick back and I push buttons and I talk to people. So, I've been blessed that way. It's not like I'm out digging ditches or anything like that, but I don't think I'm ever going to get to go to the moon. I don't think I'm ever going to get to do a lot of the stuff that they said I'd be able to do when I was a kid.
So would you estimate we've achieved maybe like 10% of our Jetsons future? Not even that.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know the closest I'm ever going to get to a satellite is going out on a hot air balloon. I've done that once. That was pretty cool. We're planning on maybe moving to New Mexico, and they've got the Balloon Fest out there. My wife's never been hot air ballooning, so I'm going to take her up, hopefully, and let her see some satellites and how satellites work. But, the
what
George
I've heard
Jetson,
people talking, Mexico is pretty legit. It's pretty much they have very little government that really doesn't interfere with you as long as you don't mess with them. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, that's New Mexico, not Mexico, but New Mexico, the state, not the country. But my wife's got family out there. Her cousin's got like 300 acres, and we're not going to be able to, move on that 300 acres. But I want to find some place like on a hill or in a valley or something, not in the city, not like in Albuquerque or Santa Fe or one of those places, but we're looking around like maybe into Harris, up in the mountain hills, someplace that snows, and we can go ahead and collect the rainwater and use that and have a well and get. Right now, I'm looking into getting a water distiller. So that's the next step I want to do. I really want to get off of eating all the food that we get from the store and McDonald's, and I don't normally eat at McDonald's, but restaurants and stuff, because you don't know where it comes. Not that the restaurants are doing anything intentionally to harm you, but they don't have any control under what's being grown and what they buy. So I'm just skeptical of a lot of stuff. Too much stuff out there that doesn't match up with what it's supposed to be. Like, the people that are supposed to care about us and take good care of us and actually have none of our best wishes at heart. But today's what's not skeptical or theorizing Sunday. But I don't want to get off into that track. And it sounds like I probably lost you, Dave. I must have.
Yeah, I'm probably roboting right now. I'll try to talk. Somebody else chime in.
I heard you say that you might be a robot and you weren't. But as for me, listen, Dave, I'm going to let you go ahead and take your drive and go off to work. Have a pleasant day. And I think I'm going to go in the other room here and spend some time with my wife and see how she's doing. So,
all right, man.
Very good listening and talking to you today. And I'll be in and out. Take care.
All right. Have a good one, man.
That's always kind of been
Noticed it was quiet in here, so I just thought I'd say hello.
both of you, thank you so much for joining us and doing this as well on the podcast. I think what I really love about this conversation is that I think we're in a time where I think we need a lot more interactions like this, where people with opposing views are willing to come together and debate and things like that. And I think it is a very interesting time where we can join us and doing this as well on the podcast. And I think what I really love about this conversation is that just for yourself, I think we're in a time to the audience as well, a bit about your background and sort of things like that. Do you want to go first, Dave? Yeah,
I'll go first. Well, I'm Dave. I've been a researcher into topics of the truth for about 15 years now. Looked into various aspects of the truth, starting with 9/11 and going on to various different topics from there. So I got into the flat Earth in the summer of 2014. Just come across a strange video talking about weird experiments, and it also told me about the curvature calculation, and I was a bit surprised at what that calculation was, so I went out and tested it and found that I could see way more than I'm supposed to be able to see, and that's what started me off.
Yeah, well, over to you, Pierre.
Yeah, so I'm a postdoc at the University of Sussex. I'm very happy I'm here. This is I must say, this sort of podcast is probably not something that I will watch myself as a scientist and as a person, but of course this means that this is very different public, from the one that I'm interacting to, and of course that makes it way more interesting. So I'm actually very honored to be here, and I think as you said, we need to have more of these interactions. So for me, I am a researcher at the University of Sussex. I've been here for a few months now, since May, and I study particle physics, which is the fundamental constituent of nature, the one which we can't go any smaller by by observation, essentially. So we have, there is a theory which is essentially self-contained, which is sort of what I do in my daily work, try to see and to understand this theory. And this theory is called the standard model of particle. And so we are trying to essentially measure the free parameters of the standard model with experiments like the Large Hadron Collider, or some experiments I'm working on actually, which is on neutrinos. This is what I am.
Cool. So maybe Dave, I was over to you, and I was just going to ask you maybe what some of the sort of the leading points in your mind why you think obviously Earth is flat.
Okay, leading points. Well, the first most obvious is the complete lack of curvature. No matter how much we try and find the pesky curvature, we can't find it. As I said, I mentioned the curvature calculation, which on a 25,000 mile circumference should be 8 inches per mile squared. That's the amount of drop that you should experience. So armed with that calculation, you can go out and if you have a landmark a known distance away, preferably over the sea, because obviously there's nothing in the way, you can do sighting experiments to see how much you're supposed to be able to see, and I guarantee you'll see much more than you're supposed to be able to see. So between that and the gyroscope, that's my pet one. The gyroscope has a property called rigidity in space. That means once it's set spinning, it will stay in its orientation no matter what you do with it, regardless of gravity, regardless of where it is on Earth. It will stay in its original orientation, according to space. So aircraft have a gyroscope. They always have a mechanical backup gyroscope in their artificial horizon. So how it works, very, very simply, is before the plane takes off, they're on a level surface, they spin it up so it gives you the true reference to the ground. So once that reference to the ground is set, then they always know where the horizon is, even through thick cloud. It's not because, as the plane sort of does its maneuvers, the gyroscope will stay in its original orientation. Fundamental principle of gyroscopics. So if a plane is doing, let's say, 4,000 mile trip, I think that's something like 90 degrees. Might be, I can't remember, but it's probably about 90 degrees, or 60 degrees, I think it is, of arc that it will make over the round Earth. So the artificial horizon should start to roll backwards during straight and level flight, but it doesn't. It tells you that a plane is flying over a plane. Now, people have said that gyroscopes have these things called pendulous vanes, which correct for the curvature. But when you actually look into what these pendulous vanes are there for, it's to stop the other property of a gyroscope, which is called precession. And precession can be induced mechanically by sort of, if it's a vacuum system, by uneven air or particles of dirt in the air, or it can be induced if you do too many manoeuvres. You get to a point where the gyroscope starts tumbling. So they invented these pendulous vanes to stop it tumbling. It doesn't correct for curvature. So that's it. It's those two. I think I've got to add as well, while I'm on that subject of planes, is that planes, its attitude, an attitude of a plane, and straight and level flight, is determined by the air flowing over the wings. Nothing to do with gravity, nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. If the air is flowing in the right way over the wings, the plane will fly straight and level. If you let go of the yoke of the controls, the plane's supposed to fly straight and level, but sometimes it doesn't. So they have a thing called a trim wheel. So they trim the the control surfaces, so that the plane will fly straight. Okay, so if a plane is flying straight and level over a curved surface, it will start to gain altitude, and the pilot will have to nose that plane down to keep it straight and level. But no pilot ever has to make changes. They never have to nose down, and the plane will not automatically follow the curve of the Earth. It will fly straight and level according to the air flowing over it. That's it.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. So just over to you, Pierre, as well. In relation to sort of what, in relation to the same question I said to Dave, but over to you in terms of what's the key points in your mind why the Earth is, why you believe in the Earth is round. Sorry.
Well, I mean, it's not that I believe in. It's really because it is. I mean, it's not because I don't want to say that in a sense of, sounding a bit pedantic, but it's because there is many observations from many different people that are saying the Earth is round, right? So I have here, I've listed actually the top spatial agencies around the world which have taken picture of the Earth. So there is the Chinese National Space Agency, the ESA, the European Space Agency. So if you look on, newspapers on internet, you will find some pictures by national newspapers that have a picture of the round Earth, and that's coming from different sources, and I think this is just a good enough example, right? So a good enough evidence. So there is the Indian Space Research Organization, the Japanese space, the JAXA, NASA, the Russian equivalent Roscosmos. So I think this in itself is probably a good proof, right? I mean, I don't really there's it's a bit so for the fact that it's because I mean observation essentially, and the self-consistency of all that we know is probably what is the best answer. So we don't observe any object. If we look through a telescope, there's nothing which looks flat in the universe, and that is that would be very weird that once in a billion thing that, well, maybe not billion, but like in a million thing, then we have to have something that says the Earth is different from everything else because it's flat, and that would be we would have to explain what if the Earth was flat, then there would have to be a theory why every single object that we observe in the cosmos is round. I think this is already quite a very powerful statistical way of doing it, right? We have many different. If you look through a telescope, you will never see something flat on the in the sky, which is already as far as science is concerned, this is very powerful, right? To have to say, so that means we would be in a very different place, right? We would be in a place where it's very it would be very particular.
I was just going to say before I jump in.
I'm sure you have some points on that later.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to dive straight in now, and I was actually going to, because I just want to give you a bit of time to sort of introduce yourselves to the topic yourselves, what you think about it. But I would love to now just basically just open it up and just sort of get straight in the deep of it and allow yourselves to, maybe if you have any questions for Dave, if you have any questions for Pierre.
Can I ask you, Dave? Dave, what would you make of what Pierre says there about the various different space organisations that have taken photos of the Earth and it is actually shown a sphere?
Right, well, the first and most obvious question is, why does every single photograph of the Earth look different? If you put them all together and look at them, every single one looks different. The answer to that is with a guy called Rob Simon, who actually works for NASA. Okay, and his job, as he describes it, and you can find this on YouTube, is creating images from data. Yeah, so he gets a load of data, and he creates a picture of Earth from this data, and you'll see that he says, I have to I take the clouds out, and I have to put a layer over it to simulate the atmosphere. I have to put something called a specular highlight, where it's where the sun would reflect on the sea. I have to give it depth. I have to make it, and he says how he artistically creates this image. It's called the blue marble. Yeah. And he says, I don't know what it's supposed to look like. I'm not an astronaut. I've never seen it, right? But this is what I think it looks like. Yeah. Now I can tell you that in every single one of these space agencies, there's a Rob Simon creating these images from Photoshop. And I think the famous line he says, it is Photoshop. It has to be. Yeah. So I'm sorry, every single one of these so-called images from space, right, are not photographs. They're composites. They're made up CGI, and it doesn't matter what space agency who's producing them. They're all getting in on the bandwagon of taking public money for and giving lies for it.
Yeah. So I mean, if we look at what we have in front of us, and we would take different cameras, take this one, take your phone, take somebody else's phone, take a big DCR, Nikon, super smart, cool one, then we would get a different image. I think this is really clear, right? So that means technology and what exactly we're recording on the tape is going to make the image different. And I think this is
different.
Really different how, as in the number of pixels, the internal resolution, the whatever objective you put on
colors.
What do you mean?
The colours be resolved differently.
Yeah, the colors be resolved differently
Size
because
of continents change.
Huh?
Size of continents change.
Well, it's different space. Well,
different space, different.
In different. You know, you could take it in around different place, and then be right. This is my hand, right? If I look at it in this way, then it will look different, and I'll take a different picture.
No, I didn't say different in orientation. I said different size. There's.
But it looks different in the size, right? Like if I have it very close, and if I have it very far.
Yeah, but in relation to the Earth, the size of the Earth, yeah. We've got multiple pictures of the United States, for instance, where they're different sizes on the Earth. Yeah, we've got things like pictures of Australia, yeah, from daytime and nighttime with exactly the same cloud formations above it. Like clouds do not move apparently. I particularly have a picture, Galileo, which is taking the 25 shots over 25 hours, showing the rotation of the Earth. Right. Well, there's some very particular cloud formations on it, yeah, that don't move over 25 hours. Yeah, but I've also found a picture taken supposedly of Antarctica from space with exactly the same cloud formations. Yeah. They're using a cloud map. So I'm sorry, what?
So if I had to do this, right? If I had to make clouds, then I would use a random number generation, and there would be no possibility of having the exact same clouds. What I think is happening is, it looks quite similar, but to be honest, I also have the impression, as you said, those images can be photoshopped, then I think you might be looking at Photoshop pictures as well.
Sure, but go to NASA, download their big blue marble image, and then you'll find on that image what they call clone stamped clouds. Yeah. So in Photoshop, you have a tool called the clone stamper. Yeah, where you sample a part of the picture, and you can stamp it in various places. Yeah. So you find that most of that image is made up of clone stamped clouds. You can get it, download it yourself, and find it. Nature doesn't create sort of multiple versions of the same cloud.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to... No, you go ahead, right, Ed.
I just... Also, the other thing about the blue marble, so I don't know what is blue marble. But there is also a whole part of science which is very important, for me and for the weather forecast and all of this, is predictions and model building, right? So I'm not sure what is exactly blue marble, Matt, but I have this impression that you're talking about some people trying to replicate the behavior of the Earth, the behavior of like how clouds are moving, and how sort of like the system of the Earth, right? And that is at the end that gives us something which is probably really close to what we know as the system of the Earth, round us and something like that. But this is just a model simulation, and the reason why we do that is we want to try to infer what is going to happen for weather, what is going to happen for climate change and things like that. So this is there's science is about trying to understand what we see, right? So there's the whole part which is observation, and we have to observe what we see and taking data, but there's another part which is we have to predict which model can actually fit this data, can make it look like what we are seeing, right? And this is what the whole area of model building, and I'm not surprised that there is somebody like that in NASA whose job is actually to make the Earth, create a simulation of the Earth, right? Because this is what is being used. We want to have that, right? We want to have this sort of things and have a complete understanding, because if we can simulate it and then observe the exact same, and take a picture and take the exact same picture as what we've simulated, then that means we have a complete understanding of the system.
We're not talking about a simulation, okay? in 1972, the only image that's supposedly a photograph of the Earth, was taken by, I think it's Apollo 17, right? It's the only one that is ever acknowledged to be an actual photograph. Now, there's footage from Apollo 11 showing how they faked seeing the Earth as a ball in space by turning off all the lights in the cabin, having the porthole in the spacecraft, be the circle of the Earth, the Earth filling up the whole porthole, and then putting a piece of card in to represent the Terminator, That was them faking a photograph of the Earth from space, okay? So the 1972 image is suspect, okay? So NASA basically says that every other image, including the blue marble, which is just a photograph, it's not a simulation, it was just there to create a photograph, supposedly, every other image that NASA puts out is CGI.
But it's not only about NASA, right?
Well,
there's Chinese,
all the
European,
others
Indian,
too.
Japanese.
All of the others too. They're all getting in on the
Why
act.
would there be this sort of conspiracy? What would these people gain to do this sort of things?
On a really base level, okay, NASA gets something like 58 billion. Was it 58 billion a day or something? Oh no, 52 million a day. $52 million a day. Okay, that's enough of a reason to do these things just on its own. There are other reasons for it, but that's that's the one that most people can actually understand. If they're all getting $52 million a day, right? Wouldn't you fake it if you can convince people to give you $52 million a day, and all you have to do is give them photographs? Yeah.
Is that?
Well, I mean, because this is getting a little bit into politics, so I just want to take a step back because, right, this, what would it prove for me to convince you of the universe, right? Because if you told me, right, well, we have, and I'm going to look those up, right? The gyroscopic effect, etc. Although I doubt that this is going to. Well, okay, I can explain this later. But if you were to come here and have sort of explanation why, for example, we don't observe anything which is flat. Why is the sun shining? Where does it get its energy from? This sort of things. Then I would be ready to be like, okay, maybe the Earth is flat, right? But the thing is, and that is because what I believe is science is falsifiable, right? So this is from this is maybe a bit pedantic, but this is from Karl Popper, all right, which is a philosopher, and he wrote that in The Logic of Scientific Discovery in 1959, and so it's like science has to be falsifiable. So sometimes we get it wrong, and then somebody comes up with a great idea, and then the whole paradigm, the whole way of thinking of science just changes, right? But that NASA fake photos doesn't really change the way science is. Nature doesn't really care about NASA, right? It's not like all this is like, this is all upstream political. All of this doesn't really change the science of it.
NASA's not there to change science, though. It's there to change the minds of people. That's it. It's not there to change science. Well, sorry to interrupt.
Well, I mean, this is kind of what I wanted to say, really, because you're saying the lack of curvature, right? Okay, let's say you cannot see. You're talking about this, Well, I'm assuming is like you put something which is of known height, and then you go somewhere far, and then you try to see whether you can see this one with spectacles or something. Is that?
It's not so much a known height, but see the bottom of it, for instance.
See the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, at which height do you do your observations? At, how is the sun reflecting? All this sort of thing matter, and you just have to have it. Like you have to go. This is not about. You're not trying to measure the actual radius of curvature, right? You're trying to measure whether the Earth is round or not. It's a different problem, right? So if at any point you go further enough and then you don't see the stick anymore, then the Earth is round. Is that?
Absolutely not, because you can do an experiment yourself. Get a camera, place it on the ground, and on a flat surface like a basketball court or something, walk away from that camera, and you'll find that your legs disappear, and up to your knees will disappear.
No, but I mean,
this is how a perspective works on a flat surface. Yeah,
right.
We're told this is the 500-year-old proof of the flat Earth.
So on a football ground, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, right? Okay. If this is different, misconception. Then the curvature of a circle or a sphere, when you take a big radius, tends to be flat, right? That's what it is. Right, but it's not flat. So it's kind of like measuring the curvature of a marble and measuring the curvature of a big, helium balloon or something. Then you will find it like much smaller, right?
Like an ant on a beach ball or something.
Exactly. So at this distance, especially of a football ground, or that is just not relevant. You can't measure, because the
but that's
the displacement would be like much
that's
smaller.
Not what I'm saying about that. No, I'm saying that this idea that as something goes away from you, it will go over a curve, because you lose the bottom of it, no, on a flat surface, you can actually repeatably demonstrate how just walking away on a flat surface, it appears as though somebody is disappearing below a curve, but they're not. Obviously, they're on a flat surface. I've done a couple of videos that show that effect.
So I mean, right, let's we're next to Brighton, so I guess I have to say that if we all go to the I-360 and then climb on top of the, take the big ride and, go on top of it, why can't we see the Eiffel Tower?
Because, we can only see a certain distance. We've got atmospheric effects that mean you can't see, if you live in California.
Yeah, but okay, let
me just give you an example. If you live in California, you get the weather report in the morning. You get, as along with the weather report, visibility, 10 miles. It's not because of curvature or anything, it's because the atmospherics limit the distance you can actually see.
Yeah, but you could design some experiment where you have a laser and you shine it from the Eiffel Tower, and you could have telecommunication like this. Boom, you don't need to have satellites.
Well, you don't need to have satellites because, again, we have line of sight communications, which, again, should be hidden by the curvature. There was an experiment.
Yeah, so satellites do exist, right?
No. We have line of sight experiments with. There was an experiment there's a horrible video, a horrible documentary, but they used. I think it's called the convex Earth, and they got scientists from South America. They did an experiment where they were sending a Wi-Fi signal over a distance, I think it was 50 miles, where it should have been hidden. Now, this Wi-Fi signal is line of sight. If it's blocked by anything, you won't get.
Where did the Wi-Fi signal go?
Sorry, they were beaming a Wi-Fi signal from one station to another. There's a frog down there. Beaming a Wi-Fi signal from one station to another one 50 miles away. Right, the curvature should have blocked that signal. It's Wi-Fi, line of sight.
Well, it depends on which height did this.
Radio. It's radio. It's line of sight. It can't go through the Earth. Yeah?
No, but depends on which height you.
No, they were doing
broadcast.
The height is taken into account. You can go online and get the Earth curvature calculation. One of the parameters you have to put in is your eye height. Yeah, so it's taken into account. Okay, I've got pictures of the White Cliffs of Dover from Calais or Boulogne. I can't remember. Boulogne, I think it is. Yeah, it's 31 miles away from the White Cliffs of Dover. Yeah, the eye height is 30 feet. Yeah, that's where the picture was taken. And with the Earth calculator,
the cliffs are way higher than that.
I know. When you plug those figures in, yeah, it should be 353 feet should be hidden. Yeah, the cliffs are 350 feet. Yeah, and yet from that picture you can see the base of the cliffs. You can see all of the cliffs. Yeah. What I'm saying, I'm not making stuff up here. Any of us can go out and do our own experiments. Yeah, plug in the figures into the calculation and see. No, I'm not supposed to be able to see that, but I can see it. There it is.
I think this is a different problem, right? There is one question is whether the Earth is round or not. The other is what is its actual radius. All right, I think I can and trying to measure the having like some actual numbers and figures that you put in those calculations, right? It's actually quite complicated. It's not because the radius is so big, then you need to have like very precise instrument to do this sort of measurement.
Not really. I've got AutoCAD.
Well, what is the error on your
I've got AutoCAD, yeah? I can draw up the Earth, the right size of the Earth in AutoCAD, and with AutoCAD you can measure.
Yeah, but do you know how, for example, if you take a picture, what is, say you take 1 meter stand like what we have in front, and then you want to take a picture of Calais, do you know how much what is the exact altitude? Are you standing on some, something?
As I said, it's you plug in various parameters into the Earth curve calculation.
No, but I'm not saying you're making the calculation wrong. I'm saying the error estimation is wrong.
But there's no error in it. It's a calculation.
That's not scientific.
We know how to calculate a circle. Yeah.
No, I know how to calculate. There's no problem. There's no problem, right? The problem is, like, if you take a stand and take a picture, right? What is the actual height at which you're taking that picture? That is very important when you're trying to make this.
And I'm trying to say, included in the calculation, right? I said 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah. That's the base calculation. But you can go online, and this Earth curve calculator. Right. One of the parameters is what's your eye height? What's the height of the target? Yeah. What's the distance of the target? Yeah. And you plug that in, it tells you what should be obscured even from your eye height. Yeah. And again, you can take that into consideration.
But what is the error on your eye height? Like, what is your error? Like, what is it? Plus or minus 10 centimeter? Is it plus or minus 2 meter? Is it plus or minus? Where are you standing when you do this sort of calculation?
Okay, when you do the calculations, you go to sea level, because as I said, most of
sea level. But you have tides. What do you actually stand on the beach?
Sea is level, no matter where it is. Yeah, the sea. That's why it's called sea level. Yeah, water finds its own level.
Yeah, but
so if you go down to the beach, and you measure up from sea level, no matter what the tide is, because the water's going to be level.
The tide is the same opposite.
Right, it's going to be right. So the height above sea level, right? So then you can do.
So I would say there is at least 2 or 3 meter in errors in the sea level.
Okay, let's assume you're right. Let's assume you're right. 2 or 3 meters.
Yeah, but your eyes. What is your eye height? Right, the eyes is that. Sorry, I missed what your eye height. Yeah. Right, is 1.5 meter or 180 centimeters or something. Okay. Right, so the error is already bigger than what.
I'm not. No.
Is that not true?
No, because as I said, you plug in the actual eye height. You measure your eye height above sea level. Yeah. That's one of the things you do to get the right value. Okay, you include the eye height. Okay, it calculates what that curvature.
So your eye height is in between 0 and 3.5 meter.
It's
because you have waves and you can't measure exactly where you're standing on the beach, exactly like where is the actual sea level.
The actual sea level is where the water is. Water finds its own level. Are you saying that I can't measure it?
I'm just saying that, you know, if you go, where do you stand on the beach? You know, where, like, it is like, all I'm trying to say is that there's like,
here's the sand, here's the water. You measure from where.
All I'm trying to say is like, for this sort of measurements, right, which are actually required to be quite precise, you need to have proper error estimation, the error that you're making on every single thing that you want to measure, right, that you're trying to measure, and that is how you're going to make it. And if you do that, well, I can guarantee you that you're going to find that you can see the over whatever you want.
Really?
Yeah. You will find that is inconclusive, essentially.
Yeah, no, that's what you're saying, yeah. But, but as I said, we can go out. You can go out, and you know, unless you want to do the scientific thing and fudge the figures, yeah, add in a constant, yeah, which you know, scientists want to do.
Oh,
yeah?
I mean,
add in a constant. Let's add in an error constant. And we can see
the error constant is inherent into science, right? We can't do science if there's no error calculation. That's just.
I'm sorry.
We have to have that.
If we have a circle, right? We have a point above the circle. We have known distances.
I'm not saying that
there's no error.
I'm not saying that AutoCAD is wrong when it's calculating the circle, the radius of the circle. I'm saying when you take you take your measuring tape, that might be a little bit wrong.
Again, water finds its own level. So where the water is at my feet is the same place the water will be. You know, that's why you get like you can test this with a clear tube. Fill it with water. Yeah, you sort of mark where it is. You know, in one place. Take the tube half a mile away. Yeah, it's going to be exactly the same place. Right? Water always finds its own level. Right? So you know, if I'm measuring from the water here, it's going to be the same wherever. Yeah.
Is there any other maybe any other questions you would like to ask each other as well? Maybe just draw a line off and on.
I would like to address saying that you know, why is the Earth flat and everything else in the sky round? Yeah. Now Pierre said that you know, you've looked through the telescope and you've seen spherical objects up there, yeah? Mm-hmm. Well, that's where I've got a problem, because, you know, it takes two eyes to render 3D, yeah? So if you're looking at something through a telescope, you can only see it in 2D. It's a blob of light. It's not spherical at all. You see anything spherical with one eye, right? You're making that up. Seriously.
Right.
You can only render 3D.
How would that look like then?
What I'm saying,
how would I look like? We would have to have like in this extreme, maybe this weird configuration where every single flat object that we observe is looking straight down at us.
I'm not saying things are flat. In the stars and what we call the planets and whatever are flat. I'm saying they are lights. Yeah. Have you ever heard of sonoluminescence?
No.
Sonoluminescence is when you pass ultrasonic sound into a liquid. Yeah, you get it at a precise frequency. What happens is bubbles, it's called cavitation, bubbles will appear and then collapse, and as those bubbles collapse, it emits light, and you literally fire this sound into water and you get a light shining like a star. They call it star in a jar. Yeah, it's not a round light or flat light, or no, it's a light. Okay, so up there are lights in the sky. Yeah, and they're not spherical, they're just lights. But even if you categorically said no, they're spheres. You know, if you've got you're on a basketball court and there's lots of basketballs. You know, is the court supposed to be a sphere just because there's all these basketballs around? No, this is a special place.
No. This is different, right? We've made the basketball and we've made the tennis court, so that doesn't apply,
But
right?
somebody made this place.
something which is mediated by, holds together with gravity is always wrong.
Sorry, gravity?
Oh.
That's another...
Okay, right.
That's another topic.
Okay, yeah, I mean, go ahead, because I'm not sure. Because well, maybe I'd have to explain that, but on a flat Earth, right, if there is a gravity, then you attract it towards the center of mass, and the center of mass is in the center of a disk, so it's like literally, in the center of the disk, and as you move, on the side, then if you attract it towards the center, then that means the gravity starts to pull you, in a slanted way, essentially. So you'd have to sort of climb towards. It'd be harder and harder to get to the poles, for example.
Okay, that's only according to a theory of gravity. Which theory are you talking about? Because it sounds very much like Newtonian to me.
Yeah.
Newton has been proved to be absolutely completely wrong. Right? Einstein came along and created a different model, not based on mysterious forces between two objects. Yeah. There's no mysterious force. Einstein says it's a curvature of space-time. Yeah. Now, both of these theories are there solely to allow this tendency of something to fall to the ground when let go. Yeah. Allow that tendency to make it possible for somebody to stick on the bottom of a ball. It's the only reason there's these theories.
Sticking the bottom. I didn't quite catch.
Well, the question a child asks, the very first question, what about the people in Australia? Won't they fall off? Well, these theories of gravity are only there to allow, right, this tendency for things to drop when you let go of them, to allow for people to be standing on the bottom of a ball. Yeah, we don't see any evidence of gravity. Yeah, gravity is supposedly a weak force. Yeah. The weakest out of all the fundamental forces, apparently, yeah, overcome by magnetism. So, and
overcome
by magnetism.
But what does that mean?
Well, the standard experiment or demonstration of how weak gravity is that somebody will get a magnet and lift up a load of paper clips and says, well, this magnet is overcoming the force generated by the entire planet. Yeah. So it's stupid. It really is. Here's an experiment, okay?
But I didn't quite catch how that would make gravity.
Well, let me
false force.
Let me show you an experiment.
No. I mean, I think this is quite important, right?
Well, this is like
that something is weak doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right?
Okay, right. So a vacuum is much more powerful than gravity. We know that because Mythbusters did a show where they used a standard vacuum cleaner to lift a car. Yeah, just like the magnet lifting paper clips. Yeah, a vacuum cleaner literally lifted a car. That power of that vacuum only generated by a vacuum cleaner, not the vacuum of space. Yeah, it was able to lift a car. Right. So we have a vacuum outside of this Earth, apparently. Right, which is...
But, if you stop making the vacuum in this vacuum cleaner, which I think, actually, it might be, some sort of magnet which did that, but maybe, I don't know. If it's vacuum, it's vacuum.
Yeah.
Maybe if you remove the vacuum, then doesn't the car go,
As soon as they switched the vacuum cleaner off, it fell.
Right.
So the point I'm trying to make is the vacuum generated by a standard vacuum cleaner, right, was able to lift a car on the surface of the Earth, where the gravity is strongest, yeah, easily lift this car, okay? Now we have a vacuum which is many times, orders of magnitude, more powerful than the vacuum generated by that vacuum cleaner, yeah, acting on the atmosphere of this ball Earth, okay? So why isn't all the atmosphere dragged off into space? Because, whenever we see a high pressure next to a lower pressure, there's movement from high to low. Always. Yeah. So we've got a pressurized system, the Earth, right next to an unpressurized system, space, and no movement from one to the other. Right? There's no barrier in the way, apparently. Yeah. So there should be a movement, and the only thing that's supposedly stopping this movement is this weak force called gravity, which I've already just shown is overcome by just a piddly little vacuum generated by a vacuum cleaner.
I mean, this is something that you can try, right? Try yourself. Let's try. We can try on this table. We'll try on this table. Let's take a vacuum cleaner and let's try to see if we can lift it.
Well, if you see the Mythbusters
Let's
thing,
just see if we, this is something that we can do, right? Is this table heavier than a car? Yes or no?
Heavier than a car.
Is this table heavier than a car?
No, it's not.
Right? So therefore you need to have a weaker vacuum to actually lift it up, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So let's just take whatever vacuum cleaner and just actually try here.
No,
do you think that
we could do the same with a plunger. Actually, if we get a good enough seal on the plunger, yeah, put it on there and we'll lift the table. That's a vacuum. We create a vacuum with a plunger, yeah.
Yeah.
And it sticks. If it's got a good enough seal.
You said vacuum cleaner.
It doesn't matter. The vacuum cleaner. The vacuum cleaner is the source of the vacuum. Right? It doesn't matter where the source of the vacuum is, yeah. It's just a vacuum, a lack of atmosphere, yeah. You can create one with a suction pad, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
And that vacuum, that minute vacuum compared to the vacuum of space, will lift that table, yeah. Will even lift a car if you get a good enough seal, yeah. That's what I'm saying. If you've got a minuscule vacuum that can overcome gravity here on the surface where gravity is supposedly strongest, yeah, why isn't it not sucking off all the all the air into the vacuum, yeah, so that we should be not being able to breathe right now?
Because well, in a sense it is, right? Because the Earth gets thinner when you go higher, right? So
yeah,
there's no movement of the Earth towards the space, but like the Earth, it's not like you get a straight sort of like one time where it just becomes vacuum, right? It's like the Earth gets thinner and thinner, and then at the end it just gets nothing.
Let's go with that. Okay, so let's imagine this table's the Earth, and we've got the atmosphere here, and right now there's no vacuum attached to it. So let's say it's not thin; it's the vacuum. The atmosphere is like full strength up here as well. Okay, now we apply a vacuum. Right, the molecules at the top start to go off into space, yeah, because they're right next to the vacuum, yeah. So they go off, and now you've got a lower level because now this lot's been taken away, yeah. So now you're down here, okay. Now this is next to the vacuum, that gets taken away. And this is next to the vacuum, and that gets taken away, and so on all the way down until there's no air left. Because, as I said, even down here, a small vacuum will overcome gravity.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know what is the thing. So if you want to, I don't know what is the what is the reason for this.
Well, all I'm saying is I don't understand the model, because the model does not make sense. You can't have a pressurized system next to a vacuum and hope to keep the pressurized system without having a barrier in the way.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought of these questions.
Is there any other question that you would like to ask Dave on?
Yeah, I mean, how? What about so okay? So gravity is weak, and then gravity is weak, and then we're not experiencing gravity. Is that what you're meaning?
I'm
just trying to see what is the actual conclusion.
Okay, I'm saying that we don't have gravity, we have density and buoyancy. An experiment, the thought experiment I'll give you here is, imagine if you had a gas bottle, yeah, an empty gas bottle, and you weigh it, and then zero out that weight, so the gas bottle is reading 0 on the scale, yeah.
Yeah, you tell it.
Yeah, so you just zero it out, so you're ignoring the weight of the gas bottle, and you fill that gas bottle with 1 pound of helium. Okay, so it'd be filled with liquid helium, and you can measure it, so it's a pound. Yeah. Evacuate that helium, that pound of helium, into a balloon. Hold the balloon and hold a pound weight. If you let go of them, what's going to happen?
Yeah, it's going to fly.
Balloon's going to go up, the weight's going to go down. They both weigh a pound. They both have, this supposed force of gravity, exerting exactly the same. Just that one's less dense, one's more less density space. Still weigh a pound. One goes up, one goes down. Yeah, it's density and buoyancy. Anything denser than the air will go down. Anything less dense than the air will go up. I've got videos of somebody taking an anvil.
What is that saying? Like, is that saying that gravity doesn't exist? What is it saying? Because this is gravity, of course, this is right? Like, balloon fly up.
No, I'm saying a pound weight just happens to be the helium. Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. Yeah, it's just that the helium is less dense than the air. But it still weighs a pound.
That's just
still weighs a pound.
That doesn't. I'm trying to understand what is the actual conclusion of this, because you're trying to give me some explanation. What is gravity, or you're trying to tell me like why is gravity so weak? But that doesn't explain me. What do you do? Like, does that explain us like how, if we go on to the poles of the Earth, we get like non-uniform gravity? No, right?
We don't see non-uniform gravity.
Yeah, right. Yeah? That's the reason. So that is a good reason why the Earth is not
It's just your model. Your model says we're on a ball, and it's gravity is pointing to the centre of the Earth, no matter where you go. I'm saying, we're on a flat plane. Gravity. There's only one down. There's only one down.
There's one direction, which is. And there's one predict like one sort of fundamental direction, which is down.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's governed because of density and buoyancy. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. And if you went to the Einsteinian model, the Einsteinian model is a curvature of space and time. Yeah. So you have a massive object, and it's curving space, so that if you try and go past it, space itself is curving towards the Earth, say, and you try and go past it in a straight line, you'll curve towards the Earth, and that's why it's not really a force, it's literally a curvature of space. Yeah. Well, that's really interesting, but what actually causes the movement? Yeah.
Sorry, what the movement?
The movement. No. Einstein's describing a curvature of space that says if you try and go in a straight line past the Earth, you're going to curve into it. Yeah, you're still going in a straight line. It's just that space itself is actually curved. Okay, that's his model, right?
No, so you're going to be deviated. Like you're going to have a deviation from gravity, right? This is.
No, that's what I'm saying. They use an example of having a bowling ball on the middle of a trampoline, and if you roll a marble next to it, in a straight line, the marble will start to curve towards and then ends up sticking to the basketball, right? Great, but it doesn't tell you what provides the movement, okay? Because if you put if you're putting a marble next to it and you don't push it, you put the marble next to or near to the bowling ball, yeah. Well, in that model, it's actually gravity, the fact that we're on Earth and there's a downwards direction, that's providing the movement. Yeah? Well, I'm saying that Einstein's saying it's just lines of space. It's not telling you what's providing the movement. If I drop something, right, well, the lines of space say that near the Earth, everything's going to point downwards, yeah? So if you try and do... But it doesn't tell you why it's going to move. Can you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's telling you about how space is curved, but it's saying there's no explanation for the actual attraction or the movement. When I let go, right? Well, if I was to throw it, it will follow a line of space that way, yeah? But if I let go of it, what's causing the movement?
So the reason, so this is actually quite a complicated question, and I think I know the answer.
Right.
The reason is because you are considering a three-dimensional space, right? Well, three-dimensional space, which is of course the reason. But you need to of course, but there is also time, right? And if you calculate the actual distance, right, including those three dimension plus time, then you will find that it's not moving.
Sorry?
Because no, it is like it's a bit of it's a mathematical. Well, I don't know if it's right. It's so the right. So this you're referring as the fact that there is a curvature on space and etc. And then the light when it's shown then it gets deflected, right?
Yes.
So yeah, I mean this is because we are thinking as time and space as being completely two different entities, and in fact, if you're calculating the displacements according to essentially the time and the space, then that quantity remains constant. So it's a bit of a mathematical, well, I would say trick, but it's just it is like that really.
Well, again, as I said, if you had the bowling ball in the middle of a trampoline, deflecting the trampoline down towards the bowling ball, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, let's say it's in space. Let's imagine there is space, yeah, and that trampoline is in space away from the Earth, okay. So now there is no Earth pulling that marble down toward, yeah. If you put the marble right next to the bowling ball, it won't move because there's no tendency to go downwards to make that marble move towards the. Can you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Einstein's theory of space-time.
Is this trying to actually say that? Because I mean, we see stuff falling on the Earth all the time, right?
Yes.
So, what's the problem?
And gravity is just a theory to explain why people stand on the bottom of a ball and not fall off. Yeah, that's all it is. I'm trying to tell you that these theories don't work. Yeah, the curvature of space-time, allows for moving objects going near something where it's deforming space-time. Yeah, moving object will go towards it. Yes, fair enough. But if that object isn't moving, there's nothing in Einstein's model that will account for the actual motive force, the actual thing that causes the object to move. Yeah.
So in Einstein theory, the object doesn't move. That's what I'm trying to say.
But I can grab your pen and drop it, and it's moving.
Yeah, because it's because some time component.
Sorry?
Because the way you're calculating distance is different than the way Einstein calculated distance.
Oh, so I'm only. It's just so when I drop it, it's just an illusion because I've done my sums wrong. Is that what you're saying?
No, No, I'm saying the way you calculated the distance, which is probably X, Y, and Z, is just not the way Einstein calculated distance. He calculated with the time, and if you do that, then you will find that this one doesn't move.
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
But I mean,
I'm sorry. That's just blinding me with bullshit. I'm afraid because that makes no sense to me. I don't know if I've made myself clear on what I'm talking about. The lines of space-time.
Yeah, I mean, Einstein theory is really complicated, and I'm probably not the best person to explain it. But I'm pretty sure that this is the way this was done. That you have to, if you want to talk about gravity and potential of attractions, then you have to actually take into account the time component.
Right. Well, should we move on to something else?
Okay. Yeah.
Is there anything else? Any question that you want to really ask each other? Have something on your mind?
No, I'm.
So what else? Yeah. All right. Okay. So we have this direction which is downwards. Where does it come from?
As I said, buoyancy and density. Yeah. Normally, if you get an anvil, yeah, one of those big metal anvils, yeah, and you let go of it, it's gonna hit the floor pretty quickly. Yeah. If you get a metal anvil and drop it in a bath of mercury, guess what? It floats. It doesn't go down. Yeah. Somehow it's.
But that's not a theory, right? Do you
somehow
agree
the
that this is
mercury.
No. Like you're getting examples, right, of what we see and we can observe, but that's not an actual theory of why we stuff
I think
floating
that's
going
what
down.
science is, isn't it?
No.
You observe stuff.
No, we observe things and then we try to explain it with some sort of mathematical concept. Why is stuff going down?
Not mathematical concept.
Well, or like some
is
theory.
Just a tool. What I'm saying.
Well, it is.
What I'm saying is that I'm seeing effects. I'm giving you an explanation, right? Density and buoyancy. Anything more dense than the air is going to go down. Anything less dense than the air is going to go up. That's it. You don't need a mysterious force or curvature of space-time to explain it. The only thing, if you that you do need a curvature of space-time or mysterious force, is to explain how people can stand on the bottom of a ball.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, but okay. Well, all right.
Next topic.
No. I mean, like, if people are satisfied with this sort of explanation, then I guess it's fine. But like, that doesn't still explain. That explains why stuff should float, right? Buoyancy.
Density explains why it goes down.
According to what? Like,
well,
what is I don't understand. What is the actual force that makes us go down? That makes my pen go down?
It's not. Doesn't need a force. It's density. It's just, you can see the same thing. If you get just a balloon with air, yeah, put it on water, it will stay on top of the water.
Yeah, but there is an actual equation that can calculate the buoyancy of something, right? A boat floats on the water, a balloon goes up.
Because of density.
No, there is some actual mathematical concept that can say, it's the pressure of the earth, the pressure of the water, under the
pressure of the medium.
Right.
Around the.
Which is different, in the case of a balloon, from the top to the bottom, and etc., and that makes it, go up. But there's no theory that say what is this stuff making it go down, which is what gravity gives you.
Well,
right?
if you accept that a less dense object, something less dense than the air, will go up, then you've got to also accept that something more dense than the air is going to go down.
Right. Let me try to continue then. So it's more the air is more dense on top, and then therefore it's less dense on bottom, and then that makes us go down, and then you can calculate like some sort of negative buoyancy or something.
It's like how it's more simple than your calculations. It's very simple. If you fill a balloon with water, and put it in the water, it'll have a neutral buoyancy. It'll just kind of float. If you fill it with a liquid like light oil, it will float. If you fill it with heavy oil, it will sink. It doesn't need calculations.
I agree with this. There's no problem with this, right? Like stuff floats on the water and balloon go up. There's no problem with this. The problem is, how do stuff stay on the ground? I just fail to understand it. I'm sorry.
Because that pen is more dense than the air around it. Yeah. Okay. So now the air cannot.
How does the air
cannot support it. Yeah. The air can no longer support it because it's heavier than the air. It's denser than the air. Yeah, I've already explained how heaviness doesn't come into it because a pound of helium and a pound of iron, will go in two different directions.
Okay, one more topic, maybe one more question.
Yeah.
Do you want to ask Pierre one question or anything?
Well, not really, because the difference is I grew up in the same model that Pierre lives in at the moment. Yeah, I understand. I actually spent ages learning Einstein, because I thought it was real, so I know the model that you're living in, unless you
make, okay, that doesn't make you right? That doesn't give any credit to what you're saying, right? Like whether you know what I know or you don't know what I know. This is just some like let's just agree that this is just a rhetorical, and it doesn't really change anything. So yeah.
Yeah. Again, I'm not saying I'm not trying to disparage you or anything. I'm just saying that I understand your model. So, so far nobody's actually come to me with something I've not heard before. Yeah, it's because we've all grown up with the same model. You know, we've all grown up with this. Yeah, and all I'm saying is when you look at it, that model doesn't make sense. You know, you can paper it over with lots of calculations and mathematics, but fundamentally it doesn't make sense. Our senses tell us what this earth is. Yeah, it's our eyes tell us it's a flat surface. Our senses tell us we're not moving. Yeah, and before anyone says you should only feel acceleration, well, when you're moving in a circle, that's acceleration. You're always constantly accelerating in different directions, so you would feel it. Yeah. We don't feel it. We're being accelerated in several different directions all at once. Yeah.
Except if this acceleration is really small and then you couldn't measure it, right?
Well, I don't know, 1,000 miles an hour, rotation of the Earth, 67,000 miles an hour around the Sun, 400,000 miles an hour being dragged along by the Sun.
No, those are big numbers, but when there's a big radius, that doesn't,
400,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, no, I mean, this
bigger than the radius of the Earth.
I mean, and there is 10 to 25 atoms in this stuff. These are big numbers, but that doesn't make it. That doesn't change the validity or something, right? So if a number is small, like if something is small or big, that's sort of irrelevant to like.
So you know what? If I'm sitting in a car and that car moves off at like 5 miles an hour, I feel it. I feel that acceleration. 5 miles an hour.
No,
2 miles an hour, I feel it.
So you're talking about speed, right?
Talking about acceleration.
Ooh, sorry, excuse me.
I think that's faster.
Got that blank. You're talking about speed, but that's different from acceleration, right? The thing that you will find is going from 0 to 5 miles per hour, right? That's acceleration.
Moving around in a circle is acceleration. Yeah, moving at constant speed, in a straight line is not acceleration. But moving at constant speed in a circle is acceleration.
Yeah, centripetal.
Yes, it's acceleration. Yeah, I'm telling you that we're moving supposedly in this model in several different directions, at once, accelerating in all of these directions, and we don't feel it. We can have a lake that's perfectly still. You can drop a feather and it'll lightly go straight down, while we're being hurtled in several different directions at once. So no, this model doesn't match our senses.
Okay.
Anything like to add before we sort of wrap up?
Yeah. Well, sorry. What I'm trying to say here is really that there is acceleration, all this, whether it's this is sort of connects towards to the actual fact that the Earth is round or not, right? The fact that we don't feel the acceleration, one explanation could be, and in this case is that the acceleration is too small at the point where we're trying to measure it, right? We can do that, right? Like if I'm in a car and I have something like accelerometer in my phone, and I accelerate very, very smooth, then I won't feel the acceleration, right? So this is one possibility, is that this is real, right? So we have to agree that like some of the science experiment that we're discussing here have very, very big scientific bias and errors that you need to take care of, but that you need to take care if you want to actually calculate what is the actual acceleration at which we should feel, because we're doing this, and there's the Coriolis force and etc. So this has been observed in the for climate and for weather, but those experiments are interesting because we the person who is measuring it, or who is measuring these sort of things, has to take care of the uncertainty. So whatever you're measuring, whatever is been, it's not about the radius of something. Radius of something is that's everybody knows. All those equations. People know exactly what is the, you can know exactly what is the radius and the curvature, etc. But what you're using to measure, that can be a little bit wrong. And I'm sorry, and having and making mistakes in those measurements is, somehow it's a different answer than answering whether the Earth is round or not, right? So it's are you trying to if you're trying to measure the actual acceleration, then you need to have a very precise apparatus. If you want to prove that the Earth is round, is round, then maybe you need to have a less precise apparatus, right? And the fact that you can't see further away, the fact that if you see, we've discussed about this already, but these are different questions in science, right? Trying to measure the radius of the Earth and trying to determine whether the Earth is round or flat. That's, in a sense, that's a very different question. So, yeah, we should be careful about that. That's kind of what I want to say.
Well, you also mentioned the Coriolis force, which is interesting because it's not a force at all. It's an effect. Yeah, it's like you get two kids on a roundabout, yeah, being spun around, yeah, and one kid rolls a ball to the other, and that ball appears to the other kid, appears to make a deflection to one side, yeah, but it only appears to it because if you're looking from above the roundabout, yeah, that ball is going in a straight line. There's no force being applied to it. It's just the appearance of that ball to the people on the spinning system. There's no force, yeah. So the idea that this Coriolis effect, yeah, can change the direction of hurricanes, yeah, it's a lie because there's no force involved. It's just an effect. And they just made this idea of a force, calling it a force, so that it might sound like it will affect the course of hurricanes. Yeah, that's it. We don't observe a Coriolis effect. They say that snipers have to account for the curvature of the Earth because of not curvature of the Earth, but the movement of the Earth. Yeah, because it would deflect the bullet one way or the other. But no, we don't see it. The only reason that bullets sometimes do follow a slight curve is called the Magnus effect, which is bullets are fired from a rifled barrel, which make the bullets spin. Yeah, and when a spinning object is moving through air, it'll be deflected. Just like David Beckham can kick a ball and put spin on it and allow that ball to curve around in a circle, in a nice, neat curve.
But
yeah?
Those effects could happen, once again. The fact that this effect exists doesn't really change the conclusion whether the Earth is round or not, right?
That particular thing tells whether the Earth is moving or not.
Well, sorry, moving or not.
Yeah, well...
this sort of thing could happen, right?
Well, you get the Magnus effect curve.
If the acceleration was small enough so that you couldn't see it at a distance of,
you get the Magnus effect curve. It doesn't matter which direction you shoot in. You would only get this Coriolis effect if you shoot north or south. It's only north or south when you get the deflection.
Yeah, so you can get both, right?
Right, but I'm saying Magnus effects will occur no matter which direction you fire in. Yeah, you don't, and it works the same no matter which direction you fire in. So you don't get any kind of increase when you fire north or south, right? Planes, right, don't have to fly north to go west. Yeah, to take into account of this, the Earth is moving. Yeah, so no, it's sorry, I know. Yeah,
I think we're all freezing a bit. Anyway, thank you. Honestly, thank you so much for both of you doing this. I think, like I said earlier when I first started the podcast, I really do appreciate that you have both come forward with obviously alternate approaches to whatever this is, and I think it's going to be a great insight into people, so people can really sort of just even if the listener at home who's listening to this or watching whatever, just one thing that on both sides have said, they just go and do a little bit of research themselves, and then from there they can find their own truths. So I want to say thank you so much for both of you for doing this. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting to talk with you.
Thank you.
I think he didn't prepare for that one. I think he thought he was going to come in and just obliterate, allegedly, Dave. So
it amazes me how far we've progressed with the conversation, listening to them both.
Both of them. Yeah,
we're so far into like now the conversation has become so sharp and so to a point that it's almost like Dave is like pretty much the whole style is just ancient. That's in the early days, actually, at the beginning of when we started to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, it has. It's refined a lot. And you can actually get a point and crack down on it. He kind of let him... I suppose he had no choice because the guy didn't know what he was talking about. So to keep the conversation flowing, he kind of had to go from point to point and let him go there. Otherwise, there would have been no conversation. But
yeah, it was
these days, you just stop him and go, "No, I need you to concede that you don't know." Well, he started saying, he said, "Yeah, but you got to count in errors into everything." And you go, "It doesn't matter how many errors you point in, you can still see the White Cliffs of Dover." Doesn't matter.
That was the whole point. Yeah, that was the point.
It amazes me that he never brought up electromagnetic levitation.
I don't think you really need to in a conversation like that.
No, you don't need to.
It's relevant because it's you got
really
the Earth, you have the sun, you have the moon, and it levitates above the Earth.
Yeah, it really isn't relevant.
We can't really prove that though.
It's not
relevant. You can prove it doesn't hit the Earth.
Yeah, but it's not relevant. It's not relevant to the topic. The topic is discussing what the Earth is. What is it? Not what is the sun and the moon are doing. Magnetic. That's great. That's great. But it has no relevance to the topic. What is the Earth? You understand? So that
the Earth is around.
There's a lot of people in the flat Earth conversation who are attached to these ideas that they think that they want to prove the Earth by magnetic levitation, by a map of the world on the moon or ice ring. That's not giving us the direct evidence that the Earth is what they're saying it is.
That's not what I was implying, Miggy, and I apologize. That's not what I was trying to say, Miggy. I was just trying to say that Earth is a realm. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine. Earth is a realm, but it's a realm whether it's a globe, concave, convex. It doesn't matter. Hollow Earth. It's a realm either way. What we have to define is the realm in which we live in, if it's flat and stationary. That's what we have to define within the context of our conversations. We can't go to derivative topics and expect them to come to the conclusion with a derivative topic. So that I'm doing this so they can help you understand what is most important. And so that's why I've been here from the beginning. So I understand the need for that. Everybody comes from different places from flat Earth. Somebody comes from the idea that magnetic levitation is the way forward. But it's I'm here to tell you, I've heard of the sophist arguments.
I can already see like 3 steps down the road what they would tell you, and they would take you into the weeds so far that you would probably be arguing till you're blue in the face about that. And
I remember, Miggy. I remember. I was here a few years ago. I remember. I'll just bring up Zatelic astronomy.
Well, yeah. Once again, like we have to go back to what the Earth actually is versus what they're claiming it is, and it's not really a debate anymore. Like that, and that's kind of what I was telling Timbo. We're advanced the argument so far that it's no longer a debate. Like we used to think, beginning, right? We used to think it was like point for point. You bring your evidence, I bring mine. Have a moderator kind of like deal with us, and kind of work it out that way. But today, it's not that way anymore. We understand that it's not a debate. There is no evidence for. I guess you could say from the beginning we were allowing there to be some kind. Okay, so I'm brand new to this. Maybe there is some evidence out there, but over time, it was like years past, nothing. Oh, I mean, we're talking about cosmologists into the room, PhDs into the room. Anybody who's anybody could come in here and tell us what information they know. I mean, far and wide, and we got nothing. The only thing we got were crickets, assumptions, assertions, theories, like nothing to do with actual what is the Earth. And we're always far off into the weeds with the derivative topics, Coriolis, gravity, magnetic levitation, you name it. We were out there saying these things. So I can agree why you feel that way. But today, it's no longer the case. Flat and stationary. We have direct line of sight measurements by everyone who's been in this channel. And, we can conclude that the Earth is not what they told us it is. And it does directly measure flat and stationary. For sure, 100%. There isn't any doubt in our minds now. Well, if there is, I would say the person who has doubts needs to go and verify for themselves. And that's where we're at. Like, it's just really not a debate. Although, like, these guys, like I said, the beginning of the movement, call it movement, at the beginning of the when it exploded on the internet, everybody was just, like, kind of having all these wild ideas as to where they want to begin. And I think Timbo, like, listening to these two, it just reminds me of, like, how because there was a couple of things that Dave was saying that I think he could have elaborated on, or he didn't hold the other guy to a point. But, like, as you said, if he did, I mean, it probably would have went silent. We wouldn't have heard anything from the guy. It would have been like, oh, sorry, the debate just started, now it's over.
I agree. He could have absolutely ripped into him.
Yeah, I've heard you debate in here. Well, not debate, but talk to people, and it's like, it's just there's no debate, man. Like, honestly, it's really them trying to prove a point is kind of what I'm thinking now. They're waiting till you're done talking so they can kind of disagree with you.
Well, it goes back to that not letting them get past those first hurdles. Like, is it a sphere, and who proved it? Who proved the measurements? Because without those measurements, you've got nothing. And show us where this curve is. If they can't get past that, then they start going into cosmology and stuff like that. It's assuming something from another assumption, and it just doesn't work. And they're off they're off the planet. They're off their rocker if they think they can just skip past those early stages.
Yeah,
you just can't do it.
I think that's why we probably don't see as many staunch globe earthers come in here. They got a little bite to them, but they're not like they used to be. Like that guy. I mean, well, he was a scientist, and he was referring to a video. I was listening to him. He was referring to a video that I think it's still out there even, of some guy made this video about the flat Earth, and the guy was walking away from the center, and as the further from the middle you went, it was harder. You know what video that was?
Yeah.
Like he was referring.
Yeah, I do remember. I don't remember the video, but it's pertaining to the flat Earth having mass, like a semi-sphere, like it. Yeah, and the sphere's at the bottom of it, and then it's flat on top. So all the density's at the center. So as they're walking away to the edges of the flat Earth, they start walking on an angle, like they're walking uphill. Yeah, you go, what?
That's what
the fuck is that?
I think he was referring to that video, which was kind of like, to me, kind of the Dave could have got him on that, but I don't think Dave. I'm telling you, that's when everything was coming out on the internet. So I mean, like tons of information. We got all the good stuff back then. They got censored now, but like that stuff was like what that guy was probably looking into before the debate because he was already gassed up, man, before he came in. So he didn't. What led me to? Because I'm thinking about the psychological aspect of it. You know me. I dig into like what they say. I'm looking at his preparedness for the debate was looking at debunk videos for Flat Earth to come into the debate. And I'm like, so what does that tell me about him? Well, that says a lot. That says that he didn't know anything, so he had to look at debunk videos to come at Dave with it. So you know what I mean?
It was debunk videos instead of actually looking at Flat Earth videos, and then he would have learnt a lot more. Like what if you're going to go into an argument about I don't know, like, you know, you're going to research the subject that the other person is talking on, aren't you? And then you can rebut what they're saying, not already have a rebuttal for what you think they're going to say, because
that's the wrong way to go about it.
Videos, they're all straw men, so you can't actually create an argument based on those anti-Flat Earth videos, because it's not what we think.
You have to base it on the videos, or excuse me, the conversation coming from the Flat Earthers. I mean, if you want to rebut them.
So if you want to have a decent argument, and you have to do that. If you're just going to come in and be an idiot, then look at anti-Flat Earth videos.
Yeah, he wouldn't last long in here if he was sitting 24/7. Because you could see like somebody like that, and I don't think they're not well prepared at all. They just, what is Flat Earth? That's pretty stupid. Let me look at some debunk videos and then jump into the topic. You know, kind of like tell them, well, how does this work? Because I seen a video that if you walk from the center away, you're gonna, you know. It's so funny to me now that I'm listening to like this guy say it. I'm like, damn, dude, like that was so ignorant of him. But you know, it is what it is, and I'm more like I thank God that we're not that way. Like there was actual sustenance that we worked off of. Like, you know, Dave. Yeah. And I don't agree with everything Dave says. Of course, you know he drinks his own weed, and that. Like I'm kind of put off by, you know, some of the things that people do, like these mainstream flat earthers that, you know, they do say some things that are like a debate yesterday on a snippet that he was in here. He was actually talking some good stuff, but like I said, I don't agree with debate on a lot of things. But he did say in the stream that they had on yesterday that it's not a debate. I don't think
who allegedly Dave did.
No, Eric Dubé.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes,
I was listening to that one. Yeah, that was good. I hadn't heard that one before.
I'm thinking it's one of his newer stuff, like, isn't it? Because I haven't heard that one, like the one they were playing.
I hadn't heard that. I was actually surprised because he was giving advice on what to say to friends and family when they say, you're stupid or something like that.
Yeah, Timbo. He was actually saying things that we do in here. He was going by our playbook. He was like, damn right, Eric. Like, he said, like, yeah, if they give you shit, like, not in those words, but he's like, if they give you shit, give it back to them. And it's like, dude, like, that's exactly, like, I mean, if somebody comes in here, they're being respectful, and now we go through it the right way, you know, we talk to them right. But if they want to smoke, they're gonna get smoked, dude. Like, and that's pretty much it. Like, you know, and he's like, you know, and it's not a debate. Like, if somebody wants to debate or argue with you, just plant the seed and, you know, tell them, okay, that's that, you know, like, because you can't argue with somebody that's just in a belief, you know, just let them have their belief, which is kind of what he said. And it's like, you know, I'm kind of curious, is Eric listening on to some of our debates or discussions? Who knows, he might be, but
he could be.
Murphy was in here at the beginning, so I spoke to Murphy. He wasn't around when the arena was going on. He actually came in on one of the arenas, as a matter of fact. We have him on a clip, and I was talking to him about like him joining up on a debate, because I thought it was kind of cool that he was here. I was a little bit like, yeah, man, we got a big well-known flat earther that's coming in here. So I was kind of all giddy about it, but he stuck around for the debate. One of our Friday night fights, and so I mean, we had the hey, what's going on? We had the big people in here like Zanuck and all those guys, like the big sophists, like the big time sophists. So we had those guys, and he was in there, and they all wanted to take a shot at him for sure because it's Dave Murphy. So no, but he did all right, but he wasn't. I don't think he's the caliber of like what we have in here. What we have in here, my friends, is the creme de la creme of flat Earth. Like I think you guys are. Yeah.
He's done a lot of research, but the way he thinks is kind of a bit Oh, sorry, Jenna, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks.
I think she's hot micing then.
I think she's hot micing. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's done a lot of research, but I think the way he argues things is not kind of on top of topic. He's not on topic because he kind of. What he does then? What he did then was I know it's early days. He kind of didn't listen to what the other guy was saying and just wanted to get out his kind of spiel when he could have absolutely demolished him, 10 or 12 times, and he missed the opportunity.
Yeah, and Timbo, I'm thinking that's what a moderated debate kind of actually allows. Is the moderator has to kind of allow the other person to kind of hold on. I know that you guys want to say something, but we have to allow the other person to talk. So it gives the sophist enough room to kind of extend his arms. Like he's not constrained to like held down to answer the question. And usually, I think that's the part of the problem. It's because of that they squirm away from it, and so any tight spot they find themselves into, they'll just ask another question and easily, by the moderator standards, will answer the question because he just asked one. So you'd have to go off to the next one and skip past, like holding his feet to the fire. So it's not a debate. It really isn't. And try to go into like a modern day debate if somebody asks you to go there. You could demolish them, but you won't be able to hold them to the argument. You're going to have to just allow them to say whatever they want, and then you rebut them. So it's like they vomit, you clean up their vomit. They vomit, you clean it up. It's like that's the constant back and forth that's going to be happening. It's not going to be you showing them like how they don't know what they don't know. Which that's
I think you got to let them talk, as well. I just go. I know it's hard in here because everyone wants to talk. So, but if you let them talk, they'll put themselves in it anyway.
Yeah, it's that easy now these days. Just let them talk. They do the work for you. You don't have to do anything. Yeah, like I said, man, I'm kind of proud of our group. We've done so much. We've come so far, and now it's like anybody that comes in here has the ability to kind of just listen a little bit, see what's going on. By the way, I put in your bid for gold, so see how that goes.
Oh, cheers, man.
Yeah, I don't know when, but your name's up there.
What?
It's in the gold nominations.
Probably got to get involved a bit more. Sometimes I find it hard when I'm at work, and then again home, I've got family, and but I jump in when I can.
Even with all that, man, you've been on quite a bit. Like to say that. You have been on quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh, it's always on in the background, and always listening to what's going on. So, when you guys are when it's prime time for you guys, I'm sleeping. So.
I gotta say thanks to you. You really changed my mind on the perspective of the Star Troll argument. I redefined it because of what you said, man.
It made you think, yeah.
I mean,
it made me think too now.
But the stars haven't been like a big debate for me because it's like we're always talking about flat and stationary. But however, my thoughts on them were a different way than when you brought it up to the guy. When I heard you arguing with him, I'm like, no, he's got a point. Like, there's nothing you could argue with that. But I was always saying that the only stars that don't move east to west are the ones like the wandering stars or the planets, and they have because they go in retrograde, which is retrograde. They go in reverse.
Yeah.
And but the stars that never set are also is equally is understood as like because they don't ever set, they can go a different way. And it's like we're applying another thing too that I thought about is that we're applying cardinal directions to sartorial movements, and it's like at some point cardinal directions seem to fail because we're using the celestial sphere. In a sense, it's like I feel like it would be you can use cardinal directions, but to a point where you could see something come from horizon to horizon.
Yeah,
Other than that,
well, can you only use them overhead though?
yeah, and that's kind of the thing.
But then you're opposite too. So you're looking up. So east, west, north, south is not the same anyway.
It's not. See, but we keep understanding that you can't use cardinal directions are great for ground applications. I mean, if you're going to move on a flat surface, right? So if you're pointing straight on and you're saying that's north or that's south, that's completely fine. That's great. You can do that. But when you're pointing up, you're not cardinal directions anymore. You know what I mean? Like that's. Anyway, I'm glad that you kind of brought that out because it's like
if you change as soon as you head west or east, you go 100 miles, you've got to adjust to east again. So the directions are not east-west anyway. Yeah, you can go in a general direction, but once you move off that point, you've got to change direction again.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about like how much we don't know and things that can be used, and I'm looking at it this way, right? We've been using them as far as we could to kind of superimpose over the flat plane of existence as much as we can. But to say that it's what we're saying with the AE map or any other realm idea, I just don't think so. I don't think anybody has a grip on that. You know what I mean? Because I think that's kind of what we're going off of when we talk about flat Earth. Some people, anyway. Like the flat plane of existence looks like the AE map or the Gleason's or any other, flat disc-shaped looking, surface.
Yeah, it's like that. The Earth's 71% water, and you go, yeah, on the globe.
On the globe.
So is that really an argument?
No.
It's flat because it's 71% water, and you go, no, it's not. So it's like it's. I don't think that's really an argument.
We've been using these arguments, though.
Yeah,
we've been using these arguments, and that's kind of because we can refine, we can actually get our arguments even better. And I think when we do,
I agree.
When we do, we get in a better position to kind of have them bring the onus of the information. Like they have to prove it. We don't. You know what I mean? Like because
you're right.
Who has verified that? No one. 71%? Yeah, who said that? Who's actually taken a look at all the oceans and said, okay, we have 71% water right now? No one. That was a mathematical construct from a globe.
Yeah, exactly. You can't measure on water either.
This is great. I mean, like, this is what I'm saying. But what it does, though, Timbo, talking about these things, it kind of like, okay, so you have your staunch globe earther and you have your staunch flat earther. The flat earther who's like, nope, we're going to go with the AE map because that's, I'm telling you, man, they're hanging on to this FE map like for dear life and the concepts with it too. So I'm like, that's just the wrong way to go about it because if we're saying we don't know the entire realm of existence, then we have to stick with that. Because being in the unknown and having somebody provide the evidence, that's the best place to be. Because now you're having them say, okay, if you say that there's 71% water, where was the verification method for this? Who's done the actual calculation or math or like, because if you're saying that it was done on the globe, then you're already in the wrong. And that's interesting. But yeah, it's evolving the conversation and making it even more so that I think the more mystery we add, the more we say, hey, you know what? We don't know. And if you think you do, then bring the evidence. That actually gives somebody
a better understanding of what we're talking about. Because we're not making a claim. What we're saying is the claim has already been made. How was it verified? Who's done the verification? Because let's go look at it and see if that checks out. And that's all we're saying. Good evening to everybody who's joined us. And this has been kind of like we heard the Dave Murphy and the other scientist guy that was in there having a debate at the very beginning of when Flat Earth got onto the scene. And we're discussing a bit, me and Timbo are. What was his name? Kid Stevel was mentioning something. But what we're talking about in here is making sure that people are evolving or advancing the conversation to a place where now anything that is being said needs to be verified. And if it isn't the thing that they're saying, then none of us can actually make these claims, any claim. I mean, we're talking about claims like the path of the sun, the AE map, the globe, anything. If it's a claim, then it needs to be verified. How was it? And just stick to the truth. And once things are verified, then we can settle with that. If nobody has the answer, then guess what? It's just an assertion. It's a theory. It's an idea. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does, Mickey. And I shared a link to the press. You can the WordPress. You can keep it if you like. I did my own concept using the Gleason map, the original with a blueprint, and I took the map from I think it was 2018, an archive, a map that most people don't use, and did my own research and layered it using an ARC program. So it is a concept kind of like what NASA did, except it's not a ball, it's not a globe, it's flat Earth. And I put all the images there on that website, along with all the links and some of the links I shared earlier. I'm not here to debate, and I used to debate all the time, and it got nothing but heartache and headache. And I'm mostly here to learn. But if you'd like to keep that website, by all means do, Miggy.
Yeah, we'll take a look for sure. Any new information, I should say, that comes up, just make sure to post it here so everybody can kind of look through it. The best thing, man, is that you have a bunch of peers in here who will critically look at your information. And, the more people you have involved, the better. Because it's not just one person's opinion. It should be everybody's involvement to kind of look at what is being presented and kind of scrutinize it and make sure that certain balances and checks are being done when it comes to what you're presenting.
Agreed. See, I was given permission to go in voice, but not permission to post pictures. If I had permission to post pictures, I would post the picture directly, but I wasn't able to, so I gave it a website instead.
Give me a second. I'll fix that. Give me a second. All right, go ahead. I'll try it. Put in the live stream voice text.
I think. Can you hear me? Check.
I got you coming inside.
I know. I hear you, my brother.
All right. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Well, good afternoon. I think concepts and speculation has a place, definitely, but we have to be careful. We're not saying we know that this is the way flat Earth is or any other, whatever you're trying to say. It's a reification, and we got to be careful that we are upfront and in the very first, in the preface of any of these ideas, that we state really clearly that it is a concept only. This is only for speculation purposes. It should be in bold letters, like really, because people don't get it. Even when you put it like that, they'll still miss it, but it needs to be...
Well, if I can speak real quick, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I agree with you completely. That's why I posted, I don't know everything, but from my research, that would be the electromagnetic spectrum or my interpretation of it. And again, I don't know everything, and I put there's more pictures on the website. I don't want to bog down your server here, but that's just my interpretation of it. Again, it's a concept. It's not fact. It's my interpretation. It's an artistic version, if you will, a modified Gleason map.
Yeah, it's
but
okay.
it's not the globe. It's not the globe.
There's no need to like be over defensive about it. We're very critical here.
I'm not trying to be defensive or nothing. I'm just trying to explain, because I don't want people putting words into what I didn't say. That's all. I've been here before, and there's been a lot of debates here before, and I'm not like that no more. So that's all.
Well, look, you sound upfront to me. You sound very clearly spoken. So right on. Whatever your endeavors are, I hope it provides.
You know what's cool about it, Sonny, is that today is Speculation Sunday. So
I know.
It was it's kind of cool that it's well within like the whole parameter of like having to, because what we talk about here is everybody in here has their own speculations, and so today usually we do little cleanup, house cleaning. So anybody that has anything that they've been holding on to for a while is a good time to bring it forward. What do you think? Your speculations for Flat Earth, it's welcome today. I mean, we're making sure that, and like Kid was actually posting what he said, so.
I like this kind of speculation. Like it kind of ties in with what you were saying, Mickey, that the unknown about this place is the most fantastic place you could ever be, because in order to be in that kind of state, you have to get away from yourself. You have to you have to leave your ego at the door and step in boldly without any preconditions of your own. We all have prejudices. We're all conditioned in specific ways because of our personalities and the paths we've traveled in this life.
I can tell you right off the bat, Sonny, the two things I conceded to recently was what Timbo said about the Star Trail argument, and another one that me and Jedi conceded to. I think we both did at the same time. When a gentleman named McGyver or something came in here and was talking about electricity, the measurement of electricity going up in altitude being that I think it's like 100 volts every, what is it, Jedi, if you remember?
100 volts per meter.
Per meter? Is that what it was?
Yeah. So I've seen this information too. Yes, exactly. Now, like when it comes to it should be stated pending actual measurements or pending actual test results. This is what we have so far. So what MacGyver was saying, I was here that day, and he was saying that it fluctuates quite a bit. It can go up and down, sideways. Like it's a very anomalous.
You said negative too, right?
What's that?
It went positive to negative, and I was like, "Damn!" I didn't even know it went into negative, the charge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because listen, I think it's like this. I think the fluctuations and all the other things that swirl around because of all the. I don't think they're separate. All the convections, the highs to lows, the pressure differences, all these different variations, I think are an effect of the magnetic field, if you want to call it a field. I think it'd be more accurate to call it the magnetic plane that we reside on this plane. Like the question everybody has is, well, why are we here on this plane? Well, that's the question everybody wants to know. We'd love to ask God that question, but he doesn't answer in those kind of ways. But his handiwork is evident all around us in the information. And I'm kind of long-winded, sorry about that, but I wanted to say something about the oceans. That's one of the most mysterious things. Yes, nobody has ever measured the oceans from here to there, let alone the place where the map ends on all those reifications that they show us throughout our whole lives, which has been the multitudes of maps I've been shown in my whole life, all different rearrangement, all geometrically different as far as distances between locations. So all those maps, nobody's measured below, they've dumbfounded the entire world, if I might say world, the entire Earth, into believing that the map just ends and then there's nothing else, Johnny. No more to explore. So no one's measured from, like, let's say, angularly, like diagonally across. Like, let's say if you're going from Santiago to Australia, nobody's measured from, let's say, Santiago to, so 180 is south and it goes up to 270 at west. So let's say nobody's measured from like Santiago going 200 on the cardinal direction on your compass heading 200, which is in between. You know what I'm saying? Diagonally away from there, measure the next piece of land you hit that way. Okay.
Yeah.
Try this. Try going from Perth. Is that the west side? Yeah, I think so. Try going from Perth, let's say, because directly east is cardinal direction 90. So let's say from 90 to, let's say, 180, which is south, right? So from 90 to 180, well, from Perth, you're going to go east, southeast. So how about diagonally across? Instead of going 90 to 180, you go 100, 120, heading 120 from Perth. Where are you going to touch land? Are you going to go? Like, I think you would just keep going. I think it may be so large. Here's my speculation, and I'll end with this. I think the oceans could go 5, 10, 20 times further than they ever measured.
That's a possibility. Hey, I just want to jump in real quick, Sonny.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and head out, but you guys have a nice day. Keep on with the speculations if you got them, and just keep it real. Jedi, check it later, man.
Thanks, Mickey.
Take care.
Yeah, Sonny.
Thanks, Mickey, for all you do.
Yeah, we're a family here. You know it.
And you do a lot. Like, I want to tell you, like, appreciations go out to Mickey.
I appreciate you, bro.
Thanks, man.
Everybody in here. See you guys.
Gives me hope, and people like Miggy and Jedi and all of you here, man. You give me a lot of hope, and so to keep on keeping on with this thing we're doing. Being here on the Discord is not just like talking on the internet. It's not at all. For me, it's like a lifetime culmination of where I should be as far as like what I can do in this life. You know what they say in AA, and I'm going to use an AA term. Alcoholics Anonymous has a lot of brilliant, wise things in there that any human being could really prosper from by learning. And I'm not saying I'm the best example, but I have been. Very good example of using those. But what was I going to say? Oh, shoot. See, I lose my own way sometimes. I apologize, but it'll come back. It'll come back.
I did have a question.
What's your question?
So Miggy was saying that flat earthers shouldn't stick to like the Gleason's map or the AE map. So is he basically saying that you're not able to use them for they're not realistic to the Earth? Is that basically what he's saying?
Yeah, maps are not the land.
For navigation or anything?
Yeah, we don't exist on that. Sorry, Jedi.
Oh, sorry, buddy. No, it's all right.
I didn't mean to jump in on top there. Go ahead, man. I apologize.
That's okay, man. I mean, maps are useful. We use navigational charts to navigate, right? So they're useful. But to coin the phrase, the map is not the land. Right? It is a reification to say this is where we are when we point at a map. Because all maps are different, right? There's no one true map.
1 3/4 miles, exit right, then keep right.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, we do know the distances on land, and So, like, I think in a flat map, it's more accurate than a globe would be.
Of course it is. So this is when you navigate on a globe, or when you think you navigate on a globe, or when you're using the majority of navigational charts these days, where we're on a globe, you've got to correct for being on a globe, and it will then put you on a flat map. But ultimately, there is no flat map, because the flat maps that we get are bastardized ones from globes.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I just think it's not what I would like hold to with my last dying breath, but I still consider it more accurate than the globe map.
Well, of course it is, because the Earth's flat and it's not a globe. So yeah, any depiction on the Earth on a flat surface is definitely more easy to understand than one that's on a ball, because the Earth's not a ball.
Okay.
But it's saying this is where we are. I've got the map, and this is where we are. You're going to have huge amounts of problems when you start saying things like that.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. A lot of boneheads trying that out. Okay. Yeah, that's all I had. Thanks.
No worries, buddy.
I just want to quickly say, no speculation or anything, but since I've begun the journey into the FE knowledge and knowing, I find it more exciting discovering where I am than where I was thinking exoplanets and going to Mars and all that crap was possible. Now that stuff seems so ridiculous, and learning about where we are is more exciting to me, in my opinion.
Did you guys hear me?
Only when you said, "Did you guys hear me?"
I was trying to comment on what the last dude said. We're never going to have to worry about going to fly out to an exoplanet, save the world, you know. They're going to have to worry about black holes or this nonsense, what I call nonsense. They're going to have to worry about a meteor coming close to Earth to destroy the Earth. Fear-mongering.
Exactly, yeah.
Just worry about who you are, where you are, and what you are.
And it also makes me aware that what I do has impact. Like, I need to be conscious of what I'm doing. I can't just walk around all willy-nilly like a Homer Simpson, you know? Oh, did I do that?
Yeah, Homer Simpson's like the new role model for America.
That was Steve Urkel. Did I do that?
No, I know, but remember the one episode where Grimesy was working at the factory and Homer was always doing dumb shit and never hurting himself? And he got all pissed off and started acting like Homer Simpson, and then he ended up drinking like nitric acid or something. I'm Homer Simpson. I can't hurt myself.
I guess Homer has that luck, that everybody else suffers around him and he doesn't ever suffer. Except maybe to be out of beer.
Yeah, and then Grimesy's biggest piss off was that Homer was ahead of safety at the plant.
I like how they did Mr. Burns, doing it perfectly.
It's like a male version of the Queen.
And then that dude, it was just Smitty, his second lieutenant, who actually is intelligent, knows everything. Mr. Burns is like the evil and maniacal, dictator, but also stupid.
Smitty's head over heels over Burnsy, and Burnsy's completely oblivious to it.
Right, it's like he's loyal to him, right? And Mr. Burns couldn't give a shit about him.
It's hilarious.
It's like everybody has their roles,
I think Barney's my favorite. I'm a drunk. I don't know how I do anything.
Yeah, when they get to the bar, it's like that show, Cheers. And that show got like flack later because they were I don't know, praising drinking. So that was bad, I guess, later on. But it was cool when it was airing.
The Ted Danson, the guy who played Sam Malone, in many interviews has said that the whole set pretty much was all like, it was just a big blow party. Every season, and everyone was basically high on coke the whole time. And then you hear years later Kelsey Grammer crashing his car and all the blow in there and that. It's like, oh fuck, I guess Ted Danson was telling the truth.
Yeah, sometimes you make some of your best stuff, under those influences.
I often wondered, like, that's got to be real beer that Norm's drinking. Come on, man. Would he be drinking non-alcoholic fake beer? Come on. But then he downed so many, you're thinking, wouldn't he be like slurring his words by now, or like getting a little tanked?
You gotta go by body weight also.
He was definitely good at putting them back, though. And then you never saw Normie's lady, Vera.
Oh, he talked about her, but they never showed her, huh?
Yeah, like you never saw Norm's wife. And then you saw Cliff's ma. She came on. You saw her.
I was just thinking, Cliff, he has enough time to deliver all the mail and come drink. Or
for sure.
Like, I think around my area, the mail people are like way overworked. You don't have time to do nothing. Working late.
It's Speculation Sunday. Huh. I speculate we've been bullshitted our whole lives. Well, it's just a matter of time till enough people, like there won't even be enough popularity for any of the space crap. They won't be able to get any funding. Enough people will know it's bullshit. They won't even want to see it.
I remembered what I was going to say. See, Sonny's not totally brain dead. Not yet. So what I was going to say is try not to see what you can take out of life, but see how much you can pack into the stream of life yourself. Right? Sounds kind of like don't try to take more than you give.
So how do you give to life?
Yeah, try to give. But also don't be self-defeating like I do most of the time. I give more to others than I would give to myself, and I end up being depleted. Can be both just as
give me an
detrimental.
example.
Yeah, like I'm nicer to people, and when I'm around other people, I'm like constantly trying to please them and make things all right for them, and I forget about myself, and I stop taking care of myself. So that's just like we all have our own little personal challenges, right? Other people don't have those kind of problems or challenges, let's call them.
Everyone has challenges. They just have different ones than you.
Totally. And that's why it's hard for anybody else to understand our individual problems because we're the only ones that can really deal with it. But others have much better ability to network with other people to get the help they need when they need it.
Well, Sonny can be so much worse. You know that.
What's that?
Everything could be so much worse. It can always get worse.
It could be way worse. Yeah, it could be absolutely way worse.
It could be like living in a cardboard box.
Even in my worst moments, actually, there's a lot to be grateful for still. Just the ability that I'm able to do the work that I'm able to do still. I'm grateful for that. And some days freaking everything hurts. I'm not talking about like just one little ache or pain. I'm like sometimes every place that gets touched, like I'll bump into something, everything freaking hurts some days. Like I bruised my freaking elbow. I don't even know how I did it. Bruised my elbow, so now I can't like rest on my elbow. And I don't remember how I did it. I just
Yeah, you're probably just focused on something and smashed yourself and just like went right through it.
No, I was probably like trying to wash out a freaking blanket and hang it up or wring it out or something like that, and didn't realize I was resting on my freaking elbow. And like that's the thing. That's the thing.
Hold on, maybe you got tendonitis of the elbow from wringing shit out.
Shit, tendonitis of everywhere, where every joint connects to a muscle, with a muscle connects to anywhere else. All those places, all those attachment sites, all have their own little stories or their own little histories. But thank God for regrowth, because apparently we do just regenerate and we regrow. Those muscles get damaged, they regrow. As long as you have the proper fuel, right? So.
Yeah. I saw something that was kind of horrifying. This is so horrifying. It was a doctor. He was talking about, it's called some sort of browning. And like, because like our body temperature is at, 89.7 degrees.
Yeah.
We're all slowly cooking.
Yeah.
And he showed the bones of like, like a 4-year-old, and it was like bleached white. And then he showed like an 90-year-old, like, and it's ground up bone, right? It's not just like the bone. It's like they took the bone and ground it up, and it's fucking brown, dude. Like a goddamn table with a cherry stain. It's like that brown. Like, holy shit, dude, I'm cooking inside. Like, what the fuck? Now I know why that Iceman guy keeps jumping in the cold fucking water.
But he had no one lived till he was 900.
Hey, I can relate to that, man. I have really long hair, and it's part of my ecosystem now around my body. It's part of my temperature control, part of me, and in the summer, it's literally life or death. If I do not get that hair out of my face and off of my back, I'll literally have heat stroke.
Goddamn, how long is your hair?
Like, down to the middle of my back.
Me too.
Yeah.
Bunch of fucking hippies on here.
No, it's just I don't want to cut my hair. Like, there's no reason to cut my hair. My hair does fine.
Sonny, I got long hair.
Purpose.
I got long hair too. I don't know how.
I know. I thought you did.
Let me see how long it is. It's way past the middle of my back.
Oh shit!
It's about a third up my back. I need to cut it though. It's out of control.
Like I can't stand it like on any part of my back right now because I have all these bug bites. They're fucking living on me. It sucks, man. But anyway, so I have to keep it up off my neck now, which is really sucks because I don't ever remember having that problem. It's like right now I can't even hardly wear a shirt. Like I need to go out though and get some fresh air. But
is it from riding the bugs, or did you do an inspection for bed bugs?
No, it's not bed bugs. They're like freaking lice. They're body lice, and I fucking can't get rid of them because the temperature in the washers and dryers in this place, even the water coming out of the tap, is not hot enough to kill anything. So when I washed and dried it, it spread it to the rest of my shit. So it's fucking got in all my bedding, all my towels, all my shirts, all my socks, all my shoes, fucking everywhere.
Nightmare.
Yeah, nightmare. And I have them fucking living all over my neck and back. And I first thing I wake up 4:30 in the morning, except I slept until like 4:35 in the morning. I can't stand anymore. I didn't sleep because I feel like I'm getting bit up. So I have to take a hot bath. So I start boiling water because the water's not fucking hot enough. I have to boil my own water to take a hot bath. I have to boil my own water to wash my own clothes. I won't use their washers and dryers ever again here. Fuck that. 100 miserable fucking dirty ass people. Like, so anyway, yeah, it sucks, man. And listen, here's the weird thing. Like, I must have been a lowered state because I was out in the woods. Like, I would sit down, I would put a tarp and a towel and sit out there and smoke weed. You know? And this is for the last 3 or 4 years I've done this. And 3 years ago, I was out and sitting out there, even had my tent up, the whole thing, and never had to worry about any of these things. But I probably did get them from outdoors somehow. But I don't know.
It could be sand fleas.
No, these are fucking they're like crabs, man. And they burrow into your fucking skin. They're all over my back.
Yeah, body lice.
Yeah,
you can bomb your house. You can use a bomb.
Yeah, I can't bomb my house because the motherfuckers wasted all my money from fucking spending $120 of the last of my rent money that was supposed to be for this month. It's all gone because I spent it on laundry that didn't fucking work. The soap, the essential oils, fucking none of it worked. So I have to keep doing it, and I'm running out of everything. And what a bunch of idiots, man! Slumlords.
How long have you had this?
I've been fighting this for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, man. I disinfect every fucking corner of this place. Every corner, almost every day, I mop and bleach or use pine sol that kills 99% of everything. Like pour pine sol in all the corners. Like I put like diatomaceous earth around. Like now I kind of swept that up, but I've cleaned every fucking corner of this place. But I think my mattress is okay. I don't know. I had a waterproof mattress cover on it, and I think that was infested, but I threw that out. I had to throw a bunch of stuff out. I had to throw out good pillows, down pillows, because I didn't want to bother. Threw out all my rugs. Got rid of a whole bunch of shit. Now I'm disinfecting all my pillows, my linen, my sheets. But I know
tell you, bed bugs are actually worse, man. They're worse than anything. They don't go away. Like you literally just have to throw all your shit away. That's the only way.
Yeah.
Like, so you, I mean, you're lucky. At least, like, eventually, the shit will go away whenever you can, like, afford to get like a flea bomb.
Yeah,
Get
I need
rid
to
of them.
bomb it.
But
Yeah,
like, you can't get rid of bed bugs no matter what you do. There is no bomb. There's no insecticide. There's nothing. You're
Well,
just
I think
fucking
there were
screwed.
some of those. I think there was probably some of those living in here too. Like I didn't know it, but like I found a couple, and I bleached the hell out of their whole freaking area. Like there must have been other kind of weird things. This is a really old ass building, so whatever can climb up the conduits, how they made holes.
Oh yeah.
And they put these pipes through for all the electrical. Well, anything that can get into those conduits, they can go to another floor. They just go right up through the conduits, right up through the concrete into another floor. So who knows what causes these like kind of infestation? I've never encountered anything like this. I think I'm literally being like punished in a biblical sense. Like I'm. I know that sounds really
You're gonna
dark.
fucking scrape your boils with a clay pot.
I wish I had somebody that could come here and scrape these motherfuckers off my back expertly, like somehow. Like I can't even freaking reach them, let alone see them. So I've scratched them because they itch like fucking an itch that you would not believe how hard it is to not scratch that. So I'm doing pretty good today.
Bed bugs.
My back is a bloody fucking mess, and they're still living in my skin, all over my back.
Well, you know what'll get rid of that? Go get it's called tea tree oil.
Listen, I've used about 3 bottles of it in the last 2 weeks.
Are you using the actual? Are you using diluted shit or the actual 100%?
No, the actual pure essential oil, a 2-ounce bottle. I've used 3 of them in the last month.
Of tea tree oil.
Tea tree oil. I use it on my floors. I use it in my bath. I use it to wash my clothes. I use it in everything because they don't like that. So it's all over. I have it in sprays. I spray it on my body. I spray it on my socks. I spray it in my shoes. I vacuum it out.
Yeah,
and all that shit every fucking day. Every fucking day. I'm so fucking exhausted. I haven't slept in fucking weeks. Literally. I'm awake with this fucking battling the fucking infestation of fucking bugs for weeks. And the owners of this place and clinics I went to don't give a shit. They refuse to freaking even see me.
Crazy.
They out of their emergency room, said, "Oh, that's what their emergency room is for." I hadn't slept in 5 days. That was before. And so forced me to walk home in the middle of the night, 3:30 in the morning, 4 miles back home. Which I almost fucking died on the way. I don't even know how I made it back home.
I was just going to say bed bugs are beatable, but the main way to kill them is heat.
Yeah, but you got to heat your house up to like 180 degrees or something. Good luck with that.
Yeah, it's retarded. There's companies that come in and they'll seal it all up, and they have a machine they put in there and they run it for so many hours.
Yeah, well, that ain't happening here. So like I boil water, so
the other way,
over 130 degree water will kill anything. So I boil my water to about 160, 170, and then I pour it in buckets with my clothing and wash it in that, and then I boil water and rinse them in the boiling water too.
And then the only other advice I would give for bed bugs, and it might work with any other type of creepy crawlies, is baking soda all around your quarter rounds, like where your wall meets your floor.
No, better than that is diatomaceous earth. Yeah, you can't use baking soda. They walk right across that. It won't hurt them. The diatomaceous earth, they walk across it 24 hours. They're defecate. They're deaf.
Yeah. I haven't heard of that stuff. And then there's also
that's the one.
Citric acid, or not citric acid. There's a certain boric acid. You can get it from the pharmacy.
Yeah, borax. You can buy Mule Train, but I don't have money for that. But I can buy more. What else? Shit. No.
And then the third key is to be vigilant and just keep always reapplying it, and between your mattresses, everything, everywhere.
Well, I have a brand new air mattress that I'm using now, and I vacuum it out. And underneath that is a completely plastic covered mattress. Then underneath that is my futon. Now the futon is partly made of metal, I freaking completely doused it with like pine sol, tea tree, vinegar, like a toxic mix of chemicals, and sprayed everything down. I swear to God, man, there's no chance.
Man.
Like anything that was on any
Feel
of these
bad for you,
apparatus,
man.
like my bed frames,
Sucks to
I
go through that
soaked
shit.
it.
Are they at least is the population at least shrinking, or is it staying the same?
Yeah, they're apparently, listen, because of my long hair, I guess they were in my head. I didn't know they were on my head. Yeah, I didn't. Because I didn't feel them there. They didn't itch there at all. You know, there was nothing happening there. So I've shampooed my hair in tea tree oil and eucalyptus oil 2 times a day for like the last 6 days. I think I got them all, but there's somewhere in my bedding, probably in one of my pillows. I've freaking done these pillows several times, and I have to keep doing it. Like boiling water in the pillows. Try wringing out a fucking pillow.
Well, does your dryer get hot enough? Do you have
I don't have a dryer. They have dryers. They're not hot enough. I just put in for a claim for $120 from only the 15th of January to the 15th of February. $120 that didn't work. Their machines are hot enough. Either the wash isn't hot enough, and the dryer's not hot enough. Neither one are hot enough. So if they got bugs in the washers and dryers, which they do, then they spread it to the rest of my stuff. It got spread. Like whatever I had, I could kill the first time.
Dude, you might have to fucking do bullshit, man, unfortunately.
Oh, man, they ought to be fucking sued. This place